what you do. 'Cause for the Get Fresh crew, you review the books, get shaved and dirty looks. Now let wrong turn to say poo-poo.
Poop. Hello and welcome back to the only show that breaks down, cracks up, skews, and reviews each week's DC Comics. I'm so sorry that I treated Cassie Sandsmark so badly at some point in time because she's the greatest ever, Eric Shea.
And I'm the purveyor of positivity, Jim Warner.
You're a liar. And this is the Weird Science DC Comics Podcast, episode number 459.
It's funny you say that, and I'm thinking to myself all day, the idea that we did this recording this week a little out of sequence. And when we got done, we did some books last night. It's the last section of books. I don't have to be coy with this, but we end up, and just as an aside, if you end up on our Patreon, we do put that up early access. So that's earlier access. Yeah, I always put that. So that's one of the caveats there. And when we got done, I kind of felt down. I talked about this with a bunch of people over the years and whatnot, that they don't realize that when, therapists, random bums in the road, things in the road. Just sitting in the road.
They can't afford sidewalks.
Well, it's after I hit them. And then I go and I say, you know what? When I'm down on these books, it does make me kind of sad. And it does make me kind of sad. It gets me down. And so I was really worried after that going into tonight's books that we're going to end up doing the rest, obviously. And I was happy, though. I think I will be a bit more of the purveyor of positivity. Just watch out by the end. That this last section, I ended up having a bit of a stick up my butt, Eric. And I don't think it's a vendetta. We'll talk about that, too. The second section of books, I'm going to be giving you a little lesson on what isn't a vendetta, I believe. But hey, everybody, welcome to the show. Hey, this is the official podcast of the Weird Science DC Comics. And yeah, we have a bunch of books. We have more than we even thought. We forgot all about that Young Justice deal.
The thing is, I didn't. For some reason, like we talked about, you just didn't have it on that one list you were going by.
I ended up, remember I sent you that list, and we said we had 5 books, and I wrote up the list, and then when I went to go, I'm like, wait a second, we have 6 books, and then, oh, wow, oh my. Now, I think that people are going to be actually thrown off. We have the Young Justice, the Dark Crisis Young Justice book in the first section of books, Eric.
Of course we do. It's the big Dark Crisis tie-in right now.
It is. I actually suggested maybe have 4 books on the tail end of it. But, you convinced me, though. You told me it's the big book. Somebody had to tell Megan Fitzmartin that. But hey, here we go, Eric. Everybody, before we get into all of this stuff, please go over to Twitter at Weird Science DC. Also go to our website, WeirdScienceDCComics.com. And please check out our Patreon, patreon.com/Weird Science, where we talked about 2 books on Thursday. Every Thursday night, me and Eric get together and we have a big, giant DC Comics badass spotlight show. And this one, picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew, they picked some big ones. We had Dark Crisis Worlds Without a Justice League Batman #1. That's a mouthful, right? And I'm not talking about the title. I was talking about that nonsense dialogue. Batman One Bad Day, Mr. Freeze #1. We talked about as well. Those are some big things there. Big things going on, Eric.
Big things.
We ended up talking about these.
5/5, that's for sure.
We were trying to figure out what exactly was being said in that Worlds Without a Justice League. But Batman One Bad Day, Mr. Freeze, I saw a lot of people pish-poshing that book and saying that, it wasn't good. We didn't like some of the concepts of it, but actually liked some of the side things as well. So I thought we were a little more positive on that.
Everything that didn't have to deal with Mr. Freeze was okay. He just turned out to be a giant piece of crap, but the stuff with Bruce, like Alfred, Dick, even Matches Malone. Solid. Piece of shit.
Yeah, that's what you said. I think that's actually where that's from. You end up where, get over the deal. Hey, Mr. Freeze, piece of shit. There was some fun to be had with it, especially the Dick Grayson, which I really did enjoy. But if you want to listen to that episode where we talked about a bunch of things, some nonsense thrown in, some everyday walkabout deals,
you have no idea what we talked about,
deal. No, because now I'm thinking about it. I almost mentioned something. And I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we talked about it at the end of this podcast. So I'm not going to talk about how tall I am or how tall I ain't. Eric, until later. You'll see that. It's crazy that we can see into the future. But one of the things that I can see into the future, Eric, is that we're going to give a little shout out right now to the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. who, as we said, picked those 2 books and do so much more. Here we go, Eric. Not even going to play around. I'm going right into it. I think that everybody's serious and getting ready for a good show, Eric. Michael Jordan is the first. Eric K, double K, talked to him today in the Slack. Jeffrey Greek, Stephen Bat-Dad Mitchell, The Annihilator, Ted Probst, I Love Punchline. Talked to I Love Punchline as well. Stuart, Michael S. I'm just going to tell everybody who I talked to today.
Who are you talking to today?
Pauly. I talked to Cam. I talked to Eric Shea. Matt Razor. D-Man 3000. Lady Abby and Lord Andy. Francisco L. Rock III. Niels T-Word. David Fink. Joey Bertosco. Stephen Baum. Jason Colby. Sue 42 to you and me. Michael G. Comic Boom. Rocket. Here we go. Anita Hora.
Do you?
Yeah, I might, actually. You just don't tell my wife. Mark Jager. I'm really waiting for people to take your lead, and this is going to be a real shit show. Aldrin Stoja, Nick Adams, Ruben, Carlos, Nova Marv, Matthew Rapier, Luke Hollywood. And now you threw me off again. Nothing. Simon has a weird little like that he has, but we won't bring that up. Sure. Luis, Manship. Brian from Arkansas. See, you did it to me, Eric.
I didn't do anything. I'm not on the badass roll call.
Wait, next IP Freely. Andrew Belfast, Swanee, Anthony G, Josh Vermillion, my man Pete from NYC, Batman Beyond Mark, R-Man, Rob Lewis, B. Muir Brandy Murray up there in Buffalo, Canada, and Double A Run doxing his ass in Minnesota, all-time great Reggie. I got to get a hold of Anita right now. I need a new co-host. Is that one there? Oh, my goodness gracious. We have a bunch of books, as I said, as we go towards a holiday week, at least if you are in, the United States or wherever you do end up celebrating Thanksgiving. We have Thanksgiving coming up.
American Thanksgiving.
I hear Tanya's podcast she listens to, because you don't listen to this show. I end up, we'll see you guys in 3 weeks. It's Thanksgiving. I'm like, what? And she was getting all angry. Like, what do you mean 3 weeks? I'm like, They come back just in time to tell you, see you after Christmas. Is what it seemed like they were playing this game, but we'll be around.
Look at you all high and mighty for such a short fella.
That's right. I'm punching up, Eric, as I always have to, unless maybe I'm fighting, I don't know, Night Might. Yeah, Night Might. You get it? See, I tie everything in. Oh, my goodness. But we have a bunch of, I think, pretty good books. We're going to end up, I think, having a smile on our face, pep in our step, and maybe a belt in our pants. I don't know, Eric, but we're going to find that out very quickly. I couldn't think of a third one.
One of them damn belts in your pants. Keep it up real nice and tight.
A banana in your pocket. Maybe some ribbon candy in your pocket. If somebody, even like somebody you knew, if they ended up offering you candy, but it wasn't wrapped and it came out of their pocket, would you eat it?
Who's somebody I know offering me candy that's unwrapped? Yeah, like a family
member. See, I was going to say family member,
people I talk to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said people you know. But
no.
Maybe a random guy in the street. Would you think that? Do you think that anybody
I'm not taking anything from anybody?
Do you think that anybody ever did put LSD or acid on the back of a stamp and cause problems that way? Or you think that they wouldn't waste the drugs to do that? Because as a kid, I was so worried that, and I still have not, I've not licked the stamp. Though I haven't said anything with the stamp in so long. But even then, once I heard that, I refused to lick stamps, Sarah. Because I thought I was going to get high. Did you ever worry about that?
Honestly, the idea, if I heard that was going on, I'd buy more stamps in the hopes of getting high. Yeah.
Maybe that was the weird play. That was actually put out by the Post Office.
It was the U.S. Postal Service's propaganda.
But yeah, all those
reverse
crazy
psychology
scares, I believe every one of them. I think they're still real. But all that.
You still got the satanic panic. You're afraid of everybody above you.
Yeah, I know. I do. I really get upset at all those people above me. And that's everybody. So with all that, we are going to go off. We'll start off with, I think, a banger section until you made us put that Young Justice book in it. But we'll be back.
It's all about flows, ebbs and flows, and balance, Jim.
That it is. So we'll be back with that in just a moment.
Now, we have waited for far long enough for the part of the podcast we love, the meat and the cheese that we crave. Some more, and we want to hear all of your scores. We don't want to hear every change. to Jim's Reviews. We can't wait to Jim's Reviews. And we want to hear all of his views. We just can't wait for Jim's Reviews. Hear Jim's Reviews. We can't wait to hear Jim's Reviews. And to hear all the jokes he will use. We just can't wait for Jim's Reviews. Woo!
We are going classic with this one, Eric, back in the day, Dancing Mike. Because I think this is a classic section of books.
Oh, yeah, it's a classic section.
That's
What we used to
what
have
I
all the
think.
time.
Yeah, the one we used to have with the Wolfmans. We have some callbacks in this. Might be new books, but
Some
we get the feel of
callbacks.
the old. You end up having a book that feels a little Silver Agey, right? You
Uh-huh.
got it all. And then you get a Dark Crisis tie-in that who
But not
knows what
Golden
that
Agey?
is. Yeah, well, we do get a Golden Age deal as well. So you have a lot of fun stuff coming up here, Eric. I just want to warn people, strap in, strap on. Here we
Got that.
go. We end up where, before we go into this, please go over to our website. As I said before, WeirdScienceDCComics.com, where you can get reviews, written reviews for most of these books. And yeah, we might as well just get right into that. I think that people like the, no nonsense, Jim and Eric, is what they like. They don't want me to hit the Wolfman. Or, insert
Why would you hit the
cash
Wolfman? What did you sound?
Right. Well, the Wolfman, he's going to have his own Earth coming up. I'll tell you that. And that's pretty cool. That's damn cool. You don't see he does have his own Earth, Dracula.
I'm sitting there like, I'm done with DC versus vampires, but you know what? That werewolf Earth, that's
the
where it's
werewolf
at.
deal, and maybe it's the wards. Somebody actually got a hold of me and was talking about Ben Percy and said, hey, have you ever did you and Eric ever read the Green Arrow where Green Arrow was fighting the werewolves? I'm like,
werewolves and
we
the white
did.
supremacists.
Oh, was it any good? I'm like, no, it was not. But he came back with that rebirth, which is pretty cool, which maybe I should use that as a little segue into something on a side, Eric. I know people like the no-nonsense Jim and Eric, but we ended up where we didn't like Ben Percy in the DCYOU Ward stuff, but when he came back, same creative team came back on Green Arrow, or at least he was writing it still, and we really liked it. So maybe with the announcement of some of the books and some of the shuffling of writers not really getting new writers, maybe I should be a little more
positivity. Look at
maybe
that guy
I should
over
be
there.
a little more positive.
Not trying to depress everybody who comes in contact with him.
Well, I just wanted to tell people, the truth and stuff when we're in the Slack chat. But yeah, I think after a day of thinking about it, I'm cautiously optimistic with this whole dawn of the DC stuff. If you're not aware, it was announced a bunch of new books. They haven't really said what the main line is going to look like fully, and there wasn't
the old line.
Yeah, but there wasn't really. Isn't that a Who song? You end up where you have no Justice League yet announced, and I will give Joshua Williamson credit. At one point, he said, there's not going to be a Justice League book for a while. We're like, yeah, right. Like, we're after that Dark Crisis, they're going to be rushing to do that. It doesn't seem to be the case just yet. So, but we'll have to see how all that is. It just reminded me that the idea that, there has been times where somebody has upped the ante, and Ben Percy was one with that Green Arrow. So I'm going to look forward to all of the books, Eric. But we're going to start with a guy and two guys, actually, I do believe, that are going to be on what I hope will be one of your favorite, two guys in a book over here, two guys and a boy. Mark Waid and Dan Mora was announced will be on the Shazam book, and that seems pretty good. That seems like a really good combo to have that going on. Also, everything that goes from and into that whole DC, Dawn of DC, comes out of the Lazarus Planet. That's Mark Waid as well. So we'll see what is going on with that. 3 events next year, Eric. Which is your event? It's funny because they are really separated by seasons. So we'll just
but what's
this
the
is
other
my
two?
fall. Well, they haven't said. The one seems to be a
So I
Batman
can't tell
maybe
you then,
called Night Terrors is what people are thinking.
Are we counting the Flash's 1 minute war?
No, they're not talking about that. I thought that was you and Jess in the sack, Eric.
Oh
my
goodness I win every time.
Gracious. Yes, you do, because you come and go. You end up where there's going to be a Batman deal in the summer, and this is what really I had to give props, and I do believe it might have been like Newsarama or whatnot. They ended up taking the layers off of the art that was sent out to get more letters that weren't really revealed yet. I'm like, that's some detective work. What are you, Cassie there? Well, we're going to start now, Eric. There you go. I'm all over the place. I'm having problems again today.
Tell you what News Rob is doing today, boys
how
and
about
girls.
this? I'm having problems in my life. Is what I'm having. I cannot focus, but I can focus on one thing, Eric, and that's positivity. I'm positive.
That's
Batman Superman World's Finest, number 9, written by Mark Waid, art by Dan Mora, Tamara Bonvillain, Steve Wands, Eric. So here we go, and we have, Thunder, and he's in big trouble. Here's the thing. A lot of people love this book, and I think that it's getting in that mode that it doesn't matter what's going on in the book. And I'm not just saying this issue, but I really think it's in this mode where people have gone out on a limb and said this is the one good book at DC, so they can't pull that back. I thought this issue was a little bit down.
Oh, no, I totally agree.
I think that what you get at the end seems great and really gets me. I mean, obviously, you want to get to the next issue, but during the issue itself, it felt a little rushed. It felt a little forced in some of the things going on, though I don't
know how any of our bad guys are doing anything in this whole thing, because it's really just glossed over and to give you those wow fan service moments for old school characters like Angleman, even going with the Key and stuff like that, teaming up with the Joker. But most of the issue what we're dealing with now is we have Boy Thunder, a boy from another Earth who has Heat/Thunder powers for how they work. And it's Batman and Superman trying to take this boy under his wing and make sure that he doesn't become a future Jason Todd, because he's the damaged little boy who's going to lash out at people when they start fucking with him. And when you have in the background, okay, I can get a hold of that, especially because you have the young original Teen Titans all there, like palling around. That's a lot of fun. But it's like, you have the Joker. It's like, oh boy, I like me some sidekicks. I'm going to scroll around with the Superman and Batman and the new Boy Thunder. Hey, Key, you go over there and you get me the Angleman's Angler. And like, okay, here's his angle, and we're going to put it in this slot here, and we're going to have a door in the middle of Gotham Street that has another door that the other side is to the Gotham River, and somehow a Batmobile is going to hit it and close it. I'm like, I don't know how any of this happened, but whatever.
Yeah, and I thought that this was the one issue, because I still think that the art is great.
Oh, it's amazing.
But there's a point where I think there is a bit of a disconnect of what's going on and showing it, because, at that one point, you have the door, it opens up. I get the whole concept of it, but while I was reading, I didn't think it played out very well. And when Superman goes off, I'm like, oh, he's just going to get that other side of it. He's going to do this. And you end up, it's very odd. But when you start, there's some things, though, that I really do like. You said about the Teen Titans, I thought that was really good.
My favorite part.
I think that David,
I want a book in this style of just the original Teen Titans do original Teen Titan stuff, because I love this team.
Yeah, I do, too. And I think that if you were going to have a Teen Titans book, a Titans book, anything like that,
I would like Jim. It might be the best Titans book out at DC Comics.
I would like Dan Mora and Mark Waid to maybe write that, because they have them, and it's a fun team. You have that interaction. Each character has their own voice in what little they're in.
Poor
really
Garth.
Does shine. And I like that. The problem is all of the pieces just didn't fit as well as they have been when I was reading this. And I think that the play with David being this, hey, I was a goofball and I wanted to be the goofball, I think that could have been played out a little better. I actually told you that I thought that he caused the destruction. It's a little different than I thought, but
just even the idea where you're going along the lines like, you know what, Eric, I'm pretty sure that this David, his Earth, he caused the destruction of Earth, or he killed his people and his parents. He has a deep, dark secret. And then this whole thing, he's just a lazy goofball. My parents knew that the world was going to end. They built a rocket for all three of us until I went and fucked around in it with soda pop, and I ruined the soda. And they ruined the rocket, and they couldn't build a new one that would fit us all. So I got rocketed away and left my parents for dead. I'm the big screw up.
Yeah. Now, when you have
yes, David. Yes, you are.
I really thought that. Again, I think some of the things should have been expanded, including that whole, land with the Key and stuff. It really felt like, okay, we just have to have this big thing happen so that you get them there. It didn't feel well plotted out, but the idea of David, I almost wanted a little bit more where he's there and see his parents. Like, David, we told you, stop horsing around. Like, a little bit. And then in the current book, when he's with the Titans, who they're a bunch of fun, right? You have them doing. I wanted him to be more of a, hey guys, this is serious business, and I know I'm new, but instead he's over the top.
Oh, we're not hanging with him.
It just didn't feel like it connected. It didn't feel like, okay, there's the goofball. Oh, can't be a goofball anymore. That means I have to be over the top, violent, and vicious. It felt like a weird play. It felt like a weird play, though. Not getting the combo. I would have rather have that been shown where you did have the Titans goofing off and having some fun and like, no, you get it in a different play. But the art's really good. Like I said, there's a disconnect in it when you get to that big deal of downtown Gotham. But before there, and you do have the key and the Joker goes off to get the angle from Angleman.
The Angler.
I thought that one of the greatest things was that the Joker actually, in a weird way, stopping and actually asking like a little kid, so this is where I really liked him wanting to know the plan for some reason. I don't know why, but when he says, the angler, that Bud's face, do you put it here? Is that where you're going to power it up? I'm like, look at that curious guy wondering how things go. But by the end, all he really wants is,
we cut off the Angleman's hand to get his special time and space angler to put it inside of a magic door so we could open up a door in downtown Gotham. On the other side is the Gotham River. Now we're just going to flood Gotham until we stop this, which just, it's going to take a shot from the Batmobile, and that'll do it.
Yeah, and then they're going to get close to it, and then, the plan does seem to be set up to grab whoever. Was it originally going to be Boy Thunder, or were they going to try to grab whatever? It's just odd. Like, that's the big plan here, and we'll see what they want with them and whatnot, if it's just, slicey dicey, or if there's something more
Jim,
to it.
They're evil. They're doing evil things, and what's more evil than taking away a child from somebody?
A child, Eric.
A child.
I would have thought that maybe you'd go more after Dick Grayson. I think that especially the Joker would have more of a deal against
time.
Batman,
I'll take a Robin out after
not
this.
Superman. Well, that's kind of the play you have to remember, where this is obviously before that, because you have Dick Grayson here as Robin. You realize Batman never learns his lessons. He keeps doing things. And
that's because we all know that Boy Thunder will be quickly forgotten after this is all said and done. Never be mentioned again.
And that's also the thing. Once he gets grabbed, you're realizing, okay, that's why he is here. You're going to have that. We'll see. There was a little twist here, so maybe it will change. But you also have what you usually get with a World's Finest, a lot of cool rat catcher that we don't see often. He's completely disgusting. I don't need to see that much of him.
Ratcatcher is taking a man into the sewer to feed him to the rats and stuff like that. I'm sure Ratcatcher's going to have a piece of it. The weirdest part about this, like, I'm not the biggest Ratcatcher fan. I can't think of a lot of Ratcatcher stories off the top of my head when I think about the character, stuff like that. The weirdest part of this whole thing to me, that we start out with Batman and Boy Thunder chasing Ratcatcher down to the sewers to stop him from kidnapping and cannibalizing him. Man, that's all well and good. For some reason, the lone henchman the Ratcatcher has, this tubby, overweight freaking, man, this middle-aged man just sitting there like with a gun pointing out, I don't know where he is, boss. I'm like, why are you working for Ratcatcher right now? It just seems like you're hanging out in the sewers with a guy who wants to eat people who hangs out with rats.
Yeah, exactly. Who is working for this guy? Hey, boss, I can't see him. And
it's not even a bunch of henchmen. It's just one lone, overweight, middle-aged man.
Ratcatcher ain't gonna afford more than one there.
I got that rat money.
Hey, I got the rat money here, damn, mister. What if he called him like Whiskers? Would you like that? Hey, Whiskers, shut your mouth. But it's Batman sneaking up, and then you have David, Boy Thunder. He ends up, doing the electrical powers, and everything lights up. This is against what Batman would normally want, obviously, and tries to explain that. Yeah, he says it. He says, this isn't Metropolis, and that's a really good, there's a lot of good things in this, where you're like, okay, I like the description that Batman says. Listen, and I love the idea that he almost seems like he's pissed off about it, too. Listen, guns are real here in Gotham. We ain't in Metropolis where they're having parades for Superman. We're not playing with ray guns. We're not pew-pewing around here and having parades for Superman because he stopped these, over-the-top alien types. We're doing the hard stuff here. And he starts telling them and giving them little lessons. You have to do what I say. This is stuff we've seen him do with Dick Grayson, even in this book. But, the general things, and I like that. And it is that
too. I'm looking at what Batman's talking to with David about the idea of Gotham Metropolis, and here's Superman generally fights in front of cheering crowds against science criminals and world beaters. I'm like, what does that even, even the ideal, yes, if things are darker in Gotham, we got real guns, we got real insanity, just science criminals and world beaters. I wore my world beater shirt the other day, Eric. It's pretty cool. Honestly, I want a world beater shirt now.
I just love the idea, though, that Batman has to throw in the idea that it's always in front of cheering crowds. None of that shit here in Gotham, pal. Nobody's cheering
we ain't
for
got
me.
them there science criminals. What about Scarecrow? Don't worry about him. Mr. Freeze? Nah, that wasn't real science.
No,
it was
not
coldness.
Science. That's nonsense. That's of the heart. And then cheer. They end up, they're banning masks in this town every 3 days. It sucks. It sucks. Actually, he's just telling David to get the hell out of Gotham. But it's a good transition. It's one of those transitions that you have where, then you get the Joker. And it's a classic Joker. Hey, honey, I'm home. Hey there, T. And he gives it to him.
He's gross.
He is. Well, the Joker is, too.
So is the rat
you kind of
catcher.
forget that sometimes.
Everybody's gross.
Well, it's Gotham, so you have the grossness, and that's kind of a funny deal. Actually, when you're talking to David about all this, that's all he has to bring up. Listen, there ain't no rat catcher in Metropolis. Like, this is real nonsense shit
They got
here.
poodle catcher over there.
Yeah, really. Look at them. They got, get a sandwich for me catcher or something. I don't know.
I fight the rat catcher. Superman fights Toy Man.
Yeah, exactly. It is kind of funny. I do
fat
like
man who plays with toys.
And that's kind of what you usually, that's a neat little, twist of what you usually get. And we complain sometimes in a World's Finest, where a lot of the writers think that this book is made so that each Batman and Superman could just pump each other up. Man, that's Superman. He's great. Batman's great. Superman's great. You don't need that.
World beaters.
This is actually pretty good world beaters. That's pretty big, world beaters.
I know, right?
People cheering, I think, is what he's really pissed off about. I actually thought, and I'll commend Dan Morris.
He's trying to be so condescending for the idea, because he has to throw in the cheering crowds, and even when he describes the bad guys, I'm like, I'm never going to get over this, because, you could either be global threats, but no, world beaters.
World beaters. You think at this point Dick Grayson's pissed off that he wasn't invited to this, down in the sewers?
He's doing
you
Titan
think he's
stuff.
happy? I really thought, and I was going to say this would have been kind of a cringy, why are you doing this? Almost like a one-punch type deal. I thought that David was going to light up, and then you'd have the spotlight of Batman and Robin in the spotlight.
Honestly, that's kind of cool, too.
I thought we were going to get it. And you kind of overplay that sometimes. But you even see as this goes on, after you get the angler and you get that in the position that you end up having, more fan service. This book does do fan service well. And it's not the full focus of it. So I do appreciate that, where you have Flash and Superman, they're running.
Racing across the ocean.
Racing. Yeah, and I like that. And even where you have Barry say, hey, you can fly, you know that. He's like, yeah, sometimes I like the exercise.
Better exercise. Like, is flying not exercising? Like, does that not exert the body in any kind of way?
Maybe not. It might deplete him of his solar energy, Eric, but it might not get the heart rate going. I'm not sure, but you end up where they go and there's pirates that have, taken over. Maybe Somalian pirates, but they're in Guinea, so Guinean pirates. They end up taking a boat. They end up saving these guys.
All of a sudden, Captain Phillips needs help. These guys are on his boat saying, I'm the captain now, and Flash and Superman have to get there in time. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because we have the Teen Titans that come in there and save the day, including Boy Thunder.
Yeah, and you get a whale come out in a really cool way.
I'll tell you that.
A whale of a
it's
deal.
A whale of a tail, too.
It is a fun scene, but in the meantime, while you have Barry and Clark watching the Teen Titans do this, they're talking about having a sidekick, having a younger guy, and I like that Mark Waid has thought ahead.
How do you be a mentor, Barry? Because you're so good with your kid Flash. How can I be more like the Flash? You gotta let him be his own man. Give him room to grow,
he
Superman.
Says don't helicopter.
Don't be a helicopter parent.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why we realize that Clark isn't talking to Batman. And he also says, you had Supergirl, and I thought that was a good play. And I wanted him to go, well, she kind of got pissed off originally because I put her in an orphanage.
And also, cousins. He used to be older than me. It doesn't really work out for the power
it's
dynamic.
It's such a weird play. But you have to have something said about it so that people, what about... And he says, she was more mature. This isn't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, a young kid, like a kid Flash Wally that you dealt with. And he says, you have to let them be their own people. And that works well for Superman. It doesn't work well for a lot of... Batman... It's real tough because Superman can still be watching from wherever. I mean, you can not helicopter while you helicopter if Superman, and he will be, and he's like there and he can save and get there really quick. But I just laugh that he doesn't ask Batman. But Batman's doing his own deal, trying to, get things right and try to figure out. So you go and get the Titans.
I really like to think for
this.
the most part, he's just passing off. Like, Boy Thunder is supposed to be Superman's sidekick because that's the whole idea of the Golden Age aspect. Or was it Silver Age? I don't even remember. I guess it was Silver Age. But the idea of it, I just assume that Batman's like, all right, Robin, go off and do your Titan stuff. I need some Batman time. And Boy Thunder, go do some Titan stuff as well because I need to do the Dark Knight nonsense over here.
Probably. And again, I think that Batman's one of those where I think he already did what maybe Clark asked him. Said, can you take him out a little? And
you take him to the sewers and show him a cannibal? Sure can, buddy.
Yeah, I can. And then he comes back, hey, how was it out with Batman? He's a real stick in the mud. He's a real hard ass. But it ends up where he is learning but there is something off with him. And I said this last issue. I told you, I thought there was going to be some darkness to him. It got a little goofy. I think that Mark Waid doesn't want to get too dark. Yeah, but he did end up kind of killing his parents in a goofy way.
Spilled soda on the rocket console.
So you end up there, and he's with.
How do you think
Titans.
he messed up the rocket? How do you think he actually did it?
I think that you're right.
Just
I think he
with
might
buttons?
Yeah, they didn't have a coaster setting, like one of those things, the cup holder, and he ended up, he was drinking his pop, and he spilled it, maybe kicked something. I actually thought what was going to happen is, oh no, everything's going wrong, but he was messing around, he hit a button, and off he went to Earth.
All of a sudden, it autopiloted the first ship.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to be the case. I thought that was what was happening, but he just then. It is a weird play. Like, what really did he do? How did he mess it up?
Is it going to be one of those things where you'll eventually be right? Like, this is a little bit of opening up. Like, I had this terrible survivor's guilt. Turns out I killed my parents, but it's not what you think it is. It's really nonchalant, innocent, till later on. All right, now I'm really going to open up with you. I got a hatchet and gave him 40 whacks, and then stole their rocket ship.
I was thinking about the idea that maybe we'll find out more. That would feel weird after this issue. And then all of a sudden, oh, by the way, yeah, all of a sudden he's Lizzie Borden. And, you're like, oh, my God. I don't think you'll get that. I think that this is it.
Turns out, in my world, I'm the rat catcher, and I ate him.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, my God, the rat catcher. I'm hungry again. But he is a little over the top, and you get this play where Roy thinks it's the greatest. Like, those two are going to go.
That's because he's over the top, and Roy's best friend later in life is going to be a Jason Todd figure who's just like Boy Thunder.
He has a type, and that plays out. It made me smile, and I thought, boy, if Boy Thunder, they get in a lot of trouble together, these two.
I just know if Roy's listening to a boy band, he's always going for the bad boy aspect of that boy band.
That's true. He's Marky Mark's
going
brother.
For Joey.
Donnie Wahlberg. Marky Mark's brother. Why did I just say
said
Donnie?
Joey. It was Donnie and not Joey.
Yeah, Donnie was the bad guy. I love the bad. The bad guys always rap. That's always the thing back in the day, at least. The bad guy rapped and maybe set hotels on fire, right? That's what he did, though, Eric. He can't escape that. You end up here where also wasn't a great dancer, but he did his thing. Yeah, really. Yeah, his brother did some really, really bad things. So in all that, you have them hanging, and it does feel like we said this before. Anytime we advertise on here, like this should be a book. This needs to be a team. This is really cool. But you end up where Donna realizes there's something wrong. He's not telling us everything.
That boy got a darkness you got to watch out for.
Because he is a little bit over the top. But the over the top, when you find out, I really think Mark Waid wants you to not think he's a psychopath. It's just more about, I'm not going to let anybody.
With that, Mark Waid. I think everybody's a psychopath.
Yeah, that is true. And anybody with a mask like that, I start to think of Valmont. I think of Ghostmaker.
I think of Iron Finger.
I think of all these things. I'm like, they're all psychopaths, Eric. So he's a little over the top, but it's because he doesn't.
Finger. I'm thinking of Wu-Tang, man. I'm thinking Iron Fist.
That's what they used to call me in college. Cold Iron Finger, they called me. I wasn't subtle with it. I don't know why I'm saying this. It's very sus. But you have this. He's not gonna leave anybody behind again. He's not gonna let a little goofing off come between him and his living friends. And he is a little bit over the top. And they are giving him some leadway, and they should. This guy's from another planet. Who knows how they say hello there, Eric? He could end up where a punch in the face might actually be sending him. Oh, that was Batman. Yeah, so he might kick people in the nuts. But yeah, they're getting along, and I love that. I'm telling you, I love Roy. He has his arm around him. They are fast friends. But it really does show you that if and when something does happen with it, it's going to take Roy a while to get his next best buddy come down the line. He's looking for a bad boy now. So it does make sense. But when that happens, you do end up having Superman come. And yeah, about the meanest looking or, very angry and like, come with me, boy. And he grabs him. I love there where,
you can't lose control, David. We take one life and it's all over and stuff like that. We can use force, but not excessive force.
Yeah. And that's a good talk. I love where Dick Grayson, not here. Take him off with. But the way he takes them, it's just the same. I mean, it goes away. It's oh my God. It really feels like it's when you sleep over a kid's house. Your buddy. Why I said
stop doing that.
You sleep over a kid's house, but you sleep over your buddy's house and he gets in trouble while you're there and he's getting yelled at, and it's like the most uncomfortable thing ever. And I'm so bad with small talk. And there's been times where this has happened when I'm there and I start trying to make jokes.
Oh, you're that guy.
Yeah, but I can't.
Keep your mouth shut, Jim. Just do it, no matter what.
Or
Keep
the worst is, too, I end up Eddie Haskelling. Yeah, you know, Pete. You should be listening to your mother. The worst. The dead silence that happens the most really throws me off. But
you keep doing it.
Yeah, I did it yesterday. You know, I slept over that kid's house. You end up where him and David are talking, and that's where David, comes clean. Listen, I have to tell you that everything I said about what happened to my parents in my world, it's not completely true. They made a rocket. And it's one of those things where the big joke has been a lot of times, why did, Jarrell make a rocket for one? Why didn't he end up, this guy, David's dad and mom, they made a rocket for three. They were going to go, and he was goofing off. But you see him in there. I mean, look at him pressing them buttons and stuff. Why didn't they lock the door to it? Why did they let him in the lab? He's a prankster. He's the Ashton Kutcher of his world. He's punking everybody, including his mom and dad are now dead because, he had to go off. They only ended up having time to make a rocket for one later. Again, kind of a weird play. But you go to downtown Gotham. Now we get back to the main thing. Now we have
a gigantic door that's larger than life that's going to release the Gotham River into downtown Gotham. I'm like, bunch of things. I know we're doing some magic dimensional doorway kind of stuff. How did this thing get here, though, to begin with?
I don't know. And then the people, it looks like a Stargate.
It does.
It's
them
there.
chevrons on top?
Yeah, it's there. And then there's some wackadoos in town. I know that weird stuff happens in Gotham, but they're like, hey, what's that? What, you mean that big slab of metal in the middle blocking the road? I think it's an advertisement. Really? Like, what do you think they're advertising? I want to ask that guy. What are they advertising? Come on now.
They're pop-ups.
But yeah, all of a sudden it opens and out comes the water. And it is this dimensional gate that is taking the water from the bay and the river into downtown Gotham as what the key says. You know what I call this? I thought there was going to be a riddle here. I really thought it was going to be some sort of wet pun, something like that. And he just says it distracts. I'm like,
not an asshole.
I know, it just was weird. Like, you know what I'd call this? A wet Thursday. I don't even know what he'd say here. But yeah, you end up where him and
Thursday.
Joker. Yeah, you know, a wet blanket. But Joker says a work of art. So you end up having that. You didn't even get one like Cry Me a River or something. Would have been cool. Speaking of boy bands, that's a Justin song. So you end up where they have to stop this. They have to figure it out. And this is where I said it took a little step backwards because this whole thing, it didn't feel big or smart. It didn't feel much of anything. It just felt like they were doing things like I didn't quite get the concept of everything that was happening.
You have a dimensional doorway that's flooding Gotham. The way we're going to fix this is we got to think fast. Superman, he's going to go and do a cyclone at the Gotham River on the other side and suck it into the clouds. So everything that's been flooding Gotham right now is going to be reverse sucked back through the door somehow and just stay right there all fine. And we're going to close the door by just launching the Batmobile into it. And for some reason that closed the door and everything's easy peasy, lemon squeezy, good and over. But the problem is during this whole time, it left like a big old distraction for Batman and Superman for the Joker to come out and grab Boy Thunder. And for our big old cliffhanger where Boy Thunder is lost to his heroes, looks like he's been Jokerized right away.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Piece of shit.
Nerd. And when the Batmobile went, and this is kind of the charm of this book and the appeal. So I don't want to say that, I think it's the most ridiculous thing, but seriously, that Batmobile launching up and hitting that, like, it really feels like just a kid there with a playset making things that are
Robin,
really crazy. Yeah, it feels a little too much. It feels like it's almost to the point of, really? Like, that's a little... But, and I do like you get that play still of like, no, you can't drive. That's a classic. That's a classic.
Pretty
deal
cool
where
car.
It comes down.
You can't drive it.
Yeah. So you have that going down.
You, at this point in time, you can just have George Clooney saying, it's the car. Chicks dig the car. Actually, no, that's freaking... That's even Robin says that about Batman and that.
Yeah, exactly. But it does feel like a little too hokey, a little too cheesy the way it played out. But to me, it still does feel like you have a Matchbox car. Like, boom, and that worked. And there you go. And they
Hot
end
Wheels,
up,
Jim.
They end up,
Hot Wheels.
Well, there you go. It's so funny that the Hot Wheels are the better. So you end up where they're there, they're trying to recoup. Okay, what happened? And then all of a sudden the Joker grabs David. And like you said, immediately into a room filled with Joker talking. And it looks like Joker gas and his Jokerized. That's not good. That is not good at all. It looks like there's some big problems for David. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. See how this, kind of goes. But what would you give it?
Ultimately, I think the art in this is the biggest, the best part of the book overall. This book will always look amazing. You can give ourselves the most ridiculous dialogue, the most ridiculous concepts, the most ridiculous plot. The art is always going to make this book shine brighter than most of DC Comics that they're putting out right now. Most of the book is fine, but the idea of, like, just jumping scene to scene for the, we're still training old David Boy Thunder, and we think he might be dark, but it turns out just more of, like, survivor's guilt. I don't know, it was a pacing issue to what's going on here, but the scenes you have with characters, the characters really shine out like the art. I am here for that. The art and the characters, for the plot can go wherever it wants. Ultimately, it doesn't feel like it's going to go most places that I want it to go. It just, we go from point A to point B in a way that doesn't really matter ultimately. It just happens. And I'm okay with that because I can still enjoy the book for how it looks and how the dialogue works with the interactions of the characters. So 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I think I'll go 7, 8. Maybe I could even go to an 8. I really do like the art, and coming up, Dan Moore will be leaving the book, and even Mark Waid maybe.
Nope,
I don't know how it's going, but because they're going to go off and do the Shazam book and things like that. But he already announced that his time is coming. He's also doing, I think, art on something else. It might be that Brave and the Bold as well. But
yeah, I don't remember which one it is. I know Dan Moore is doing something with the Green
Arrow. He's doing
Arrow.
a couple things.
I forget what it is.
He's definitely doing the Shazam with Mark Waid, but I think he might be doing also.
That's going to look amazing.
A bit. Yeah, it'll be great. I can't wait for that. That's going to be, great. And like you said, I think that you have to get into that mode, and most people are, but when we're reading all these books and going, the way the plot progresses in this, it is kind of a secondary thing of, okay, what are they going to fight this week or this month to get to the character moments and to get the thing going? And a lot of times, it isn't the most important thing in the book. Like, you end up going and you see a pirate, I was going to say pirate ship, but pirates take over these guys. Really, that doesn't really matter. You get to see Flash and Superman together. You get all of that wrapped around that bit. But sometimes in an issue like this, there's a little bit too much of that. We end up having a couple different scenes that you're like, okay, that was okay. But the whole thing with the water in the deal, I know it's a distraction, so it's not supposed to be the greatest of plans, but it kind of threw me off. But I'm going to actually be Mr. Positive. I'm going to go 8.
I want to know how you set it up and how we actually defeated it, because I have no idea how any of it was done besides for some magical angler.
I mentioned the idea of why and why did they want to get a hold of David? What's the thing about that? But also, like, how did they get this? How'd they get this thing started together? There's Joker, there's the key, we're there. Hey, everybody, let's go. But again, that's
what the
just
Joker hates more than anything? Locks.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to go 8, though, because the art is so good. And some of those moments, I love the Titans in the book. They are so good to the point where I love when you have a book that characters in it are so good that you want a separate book with just them done when you read it. So I'll give it that. But we'll move on to the next book, which is what?
Stargirl, The Lost Children, #1, written by Jeff Johns with art by Todd Knock, Matt Herms, and Rob Lee. And for this, we're picking up where we left off in the Stargirl Spring Break special because we have lost children throughout the ages, Jim. We got to go out there and find Wing and the person who's keeping them, who could possibly be the childminder.
Oh my God, a childminder. Yeah, you end up...
Those babysitters.
If you ended up not reading the Spring Break special, you should read it before this, and even some of the Flashpoint Beyond. Yeah, because... You end up having these
you should
characters.
Even read one issue of Flashpoint Beyond before you read this week's Flash.
Exactly. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. You end up where, again, I think the art's great in this. I really like the different styles.
I'm telling you, it's weird because I like the way things look. I just wish it would have gone for a more contemporary style than actually like trying to look like the colors of the era kind of thing. When you go back and we talk about the Golden Age, I want it to be brighter for some reason. I want it to have that slick, clean look, and it just...
Yeah, I really
great.
like
Don't get me wrong. It's just dull looking at times the way the color palette is.
Well, I mean, some of it is going back to 1942, and that stuff, I think it works out well.
I want it to shine. I want it to have the shimmering.
But you do get the shimmering a bit more when you get to the regular deal, and it does feel even like a Young Justice art from back in the day in my mind, and even a Stargirl stuff, so that makes sense. But I liked it. I thought it was really good. And I get to the point where, at the end, I'm really excited about this book. I'm excited to keep going. This issue is just the setup issue. You're going and you get everything kind of set up. I like everything that is set up.
You want everything right away here?
I didn't get as much of a wow feeling by the end that I thought I would, but I think that that's going to end up where it's more of a slower burn 6 issues.
Just for some reason, because of what we've dealt with the Spring Break special and talking about the Time Masters and what they're involved with the 13 and the missing characters throughout time and what it means with the children that are missing in the periphery, but it still seems like it's, connected to, like we're talking about Dr. Baxter in the Flash book talking about hyper time. It feels like it has to do with one another. Like the Flash, this and Batman or Flashpoint Beyond have a lot to do with one another. And even the idea, and so because of that, it feels like we've been dealing with this whole idea a long time now. And by you're done issue number 1 of a 6-issue mini, like, I don't feel like I got anywhere.
Well, that's I think that might be the problem. First off, you end up where not everybody's going to read everything, though this never felt like it was really, bogged down by recap. But you are really forcing that idea of sidekicks, the children, like you said, because they are going to go out and trying to get them. It is the kids. And so I think maybe I wanted a little more of Stargirl herself. I wanted to get a little more of a feel for her in it, of Courtney, especially because I don't have a ton of background with Courtney.
Get to read in
Stargirl. I know. Well, I ended up where at one point I was going to do like a reading club of that thing. I'm like, I already have too many things that I'm behind on, but I want to get more Stargirl. I don't mind that she's hanging out with Red Arrow, though some people question why that was and how that came about. I thought it was good because
that was a great thing that was explored in the spring break, especially because of what we had with the 7 Soldiers of Victory, explaining how Speedy and Green Arrow that we know today, a modern day one, went back in time, and they were also the Golden Age heroes that everybody remembers from the 7 Soldiers of Victory. And because of all of that, you have Emiko Red Arrow, who's the newest sidekick and sister of Green Arrow. She came to the most latest meeting talking about what happened to TNT. I'm sorry, not TNT, Crimson Avenger. So you have all that going on, which, brought Courtney and Emiko together. It was a great little, combination of bringing Stargirl and Emiko together because, Stargirl's been in the background for the longest time, not really anybody doing anything with her. I don't know if this is because Jeff Johns called dibs because it's his character. Nobody really got to play with it. I don't know, but Emiko Queen as well, because there's no Teen Titans book, she doesn't really have a lot to do. She's not going to class. It's school in July. Nobody's going to class.
She's got no class.
But
right?
These two together, it's a great combination that I never saw coming, and I like them working, especially because Emiko, who is really... She was almost like a dead mother type aspect to the Teen Titans that we had before because she seemed the most mature out of all those newest recruits to the Teen Titans. And here, she is the bad influence on Courtney, and I like this dynamic.
I do too. And it's also, if you're going to go with that, you can almost assume that you might get some of the other characters too in that might pop in and out and whatnot.
Nah,
so I think that'd be
Courtney
cool.
to herself.
You think she's keeping it to herself?
She's
I
not
don't know.
blowing this friendship by bringing Roundhouse around.
We'll have to see what's going on, but I also like this idea where...
Now, Kid Flash, do that.
What little I have with Courtney, I know one thing. She's always getting in trouble. She's always getting grounded. She's always in detention. Yeah. So, but I do like this idea where you're playing sidekicks. You're playing, this whole play, but you're also giving good character work with Courtney and Emiko with that play of, hey, I don't have friends and I want to hang out with Emiko, and then her parents are, well, no,
I can
you
be
have
myself
friends.
around her and I can be Stargirl around her. I don't have it anywhere else, Mom, but your grades are slipping, so you don't get to hang out with the Emiko Queens no more.
And I like the reverse deal where they actually say, no, that's not really true. You actually have a lot of people you can hang around with both. And she says then, well, Emiko doesn't. That's really the deal. She went, I'm telling you why I loved
Poor
it.
Kid Flash.
It was such a good, I know, it was such a good teenager moment though, with the idea that you have that on the ready
Mom,
excuse.
Have you seen her friends, the Titans? God.
Yeah, really. I mean, one of them ended up killing a guy. I mean, seriously, he dresses up like a Robin. But you end up where I love the idea that she did just blurt out the deal. I don't get that. Yes, you do. And well, actually, the real reason is Emiko. But yeah, Emiko being this bad influence is pretty cool. I think that once you get through the beginning, and I thought that beginning art, it really wowed. I really thought it was great. I know you're saying you didn't like it as much, but
it looks great because it really reminds you of the era that it's trying to portray and stuff like that. For some reason, I always just like those bright, vibrant colors, and I wasn't getting it here because it was trying to be something that, like outside of time, that it had to be a dull kind of coloring, and it works. I'm telling you, this whole thing where you have, Dan the Dynamite Kid, and you have TNT here just taking down robbers who are dressed as the Crow and the Fox, who look like just Disney characters. They're just monsters with Halloween masks on, and it's great. It's great old-timey greatness here. And then it just leads us to the idea that, the idea of what sidekicks. Back in the day, all heroes had sidekicks, and that's what made, Sylvester different because he had an adult sidekick. Going into the legacy, bringing us as a good bridge to where Courtney is now as Stargirl and Stripe, her stepfather Pat.
With Pat, yeah.
This whole thing, though, was I like it because the way it's being told, we're getting to see how things used to be through the eyes of Dan Dunbar, who was, the Dynamite Kid, Dan Dynamite. I keep getting all messed up because I keep wanting to say Wing because that's our big thing that we're going for. But the idea of this, you have him going off. He's still a living thing. And it's a great callback, too, to that Young Justice back in, I think it was the year 2000, when they did the Sins of the Youth storyline, and you had old Justice versus Young Justice. So you had all the old, seniors type, original sidekicks and stuff like that. Like even Doiby Dickel was there and stuff who were there trying to say, who do you get off being called Young Justice? We're old Justice. We're going to police everybody. We're gatekeeping this old Justice thing. And how dare you, Courtney, be Stargirl? Because my brother Sylvester, he didn't allow this. And I thought it was actually terrible back in the day because,
but
I was
now
a lot
you get a
younger
kick
back
out
then.
of it, right?
Yeah, it's fun actually calling back because it's so funny to think of because where we are, we're like over 20 years removed from that story. And we have Courtney still in high school.
I know. And it's weird when she's telling it and even going through this. But what I liked about it, you are going to jump around in this book. You're jump around. Hey, jump around. You end up, your pants are backwards there. And so when you're doing all this.
God, they are.
Yeah. When you're doing all this, though, I think that's a better play than, I think people would get confused. You do spell out, hey, this is 1942. But I like that difference. It's like a flashback type art. And why not do it in the back in the day as you're telling the story? I just got a kick out of it. It's something that I always do enjoy.
No, I'm telling you, it looks great, especially when you have the whole dynamite ring thing go to activate, your ring powers with, with TNT and the Dynamite Kid. When you have that going on, it looks great. But the single piece of best dialogue, its entire book, that really made me upset because I actually want to see more of it because it's something I always want to see. But the idea when Courtney's trying to talk to her mother about what she's been up to and how she had to skip some classes because I had to fight Solomon Grundy with Red Arrow. When did you fight Solomon Grundy? On Monday, and you get the flashback. It's a spread page, flashback of them fighting, and I want to see this entire story.
See that. It looks so good, right? I'm like,
Grundy's
oh my
always
God.
born on a Monday, Mom.
And that's the funny play is there are those lines. And yeah, that's a fan service skill, but it made me laugh, the idea. No, we fought him on Monday, Mom. He's always born on Monday. It's almost like, you should know this, Mom. Come on.
I'm telling you, I read that. It took me back to what we used to talk about with that one story I wanted to write where we were trying to wrangle Solomon Grundy. Every time he's killed and then reborn, and you have a task force that's appointed. It's just like a bunch of stormtroopers who have the little name tag on there that says, I hate Mondays.
Yeah, I hate Mondays, and go after it. And that's the name of the story, Eric. It all works out. But yeah, I like that. And I like the idea. Again, where Jeff Johns is already showing you right away that there's the family aspect, which you do get in this, especially with Pat. And that is the play
here, too. But will we get
too.
the family aspect? Because they're off doing, they're thinking they're doing good parenting stuff. You got to stop the superheroine and actually go to do schoolwork. And as soon as, Courtney's sent off to her room, Heather goes right there. Time to go on an adventure. I got a new freaking, a line on where Wing is. All right, let's go. And are we going to get a lot of Courtney's mom and Pat? I don't know.
I think there'll be a lot of this. I think you'll get Pat. And she even says, listen, Pat, that's Wing.
I imagine Stripe will show a full, robot suit and everything.
Oh, yeah. And, that's your old teammate. And the thing is, you see the line that her mom gives that you realize there's trouble ahead. Because she says, listen, I can't really make you do this. No, you can. I'm telling you, this might be me as a bad dad, but I'm like, yeah, you got to get your kid to school and you got to get them. There's none of this. Well, I can't really tell you or make you to go to school. No, there's ways. There's ways there. But
are there?
Yeah, you end up saying that you're never going to leave this house unless you do. I mean, there's trouble if she doesn't. But I like the whole idea where she had been skipping classes. She even said, I have calculus. I don't skip important things. Calculus is important. So when Emiko says, hey, we got to get going. Oh, no. I promised my mom and dad that I'd end up, focusing on school. School's tomorrow. All right. It doesn't take much. She's like, all right, as long as I'm back for, sunrise. And so they go off, but you end up having all the stuff that we had in the special and things like that, this vision, all these things going on of the missing sons and daughters, the lost children. That does tie in well as you're reading this and really gives you that play that we had at the end of the Flashpoint Beyond as well of all these characters. And
it's such a weird idea because I have to assume that it is combined because what we saw in the Stargirl special, the Spring Break Stargirl special, when we had the idea of these characters, the lost children, the childminder, when all of these original things were dropped on us just all mysteriously, we got to go find Wing. Wing was a big one. But within those missing children was also Judy Garrick, which is crazy because then she became part of the 13 that the Time Masters had. So is the whole idea with Prodegaton, the Time Masters, and the Childminder, are they all connected?
Yeah, I don't know because they're trying to do this unless this is they think this is Childminder stuff here, but some of it is, some of it isn't.
And the
Because
weird
you do
part
have
is,
a lot
too,
of these characters that we saw in those tubes that disappeared.
Oh, exactly. You have a lot of these characters on Dan Dunbar, the old TNTs, old Dynamites,
his rape board, right?
It's not a rape board. I wish you would never call it that. I don't know why you'd have a board
Here's
full
the thing.
of rape.
I have actually had at least 3 issues in the past month that have this board. I will never say it
Call
when
it a
I'm
mystery
doing it
board.
myself. I actually call it the crazy person board that they end up with. Once you have string and tacks and things like that, anybody who walks in thinks you're crazy. I go with that. But when you're around there, it's the rape board because it riles you up. It's only with you. It's the rape board.
But you do have all these kids, and I don't know how that's connected with the 13 that we saw before.
The thing that I thought was pretty cool, it's kind of a meta thing, actually, where you end up seeing the rape wall. And you have all of the pictures and things like that. And
children,
they start talking. They start talking, Cherry Bomb, John Henry Jr. Like, I don't remember these. Why don't I remember these characters? This is weird. And a lot of people had that reaction when we saw them at the end of that Flashpoint Beyond that it threw me off where people were like, this doesn't make sense. I looked up these characters. They're not real characters. They weren't there before.
They were taken from time.
The way that it said it was taken from time. And I thought that it played out really well with that here, where they are, they're experts. They should know these characters. And I don't really recognize
Which
them.
is weird, though, because they've been taken from time, which makes sense, so nobody would recognize them. But even we had before, when somebody mentioned something about, Jay Garrick's daughter is like Judy or something like that, they still seem to know. But even when, Red Arrow's talking about, how Dan Dunbar has all these notebooks filled with stuff, even the idea that he has pictures of these kids, it's not exactly like they are erased from time, because is the fact they were erased from time, but now they're newly reintegrated. So they're still here, but then lost again because the child mind are trying to take them out of time once they've been reintegrated.
It reminds me so much of the convoluted way that Wally ended up disappearing, coming back. They kind of remembered him, or even the idea of rebirth. I kind of remember we used to smooch there, Dinah. Hey, I remember that too, Oliver, but maybe. And it felt like that. It felt like, hey, I kind of know that these are there and they were right. But then you say, where did they get the pictures? But this might be all, it's timey-wimey stuff. It's going to end up being things because some people were lost out of time and even had little jumps where you even had Pat talking about that earlier when Courtney said, that's your old teammate.
It's so funny with all these characters we're talking about, because really, no matter what, we're going after Wing, who was the sidekick of the Crimson Avenger and stuff like that. That is the main driving force for Courtney and Emiko to get together and find these missing kids. Essentially just that one. We had Judy Garrick involved with all that as well. We even had Spirit in that one panel that we saw before, who was in Young Justice, Spirit, Secret, who was in Young Justice before, who's gone missing this entire time. But now out of nowhere, it was out of all of these characters that we've talked about, we've seen pictures of, we had a whole spread at the back to tell you who they were, what time, back in the golden age, that's a mystery to us because they were never in time until they were reintegrated and taken out. But now here's this one, TikTok. We have the sidekick of Our Man. He was investigating a miracle ship had gone. Then the ship that was on him and the ship disappeared. I'm like, now you're adding TikTok. Why was not TikTok involved in all these other ones?
TikTok. We'll have to see. And in that they end up getting this message. It seemed kind of convenient deal. It reminded me, actually, right away, it reminded me of that movie Frequency.
Exactly.
Where you're getting the deal.
Dad's talking in the past.
Yeah, I thought, that's cool. That's
Dennis Quaid wants to talk to you from the 1960s.
Here's Dennis Quaid. He wants to talk to you. And,
it is weird when you have that, because you have this mysterious voice coming through, and we even saw the idea that the Spectre might be involved in this somehow. But he's like, Danny, next up the weather, we're all here. Did you hear that? It said Danny. And the idea of when it goes, and he's like, you got to find them before, I swear it says, where's it at? She's coming. Find us before and Zold. I'm like, are we selling the children from the past?
I don't know. Oh my goodness. They're selling the children. Maybe.
Zold.
There you go. Zold indeed. But you end up where he's, giving this deal, and he ends up finding this island, and he's remembering everything.
We have our 2 girl characters, our main characters, these teenage girls, break into Dan Dunbar's house because he has a lead on where the kids are, and they want to take his lead. Dan's not there, so they just break in and look at his mystery wall. Well, Dan is already on his own on a freaking a boat trying to figure out where this mysterious island, where the shipment of Miracle and TikTok went down. And it seems that old Danny Dunbar has found it. It's just once he gets on the island itself, it becomes a reverse of that M. Night Shyamalan movie, where it's not old, it's young, because all of a sudden Dan Dunbar becomes young again.
He becomes young again.
Once he puts on his TNT ring.
And it's funny, because when he sees that, he puts the rings on, and he ends up, oh my God, look, I'm young again. This is great. I'm cursed. And you're like, you shouldn't have come here, Mr. Dunbar. I'm like, ooh, and then he yells. I do
Which
like that.
Which is so funny to call
too.
back on the old Justice and stuff like that, because the whole idea that the Sins of the Youth crossover we had there, all the young characters became old middle-aged people, and all the old people became youngsters and toddlers and stuff like that. But like Courtney had to be the responsible one and take care of like a Jay Garrick and stuff who were just running around just like being mischievous.
Okay, that's cool. And I did like the ending, but I said before, this is one of those books again where I really wanted, but I don't know. I mean, I wanted more. I wanted to see more of what was going on. It has to be intrigued, and I really had fun.
It's all about the intrigue, but you still have no idea what's really going on here.
Yeah, but like we just said about the world's finest, the idea of Emiko and Courtney I thought was great. I really like them together trying to solve this. And again, they're going to try to do this in one night so they don't get in trouble, things like that.
They ain't gonna.
And then you end up where that's where I think that
Courtney's
they disappear.
Grounded for life.
I think Pat's going to have to go to her and find out because he's definitely involved in this. And she even threw shade at him. This is your old teammate. You don't care. He seems to want to move on. All that. But Mr. Dunbar, he can't move on. And he did find this island. I mean, you end up where
Pat's,
he found it.
defense here, he has seen the grave of Wing. He knows that Wing is dead and buried, so there's nothing more that he can do at this point in time except for this ghostly message that she had during the last, like, pseudo, not hyper time, but a displaced time adventure they had during the spring break special.
Yeah, it's funny because as we were talking there, I saw him like, is that another guy? I think it's just his costume that is washed up on shore. I'm like, is that a mangled up guy over there? But yeah, he ends up and there's somebody else. You shouldn't have come here. But that's one of those where you shouldn't have come here because now we're stuck. You shouldn't have come here because, we're in big trouble, whatever.
Now we're on
or
the
it could
island
be
of
even more.
Lost.
Yeah. And or it could be even more like you shouldn't have come here. Now I'm going to kill you. We'll have to see how it is. But he does look
Turns
concerned.
out this is the island
sad.
of Lord of the Flies and you're Piggy, Danny.
Oh, yeah. He's like, and I'm now going to crush your glasses on purpose. Boom. Done. My glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
I hated Lord of the Flies so much because of
those glasses.
No, the thing is, I was a fat kid with glasses, and I'm like, if I'm anybody on this goddamn island, I'm always going to be Piggy.
They started yelling out to you. You weren't Balthazar Getty in that situation. But I do even like the progression, and now Jeff Johns, he's really good. I mean, obviously, he's a good comic book writer, but you have that deal that it doesn't feel forced. Like the idea of them like, hey, here's this X marks the spot in this map, but there's nothing there. And then you go and see Dunbar doing that. I thought it was a really good play, but at least they know where he might be at this point. They're going to have to figure out how to get there.
All
and
that
what.
Queen Industries money to get a jet, a speedboat, something.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, really, anything they want. So you'll have all that. But what did you think by the end? What would you give it?
Well, even with my complaints about the idea of where I wanted the colors to be brighter and not as dull, I know what they're going for, and it still looks great even with my complaints in that aspect. And I like the story a lot because I've been waiting to pick up this story beat ever since we got done the Spring Break special, and even going into Flashpoint Beyond. I've been excited for, and even the JSA book for the most part. I'm really looking forward to this. I just wish ultimately we got more here because as a number one, it's kind of weak sauce exactly for what we're going for. If you haven't read the rest, even though I have, I'm like, I wanted just a little bit more because it feels like a carrot that's been dangling in front of me for the longest time. And I keep reaching for it and it still keeps dangling. And I'm like, we have 6 issues of this. Yeah, it's just the first issue. You can't have everything all at once. You can't be a Jim Warner about this all the time.
I just was going to say, what are you know me?
I'm sorry. I just wanted a little bit more.
But it doesn't feel like the first issue. There's been some setup. So you kind of do want some more.
But I still liked it a lot. A 7.8 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm going 8. I could go up a little. I will. 8.2. Because I really like the art. I'm really intrigued with what it's going. And it did have the feel that I was hoping it would. I ended up liking while I was reading it. I had a smile on my face. Again, like I do with World's Finest for the most part. And a couple other books this week. It's one of those. I haven't had a bunch of books like we had this week that I actually had a good time reading. And I had a good time reading.
And it continues on, right?
Yeah. Well, not the next book, but the next section there are. And it's one of those things, too, because I'm reading this, and obviously when we're doing the podcast, there are points and books that I'm going to have to rely on you more on, and this would be one of them. I told you I don't know a ton of, the whole deal with Stargirl and some of the, All-Star Squadron and the Jet. So when I went and read it, though, yeah, all that. And so when I'm reading it, though, I didn't feel as left behind as I was afraid. I have read the books going into this, but even the character stuff.
Like the character stuff, you already know me because I've been dropping those throughout the time of you reading, yeah.
But I like the idea where that's what I think Jeff Johns does well at points is he doesn't just rely on, hey, look, dynamite. right? That is not going to go. No, I end up getting a look at that character as if, I did read something in the past, or I know enough about it because I got the character work from it. And even the idea of Emiko and Courtney, I think that was a good play because a lot of people either know either or, and you're getting the other one, so you get a combo. So I was really liking it. I liked seeing Courtney with that whole juxtaposition of Emiko being the bad girl. And yeah, I had a good time with it. I even liked the family part where it was real quick, but we go off. I really liked it. Now the next book is not good. This is not good, Eric.
It's a big Dark Crisis tie-in, Jim. It's Dark Crisis, Young Justice #6, our finale, written by Megan Fitzmartin with art by Laura Braga, Luis Guerrero, and Pat Brousseau. And in this, we finally come to the conclusion of what our Teen Titans, or what should be the Teen Titans, our Young Justice have been up to during our Dark Crisis storyline, where Mxyzptlk Jr., Mickey Mxyzptlk, has taken our heroes away from all the action, all the darkness of the Great Darkness and Pariah, and put the trio of Impulse, Superboy, and Robin into their own dream world of 1999, because that's where they really shine, and that's where Mickey likes it. And we have to be beat in the head this entire time. The entire series has been all this toxic nostalgia, all the stuff back that you liked in the 90s was terrible. These versions of the characters, they have grown since then, and the problem is, they're telling us that in this series, but the problem is they haven't grown since then, especially in the last decade, where you have stuck them pretty much where they left off in 1999 with portrayals of Bard Allen, Connor Kent, and Tim Drake. Tim Drake has a new direction because he has a new sexuality that he's exploring outside of what he had throughout the 90s and in the 2000s. We're doing something new with that. But even Connor is stuck in his same look from like 1998, 1999. Impulse, he became Kid Flash. He had grown up to a great point in his career. He'd actually grown up to become the Flash, died and came back as Kid Flash. There was a lot of stuff. Now he's just regular Impulse again. And for some reason, it seems like this book wants to yell at the fans because this is not what the great part is. They can grow and do different things. And I'm like, yes, they can. They did. But for some reason, DC, the people that Megan Fitzmartin is working for, decided, let's erase all that and just go back to square one. And now we're being yelled at for it. And for some reason, Cassie Sandsmark, Wonder Girl, in our finale to this Dark Crisis tie-in, we're just going to be told over and over again how the characters that we love, the trio of Impulse, Tim Drake, and Connor Kent, they're all assholes. And Cassie Sandsmark has been the best all along. I'm like, that is a weird way to go for all of this.
And it's such a weird combo. Here's the feelings that I get from this. You're getting a bit of what I hate and what me and you have talked, and I don't think you like it as well. The idea of let's really shit on somebody or a team or a character. By the end, then, we'll show how great they are, so that'll make everything great.
We already thought they were great before this nonsense.
Again, this is, where you have the stuff with, with Wonder Girl, it feels a lot like what Tom Taylor's been doing with, say, a Nightwing. The idea of, hey, everybody, look, but everybody who would now, you've already shit on old fans so much, you've given them the middle finger that they may not be around. But as a fan, how great she is. There you go. So you have that. You're also trying to do a weird play of solving things. She's answering questions nobody ever asked. These things have been solved way before this. She has no idea. So you keep going back to things like, oh, that kiss and all that. Those were all resolved up until now. And the real big play that I hate with this, what I hate about this book so much is you can make the play. You said it, where instead of saying that these characters were awful back in the day and they've never got away from being awful, which is not true, you can go with the idea that it's simple. You have them in this world where they can decide if they want to stay in the glory days of old yore, or they grow up like they have, and they say at the end, we've grown past this. We don't need this. You don't have to be toxic about this whole play. Like you said, you agree with the overall concept. These characters should have moved on, and that's more the writer's problem. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a whole, that's what ruined it, not the idea that they were pieces of shit back in the day. You don't need to do that. Yeah, you could have a little fun of it, like, oh man, did I really say that? Oh my goodness. You could have, but not center your whole entire story on it to get to the end.
The idea where we're now apologizing for the way that we treated Cassie, because the thing is, when Young Justice started out, it was a boys club. It was Connor, it was Bart, and it was Tim. They did all this stuff. They reached out after that as things started growing, and they did give a bit of hazing and like cracking wise to these new recruits like Arrowette and Wonder Girl and stuff like that. Exactly, and they even fell in love. And the point that we have to have Superboy, I'm so sorry that I was your first love because you deserve better. I'm like, yeah, we did a lot of that. We moved on. We had Connor die. We had Connor come back. We resolved all of this until the universe shifted into a new 52. I don't know why we have to talk about how terrible we were, even though we had talked about this and lived through this, and they are the best friends that there ever had been at this point in time before everything shifted. Now we're just going back like nobody read the 2000s at all.
Nobody,
like,
she
okay.
didn't. Yeah. And that's the problem this is what it gets me, and you're more of a Young Justice fan and read all this stuff, all that.
I prefer them as Teen Titans, personally.
I do too, actually, now. But you've read more than me. So you end up, what this feels like, and this is just how I feel it. This is the person who shows up and starts working with you. They end up getting hired. They're going to work with you. And 2 days in, they start throwing shade at you like, oh, you're bullshit. You don't know it. Like, this person has no idea what this whole job is. She shows up like this and starts throwing shade at people who are fans when she doesn't even know these characters. She's telling you she's the one who seemingly either doesn't know or can't move on from something that nobody else had a problem with. That is so long ago, and the people who like these characters are for them loving each other and being a family and being fun and all that. And yeah, there was parts of the time and stuff like that. But again, I said, it's the question nobody asked. She's answering that, and there's no reason to do that. You just move on. If you're going to do this, have them go into this world and actually say,
achieve something in this
whole
thing, because when Bendis decided he was going to come to DC, like, I want to do a Young Justice book, whether it makes sense or not. And then we had this whole thing dangling in front of us, the idea there's something magical or something along the lines that made everybody forget that Young Justice was a thing. And oh my God, how could maybe explore what happened there and why nobody remembered what happened before? Even the idea that you did have a Teen Titans group during the New 52 of different versions of these characters, maybe talk along those lines and how people could forget Connor Kent when he went to Gem World, something along those lines, because you brought them back in that Bendis Young Justice just to replay 1999 all over again. So are you yelling at us, Megan Fitzmartin, or are you yelling at Bendis, or are you yelling at the people who are yelling at Bendis on Twitter about the stuff he's doing?
And that's the weird play. Like you said, you could end up having it where, oh my God, you did it. You ended up explaining that all along it was Mixie Jr. He was there doing this. He was kind of behind the scenes. Hey, I threw him there in Gem World and that dude. And then show,
it's Dr. Glory somehow.
Tell a story, though. In this, it just ends up where it's like, why come into a Young Justice book with an agenda that ends up really turning off everybody who are fans of this team? And I said it. I say it every issue. The biggest issues that she has or seems to have with this are the issues that every fan from back in the day have. They weren't allowed to continue. They ended up being pushed aside. These are all the things, but yet she centers on toxicity and the idea that they didn't treat Cass.
All our heroes are pieces of crap, essentially, and now they have to apologize for it. I'm like,
and
why?
They're apologizing at the end. I mean, there's so weird a play in this. And I'll just ask you at one point where I think, like, who is involved and who came up with this. But you end up because you have Mixie there and he reveals himself. I'm the villain because I hate it. I'm going to end up making you do what I want.
I wanted to be your hero and give you a world like, I tried to play off what Pariah and the Great Darks were doing by giving the other Justice Leaguers a dream world. So I was going to give you a dream world and be your hero where you could always be hero. But if you don't want to accept my gift, I guess I'll be your villain. I'm going to freeze Arrowette in time. I'm going to make Tim Drake not have a mouth. I'm going to turn Superboy invisible. And I'm just going to not do anything to Bart because Bart, he can't do anything, but during this whole time, he decides Bart's going to stop time, lend Cassie some of the Speed Force so he can have a plan about creating a quantum entanglement to trap Mixie in it forever, to get him out of the way, it's going to get out eventually, but the idea, we're going to create a trap for him. But Mixelplex, such a jerk, he thought that Bart Allen was a joke, so he didn't even decide to take away his Speed Force powers. I'm like, that's the stupidest shit ever. But in order
Cassie
for this,
is a girl, so,
exactly.
There she is, right?
And in order for any of this to work, so we also have Red Tornado here. We're going to turn him human. It's pretty much all Red Tornado ever wanted, because even this version of Red Tornado moved past this well after his time in Young Justice to the point where he was human. It was great. It was, what the hell was it? The Tornado's Path and stuff like that we had. I think Brad Meltzer wrote that. Such a great Justice League story. But this essentially is like, okay, he's going to give us back our powers, because then we're going to tell him that you couldn't face us with our powers, and when we do, with our powers combined, quantum entanglement. But even when you have the idea where they're trying to fight off, Mxyzptlk Jr. here, and then Connor's invisible and he can't do it, but then he's able to hold him like, I know you're there, Connor, even though you're the Invisibles. And when they're fighting Mxyzptlk, Robin is stuck into like a amber shell, so he can't do anything. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have a mouth, and it's such a weird situation. But we get to the point where
he's like Arseface at one point.
He is like Arseface. But it just looks like all of a sudden, like, okay, Red Tornado as a human is going to slap Mxyzptlk in the face, while Wonder Girl flies down and uses her heat vision.
Heat vision. That was what I was going to point out. I was going to point out the idea.
Even when Connor is talking about who Cassie Sandsmark is and how great she is, actually, I'm not sure if it was Connor, but it's one of the trio talking about how great she is for the 5th time. Then like, she's the daughter of Zeus. I'm like, well, she's the granddaughter of Zeus now, because we changed it since then.
She doesn't know. A heat vision. Right there, you're like, when the fuck did she get that?
Is that the artist's problem, or is that a writer's problem?
That's where I said I want to talk to you and ask you who you think done messed up and did that. And yeah, I actually think that maybe it would have been the idea of in a script, and then she shoots it with the heat vision. I don't know that an artist, we don't know. We'd have to see the script, but somebody done messed up, and somebody should have caught that. That's not one of her powers. And then I'm thinking to myself, like, did he say something that he didn't? No, he just left her alone because she's a girl. Now she has powers that she doesn't normally have. They're solving problems that were already solved. You end up where all of this leads into a big piece of shit book that ends up being a tie-in to the big event, and you can't even get out of your own way. And yet, you're there on a soapbox talking down to everybody who was a fan of this book, and you don't even know the characters or what they have done. Obviously, you're going to think that everything was toxic because you have no freaking clue of what they ever did and didn't do. All that stuff was solved years and decades ago. And you're here to, oh, I'm so sorry. Also, the idea where, oh my God, there's Connor, he disappears. You're not even playing with the idea of, oh, there he goes, Superboy, always running off or whatever.
I'm invisible, and I don't have any of my powers.
Yeah.
But I can also catch Cassie when she's about to fall and tell her, I didn't deserve to be your first love. She's strong,
like,
independent.
That's not even a clever thing, right?
We didn't deserve her, but she chose us. I'm like, maybe get your ass together, because you can catch her and maybe punch Mxyzptlk in the face. Just don't have this introspective moment about how great Cassie Sandsmark is, because your two other friends are going to have the same thing.
And then you just have RT, like she read that. She knew that Red Tornado, RT. And you end up where he's like, I don't know about this being human. He's just standing there. I'm like, you still could do something. Go and tackle somebody.
Being a human was not useful at this moment.
This is not useful at this moment.
I hate this version of Red Tornado, because the thing is, this was the version of Red Tornado in the late 90s and stuff like that. And I just hate him because he was just so android-like. And I always liked the idea of him being that android that wanted to be human, that had like all the human features like you'd see when he was a part of the Justice League. Like, he looks, like a man in a suit, essentially, like a costume. This is just over-the-top android with the android dialogue, and I always hated that version of it.
Yeah. And so at points even, and I know that at one point you get into the Speed Force deal. Hey, I gave you a little bit of the Speed Force. We're talking real quick. He doesn't know whatnot. But even at other parts, they're just standing around talking about Mix. He's just standing around. Hey, you guys down there? Hey, what's going on? And then you end up, the big deal, the big twist is, oh, we're going to get him with the thing we were going to get with him before, but now we're a team.
What are you talking about? How can you get me with the quantum entanglement trap? I got rid of that. Energy can't be created or destroyed even by a fifth-dimensional imp. And we're all just going to hold our hands out with the symbol here, and you're going to be trapped away because reasons.
Yeah, and so you just think of this whole book. You end up all this nonsense, the idea of this trap. Oh, you can't do it yourself because you don't have the power. Thank God you don't have a team around of other people, right? You know what I'm saying? You're not a team yet. Then they become a team, which goes completely against everything. Oh, the only way to stop him might be to say his name backwards. I don't know, but no, we have this. We're still going to use that. It's just so basic.
And the thing that I would have preferred to see is where we actually get a DM. Once we, trap Mxyzptlk in a quantum entanglement trap, we actually have Red Tornado. We better get going because there's a big fight at the Hall of Justice, which he's been saying this entire time. You know what? We're going to go there, and we're going to show make sure the next generation of heroes doesn't have to go through what we did. We're going to be there for them and show them what justice can do. I would have rather seen how Young Justice in this incarnation, whether it's a throwback to the past, that's how we're dealing with this team now, or just the iteration actually growing as people, I wanted to see them in this fight and actually see them interact and do something other than have their own personal dream mode that's not connected at all and tell me how much of a piece of crap I was because I like the 90s.
Yeah, I love when Mixelplick is Mixelplick Jr., Mikey. He ends up, you know what's great? I ended up getting this idea because, Pariah put all the Justice Leaguers in those crazy dream worlds where they got all their wishes.
You mean they're not dead?
Yeah, no, they didn't. They were nonsense too. And so you just, there is a concept here that I think could have worked out. It just didn't because she ended up coming in almost like she came in with a vendetta or a grudge. I mean, she came in with this idea of just going toxicity, old fans, you just
toxic
don't know.
Nostalgia.
Everybody was, yeah. You don't remember how awful they were. You don't remember that you were a piece of shit for liking them. And then at the end, it almost feels like she either wants to weed those fans out, or by the end, you're going to be like, oh, you know what? You are right. They are a team now. And by the way, Robin, he feels bad for kissing Cassie, and they never worked that out, but they did. They did. Like, you end up where I want somebody to go, this was so long ago when we worked it out. We already talked about this. We already dealt with it because she obviously, and this is what it really worries me. Megan Fitzmartin is not a comic book writer by trade for the most part. She is new to comics. Somebody in the editorial has to be there to tell her, no, that already happened. Are they afraid to say
really
something?
dropping the ball a lot
They're
lately.
dropping the ball on everything. They are supposed to be, that's like, they're on the goal line stance here for these continuity.
I don't know if we were talking about it in our Thursday night spotlight, or if we're actually talking about it later on because we're out of order of recording this week. But the idea that, the Clune Rats for the Wonder Woman, not the Wonder Woman, the Batgirls, had no idea that Clue Master was still alive because it was something ridiculous that Bendis wrote. And now they're doing the same story over again. Like Steph has no idea that her father's still alive because nobody told them.
And you can sit there and say all you want. Well, they're the writer, but they are like, there's always going to be the newer writers at DC. There's got to be somebody there that knows what is happening. What else are you doing editorial?
It's a terrible word, but where's the gatekeeper?
It is. I mean, I say the goal line stance.
I'm the key master.
And the gatekeeping is nonsense getting through, not the good. You have to have somebody there who knows these characters. It's the same as what we say about some of these writers. It doesn't seem like you go with a pitch and say, hey, I got this great Young Justice story. They just assign it. So if you're going to do that and these people don't know, somebody needs to know.
It's like the whole thing with the Hellraiser series. Once it went direct to video after Hellraiser 4 Bloodline, the idea became through Dimension, which is like Miramax's horror division, so it's Miramax, it's going to be terrible. But look, we got this Hellraiser license, we got a Hellraiser story. No, we'll just take that random one, put a pinhead in there, and say it's a Hellraiser story. And that's how 3 movies were made.
Yeah, and if you go with the thing, I mean, yeah, Bendis came to DC. He mucked it up on the Young Justice team. We'll just keep it within this book. And he ended up, even with that Clue Master, had to kind of retroactively change, do that.
I saw his ass's throat get slit by Lincoln March. I don't know how he's coming back from that.
But he slipped away, and he wanted to get away from the Bat family. But
the grind of Gotham.
At least I can say there, hey, listen, it's Bendis. He's a big deal. He's getting paid a ton. You have a younger editor maybe, and they're afraid to say anything. At that point in time,
I was used to disappointment from him.
Yeah, but again, this is somebody who's a big, and they may say to him, hey, that's not it, and hey, screw you, I'm Bendis. He seems like a nice guy, but
didn't you see? Bendis is here.
Megan Fitzmartin needs somebody, and you shouldn't be afraid to say to her, listen, I don't know what you're writing here because these things were resolved. And then if she comes back with a legit, okay, well, I'm playing this to do this. Okay, that makes sense. But what are they doing? I mean, nobody is letting anybody know jack shit about jack shit. I mean, they don't seem to know the
writers
characters.
of DC Comics not have a DC All Access pass to the app?
Yeah, well, that, or the one thing where I told you before, and it kind of seemed like, really, they're doing this now. A couple months ago, they did have a leak that somebody said they're putting a Bible together. They're actually getting the characters doing that thing that you think that they would have had all along. Maybe we just have to wait for that. But the continuity stuff, especially going out of an event, this is the stuff that you can't keep doing. You can't keep messing up. And this book has that extra caveat of, hey, I don't know anything about what happened before, but I think it was toxic. So I'm going to give you the middle finger and tell you you're nonsense. And this is how it's going to be. And almost like she wants to be applauded for Tim Drake saying, hey, sorry about that kiss, no, how are you getting applauded for doing a repeat of something that happened before?
Which is even crazier nonsense. Because we did a repeat of it during the New 52 Teen Titans where Raven was manipulating their minds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, seriously. But even then, when you end up where, in the background of the one play, you end up having Impulse, but it's like, I hate snakes. Like, there's your little point there. And then you have Tim Drake. Tim Drake's an amber with vines around it. I'm waiting. I'm trying to figure out something like, does that mean something? Is that something like, no, it's just there. Connor's invisible just to be invisible. His powers aren't there. Cassie suddenly is the daughter of Zeus again and ends up having heat vision. I mean, how many more things can you fuck up? It's so ridiculous. Did you read the rest of the series? A lot. Well, so there you go. We end up having all this, and this
art looks great throughout. Besides for some of the continuity fuck-ups, like we said with the heat vision stuff like that. But ultimately, the art looks great throughout here. Even though you're not going to get a lot of backgrounds, but the characters themselves, they look great. The art's bright and vibrant. So I'm not going to bitch about that, like in the last issue. But the story and everything about it is so lacking. You want to read about this story? Go back to 1991 and read Young Justice #1. Just continue that series. Continue the series through Graduation Day. Go into Teen Titans. Just read all of that because there's no reason to read this because you're not going to get anything new out of it except for Mickey Mixelplick. Do we really need another fifth dimensional imp? Because we'll get 3 this week. 3.5 out of 10.
I'm giving it a 3. And a funny play is this week, if you look to see what was released by DC, they did release that, first bunch of trades of the Peter David deal and things like that just go and read that. Go and read those. Just skip this shit.
Or just go on the app because you can read them all there.
Yeah, if you have the app, you can read them all there, which, like you said, I get the idea that some writers, they're hired, they don't have the time or whatever, but somebody has to do that legwork for you at least, where you hand in a script and they say, well, no, you're going to have to change this a little because this was resolved here. Or I remember this, let me check it. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's manning the wall. I'd be a
passive-aggressive asshole editor where they send in their story idea and I just send them back a bunch of links to different comic books that they should read.
There you go. You send I just want you to send them the
these
trades.
And then think again if you should send me this story.
But again, I mean, as an editor, you're there to make sure. And maybe there's even more people. Maybe there's a continuity kid. They kind of need it. But yeah, somebody's got to check through these
children
things.
Work?
Somebody's got to check through these things and
they
realize.
Got a childminder over there?
A child, Eric. It is. It's a child. But I'm a 3. And that's with good art. I do like the art. And it just is a shame because I think that some
Best
people.
Young Justice book going on right now at DC Comics.
I don't know anybody because, I don't have as much of a background of Young Justice and I still hate this. I want to know somebody who never read anything Young Justice. If maybe they like it.
I love these characters so much, like a Kyle Rayner and even the Ray when that became a thing. With the people have forgotten the Ray for the most part from the 90s when he was reestablished. But all of these characters were new and fresh when I was a kid, and I kind of grew up with them to a degree. So it really just kind of irks me when they're treated poorly by people like, not even people who do it because they're doing it poorly and reestablishing stories that was already been finished for a long time now. But everybody else just the idea of the story where these heroes have been forgotten. That irks me as well. There's a lot of things that irk me in this. I'm like, I just want these characters to be able to go out there and be the heroes they used to be when I was growing up.
Yeah. And like you said before, just to reiterate, the whole play is you have a way going into this. Are you going to play it that these heroes weren't given the justice they needed and they were forgotten? Or are you going into it saying, oh, they're forgotten because they couldn't get over their damn selves and they're toxic, and she went that route? I mean, they end up feeling like really. They end up feeling like the friends that you had in high school that you end up seeing again, they still got their football jackets barely fit and they're yelling about what happened in study hall, right? So you end up where, why do that? I mean, I don't get it. I really don't get it. And it is the best of no worlds because I don't see this as getting new fans and it's really turning off a lot of other people and it's not helping the big event anyway. Shape or form. I mean, it really is doing nothing. Yeah, I know. And that's part of the event's fault itself too. But we're going to go off right now. We had enough of that. I said we would have a pretty positive first section. I think we did until that book.
I'm telling you, though, Jim, the thing is, you got to know how disappointing this book really is because you have 4 reviews on Comic Book Roundup with this, and the aggregate score is a 6. And with all the high scores that all these reviewers give everything, if a 6 is your aggregate score, you got a problem.
Yeah, and when you only have that few, it's the people, the usual suspects, that'll give everything a 10, and you have an aggregate score of 6. That is trouble.
Geek Dad gave it a 7. Trouble. This must be the biggest piece of shit he's ever seen.
Yeah, that's how you cut it in half and get your score. I think that you're the half the score version. You're the Earth 3 version. Half the score, we call you.
Now, the user score is a 3.9.
Yeah. And people end up jamming that in. But
totally.
What happens, though, and I'll give the user score a little props at some point. Usually that happens when they've had enough. And they're just like, screw this and really go. But that score is kind of accurate. That's what we gave. It's just not good. It just gives you that weird feel. It's not any sort of celebration. No, it doesn't have to be, but still. There are books that we talk about, like the 2 before this, that really have that feel of celebrating, having fun with the characters. And then when you go into a book, 6 issues of being told you're a piece of shit for liking great characters, that's not how I want to play it. But it's just bullshit.
Or is it reverse psychology?
It might be. Well, I think that what she tried...
double talk.
I'm telling you, at the end, I think that she thought that she ended up proving now that they're great. And this is I'm telling you, patting herself on the back of, see, I told them that they were bad now they're great. And you're like, what? Like, no, you
she
can't
didn't get all there
this.
with her Tom King styles of storytelling.
That's what it is. It's the
We're going to ruin these
deconstruct them.
characters and bring them back to their status quo and then tell you how great we made them.
These characters are an 8. You deconstruct them to a 3, bring them back to an 8, and think you're going to get celebrated for getting back to the status quo. But no, you fucked it up all the way. Bullshit, Eric. So we're going to go off now. We'll go off probably to some mail. I don't know. My computer is really having some problems. I ended up getting a new computer. And I'm almost at the point where it's a ticking time bomb. So we'll be back with something in just a moment.
Went down to the house with Amica. Oh, they heard someone on the radio. Oh, some guy was yelling about you. Better find us before it's old. Pictures of cherry bomb and airway. Hey, what about Wing, who they came to say? Hey, that was no DJ. I think that was Dan the Dynamite. She's a star girl, and you know that she will try. She needs to find those heroes and take down the childminder. She's a star girl waiting in the sky. Dick Grayson had a problem with KGBs, and Nightwing fans felt like they had been fleeced. They got Rick Grayson and subscriptions decreased. The future was kinda shitty. Tom Taylor showed up, made everyone glad. Gave Dick $1 billion and he's rooming with Babs. He saved a 3-legged dog from boys who were bad. The sky was the limit. Now it's the great Dick Grayson. Fan service through and through. Here is the great Dick Grayson. So much better than me and you.
The boys who were bad, Eric. You always love the boys who were bad. And yeah,
just like Donnie.
This week, yes, yeah, exactly. The bad boy. The boys who are bad, you know they're rapping, Eric. They'll be the rappers in that boy band. It always is. So you end up where we do have this section of books. And I said a couple things earlier in the podcast. The idea
hateful
that
things that would get him canceled in a moment. He edited those parts out, but now he has something new to talk about.
Those out. Now, one of the things was the whole Vendetta play and whatnot. And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start
disregard everything I said previously then.
Yes, we're going to start with Nightwing. Now, don't disregard that. Just realize
that things
go behind the scenes. Where's Jess to edit that out? You end up where, you know, that when this book came out, when the Nightwing book came out, and that's what we're going to start with, obviously, with that song. When it came out, I was really into it. You weren't as in, and we kind of flip-flopped, first, second issue, whatnot. But very early on, and I'm not patting myself or tooting my own horn here, Eric, in a sexual way, but I ended up saying, like, there's something off here. The pacing's off, and people gave me a lot of shit. I'm telling you, I got a lot of shit, and then it was almost like a vendetta, but I love Tom Taylor. I love Nightwing. And I said early on.
You love Dick.
Yeah, I do. I love Dick so much. And so early on, I actually played it off as the idea, or maybe the explanation of it was, okay, and it was a funny thing, because I got exactly what I wanted. I'd always say to you, and my big joke was, my favorite character of all time is Dick Grayson. All the iterations, because his superpower is being a great guy. He's a great guy. He's a nice guy. And as we kept going, I kept saying to you, like, this is all we're getting. I understand that he's a great guy. It's what you ended up having Megan Fitzmartin trying to do about Cassie in that Dark Crisis deal, where it had to move on, and you end up having the Heartless. He disappeared for a while, then he shows up, then he disappears, all this stuff going on. So I keep saying it. Today, I ended up being on the show, and people were talking about this book, and they ended up, and I think they were coming to the epiphany of that this book is just showing you the great, and it just made me think, like, oh man, people are giving me shit, but now it's cool to say it. And then we get into this issue, which is full out fan service. It's full, and I loved it, Eric. I'm telling you right now, I had a ball with this issue.
It was fun. Just even the idea.
It doesn't change anything. The whole
thing is, you have a new character introduced, Olivia Desmond, the daughter of blockbuster Roland Desmond, who we've never seen before, who her soul was sold to Neron the Demon, by Blockbuster years ago, probably even before she was born, to renegotiate the deal during, Hell Unleashed and stuff like that, Underworld Unleashed. But it's just a young character who's just here, and she's going to go off, and that's it. She is just here as a prop and then gone.
Yeah, she is. But cute as a button, Eric, and has some powers, right? But not only that, you end up where fan service of a wedding that isn't really a wedding. You end up having Bitewing who can talk. You end up where I actually got a little got choked up at points. I'm reading this
when the dog
and I'm
to you?
sitting. Yeah, I'm telling you. And in that, even the whole play of having Night Might, and it's something I thought I was going to get angry about. I kind of saw it coming. We had all this going, and so when you do see what it is, I thought, oh man, that's a real lame explanation for Rick Grayson. But then even later, though, where Night Might shows that he's a great, imp. He says all those other imps are kind of annoying.
And we've dealt with a bunch of them recently, and they do all suck.
Yeah,
I love Night Might.
And Night Might's great. And so at the end of this and reading it, I ended up having this real weird deal of, you are giving me exactly what I've been bitching about from the beginning. But yet in this issue, I loved it. I actually did love it and had a lot of fun. Even the little sexy jokes that we were making on the podcast about that. Oh man, what are you having sex in front of the criminal boss and things?
No.
It just was a lot of fun. And it's just weird because by the end, you need to get going. You need to have a story. But if you're going to end up, and so even then, as I'm reading and you have this like wedding deal, I'm like, oh, Eric's going to mention that. It did kind of look a little like that whole, death metal wedding as well.
Even the idea where you have
zombies, though,
like
right?
I'm telling you, it's so funny to me that Night Might ship Starfire and Dick Grayson. And
Yeah,
it's such
that's
a dick
funny
move that
too.
he brings her to this, pseudo magical kind of wedding where we just have Dick Grayson in a tux and his Nightwing mask. It's great. Then you have Barbara Gordon in her cowl and cape with a white dress. I'm like, this is actually what I want out of this wedding for them.
That's the weirdest thing.
It's just a white dress, but for some reason, the juxtaposition between the darkness of the cowl and cape to the white dress, I thought it looked really good.
Now, if this actually would have went and they're like, oh, screw it, we're here, and they went with it, would you have been upset? Would you have been, oh, that lessens that? I think it would have been fine. They should have just got married
I'm already
here.
talking about the idea how they did this in death metal. I was fine with that. This is better than that.
Yeah, I think that they should have just done it. But it is Nightwing 98, written by Tom Taylor, art by Daniela Di Nucciello, Adriano Lucas, and Wes Abbott. Man, it's this thing. I've been bitching and moaning about the fan service over story, the idea that everybody's there to help Nightwing out. You get all of that in this. But this, I don't mind. I thought it was really fun. I thought it was a really neat play. I was a little upset. I wanted a better explanation of Rick Grayson, maybe. I don't know what better one you could have had anyway. But when you end up where
Honestly, what did you want out of the last cliffhanger where Rick Grayson shows up in his cab?
I don't know how else you can explain it. I'm no
Magical
rightist
fifth
here.
dimension imp.
Yeah, all of a sudden, or it's a multiversal thing. He's come because of
I've come from the past. I need your help.
something with Dark Crisis, maybe so. But it works out,
Hyper
and you end up
Town.
where you even get fan service because hey, you can't be here like that. My identity, whatnot. Well, how about this? And you get the disco wing, and it's just fun.
So, it's one of the best Nightwing costumes ever. I wish people would stop giving a shit.
I know. I like it. But it has to, luckily makes fun more of the ponytail. And like, how about
Which I
this?
have right now.
Yeah, so you have that. But I do like this
I am
play,
Nightwing.
too, where it's kind of a cute little thing with Barbara, like, oh my, you have an imp now. They're all laughing at it, and he's embarrassed. It plays out really well.
What's even funny, it seems like, for some reason, I know it's been here the whole time, but it really takes notice of this book and the art style, this whole thing. Once Nightmite appears, like I said, it's going to be before that, but it's when I took notice. Once Nightmite appears, the art still looks great, but it has more of a cartoony tone to it throughout.
Well, it does. It's a different artist. It's not Bruno Redondo.
But it
so
plays
I think
with the idea of playing with this almost chibi Nightwing kind of character with fifth-dimensional cartooniness and the silliness of it, and the rest of the art plays out pretty well with that. Even though when you do have the rest of the Titans and the Bat Family that are magically snapped back into, like, not existence, but to where this is taking place so Nightmite can officiate the marriage between Nightwing and Batgirl, I wanted to look more serious for some reason. Like, I wanted this to be something that you could put on a post, not a post.
Maybe that was because they're going to do it later for real, and we'll see. I don't know.
I wanted that, like, amazing art where everybody shows up, all the friends and family of Dick Grayson show up for this big wedding, and even the idea. Look, I know you got to play some things, and like I know that Jim Gordon knows that Barbara's good. Why didn't Jim Gordon get zapped here for his daughter's wedding?
Yeah, it's weird. And I do like, though, where everybody's there and half of them are like, what the hell happened? John is, like, freaking out. He's like, where am I?
Well, the best is when Batman's like, I got a triple homicide to take care of. Well, you got an imp already? Like, holy shit, you're real?
It's funny. And even when you see that, when you go back and look at the beginning, you're like, there is Batman right in the middle, just like, really? And I think he's pissed because
So you've developed an imp, huh?
He was the official deal in the death metal, and now all of a sudden the imp's going. I think he's upset, but I like where he's just like, really? You even have Flash, though, like, huh? But I liked it. I thought that was kind of cool and a kind of a funny little play to try to, have some fun with this. The Rick Grayson
Linda's
stuff.
going to be so upset that she wasn't invited.
And even, yeah, really. And I do like as well, not just having Corey there, but even where you end up having Nightmite, he's like, I really do kind of ship, Starfire with him, forgive me, but that's kind of what I do.
What a dick move, though, for the idea that Nightmite being the biggest fan of Dick Grayson and Nightwing and stuff like that, where he's going to officiate the marriage between these two because they are love burns and the whole will they, won't they situations get a little old. It's funny that he ships, like, Starfire and Nightwing, like a lot of fans do. I see it on Twitter all the time. Personally, I'm a Batgirl, Nightwing guy.
Yeah, I like Batgirl.
But why would you, I'm telling you, there's no way that you can't not invite Starfire when the marriage actually takes place, but it seems really weird to put her front and center right here with Batman to see, hey, here's your ex-lover who you were just hanging out with. While Teen Titans Academy was going on and this book was going on, at that point in time, Dick Grayson was both seeing Barbara Gordon and Starfire at the same time, and it seems really weird.
Yeah,
Are we ever going to address that elephant in the room?
No. We won't. And I think that it might be one of those, if we ever saw Nightmite again and you had that play, next time he'll be shipping Babs and Dick. I think it might change back and forth. He also has merch.
He ain't going to talk about Tarantula, that's for sure.
It's funny, too, because we just talked about this with the Creeper and his shirts, and then all of a sudden you have Nightmite with the shirts. Now, the one thing that I was hoping, and it wasn't going to happen, I always think this, we thought this a couple times, I really wanted, though it's Blockbuster's daughter, she's there, I wanted it to be that girl from the end of the New 52 run that found out that Nightwing was actually Dick Grayson. It would make no sense.
Which end of the town? The one from Spiral or the one
the original
roommate?
When he was in Chicago. When he left Chicago, there was a little girl who ended up going into the floorboards and finding the stuff. Every time I see something like this, I'm like, oh, it might be that girl. It's not.
No one's calling back to Chicago.
No, I don't even think anybody remembers that, where he's sleeping on the couch. But I do like the girl, too. Yeah, you don't get a lot of it. But it makes sense. It is that idea of such a piece of crap Blockbuster he sold his soul to Neron, and this has to be resolved. And that gives you the good reason why Nightmite isn't just there
He sold his soul to Neron for more intelligence.
And then renegotiated, right?
And then renegotiated by selling his firstborn soul as well.
Yeah, and so you would sit there. I actually thought that the play It might have worked out a little better if before this we were told something about a firstborn, because then you would have been like, what do you mean? Like, Blockbuster had a daughter or a son? Like, where's
Tell
this?
Tell me more.
And then getting into this would be the reveal of that then. That would have been pretty cool. It is a little too quick, but I do like her. But I love, get Bitewing to go and help out, and I thought it was good.
We don't know who, Olivia's mother is. We don't know if, Blockbuster was even in the picture. Daddy Blockbuster's coming home. We don't know anything about this character except for it's Blockbuster's daughter, and her soul was sold to a demon, and now the demons are coming to collect, and that she has a little Blockbuster strength, which is really fun. But I want to have the moments leading up to this big moment here where you can see Roland Desmond going home after a long day of criminal careering, and his daughter is the biggest Nightwing fan there is, and it drives him fucking nuts.
That would be fun.
Those moments.
I think that he's playing with that idea. I don't think that he even knew. We'll never know, or we'd have to find out whatever. But I don't think that he didn't. Because he had no idea. Yeah, that would be great. Like, hey, what are you doing? I'm playing with my...
The real reason that, Roland Desmond hates Dick Grayson because he's trying to take Bloodhaven away from him, but he really hates Nightwing because his daughter loves him.
Now, seriously, that could play out well, but I also would have... It's a great thing, and it actually shocks me because it's a Tom Taylor thing, and maybe we'll get this eventually. You'll end up having Blockbuster come back somehow or whatnot. But that's what I said that he's really good at, Tom Taylor. Because what if you ended up having Nightwing going and he ends up finding Blockbuster and he breaks into this house and he's there and he's playing little Nightwing dolls with his daughter, like being a really nice dad and playing, though it drives him nuts. And then almost like that idea of... Not in front of my daughter. Okay, Roland. You know what? It would almost be like the whole deal with Kill Bill, where the girl comes home and they're going to fight, where they're going to be like, okay, and there's Nightwing, they're having a tea party. That would have been hilarious.
Roland's got a knife behind his back. Just go in the other room, sweetie.
And then, hey, sweetie, can you get me that? They start fighting, and then they have to stop again. And each time the girl comes in
just
and out,
like that.
The room's destroyed. It'd be awesome. It would be just like that.
But you don't get any of that.
The thing is, by the end of this, and that's where I loved while I'm going through it, I actually was getting a little choked up with the Bitewing, like good human and stuff. I don't know. It really got to me.
And not only the idea of a Bitewing, but a fifth dimensional imp, magic to up Bitewing, where now he's like a dynamite, where he can talk, he has a mask, he's got a cape. He is an old school Ace of the Bat Hound, but he is Bitewing kind of thing, who can talk to Dick Grayson. So it looks like he even has more powers because his eyes are glowing at points, and they're going to take on the demons together. That is a lot of fun, and it's even just
it is fun.
Cartoony silliness, 60s Hanna-Barbera kind of nonsense, but it works here because you have a fifth dimensional imp.
Yeah, it works with the fifth dimensional imp. And so when you're doing that, that's all it is. That's how, if you don't, even I can kind of go with that, and I don't hear those sort of things in my head, but I did it myself, so I would hear it. But it's just that play of, and we laugh all the time, the boys who are bad, these boys who are pretty much abusing. And you actually get a chance for Haley / Bitewing to actually thank you. You feed me, you save me, thank you. And that was really nice. And also then
see, Haley use her lightning powers to shoot a demon with.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, that's great too. But then this is the thing. This is the Tom Taylor that I do love, because then he goes a little step further, is when they are saying goodbye to Olivia, you actually then get Nightmite to actually give her a hug too, because they're the biggest fans, and it actually makes it seem like both of them are very happy about that as well. You kind of get that extra oomph, but I like it.
But then by the end, on top of everything else with this whole thing, because you have Dick Grayson doing normal stuff where he's protecting a mobster from being assassinated, you get a fifth dimensional imp out of nowhere, really putting a freaking a pause on our current story to do something completely different out of nowhere. You have a fun adventure that brings up a lot of fan service, like the stuff we'll talk about with Tom Taylor whenever we talk about Nightwing. But by the end, after all is said and done, you have a little funny thing with, Bitewing and Nightwing taking out demons with magical screamer sticks that are activated when you say Nightwing is awesome, which is kind of funny because it reminds me of what you have with Jakeem Thunder with so cool, how to activate the genie and stuff like that. So it reminds me of those things. But by the end, with all of these things said and done, you go back to what we talk about, why you're a fan of Dick Grayson, and what we talk about in the song that led into this book. Because when it's all said and done, we keep Olivia safe. We're going to bring her to Teen Titans Academy with Raven, where she'll probably die, but we'll worry about that later because everybody's in trouble over there. But then you just have the idea that Nightmite is a fan of Dick Grayson. and Dick Grayson wants to know who's behind the mask and stuff like that, you get the greatness that is Dick Grayson, the great Dick Grayson, because that is his power, where he gets to talk to the split dimensional and just talk to him like, hey, I'm Dick Grayson. Who are you? I'm Dixel. And like, I just love being around you and stuff like that, and seeing the things you do. You inspire me.
Yep. And what's great about it, it almost is the imp version of what I love when Batman takes the cowl off, when he's going to get personal and they take the masks off. He shakes his hand. He is a great guy. With that, even in the play, you have Tom Taylor, I think, almost playing that joke with this whole run. I'm sure he's seen some people or heard some people say it's all fan service. What now? This is the ultimate fan service, even to the point where you're going to end up doing this. It'll activate this whole magic, but you have to say, Nightwing's awesome. Dick Grayson's, that's great. And you end up, and it's just a lot of fun. And I guess maybe to me, yeah, it's still all fan service. I say all the time, oh man, we get it over the story. But this is what the story is. This isn't just like, oh, we're going to save this thing, and all of a sudden the Teen Titans come in, or the Titans in this, and it's like, oh, this is set up to be this. And it ends up where I thought it was played out very well. But by the end, as I said, I'm conflicted because now I'm loving something that I have been bitching about for a while. We have to get on with the story.
Flip-flopper.
And when you end up, remember at one point I said that Dick Grayson definitely will try to be the mayor of Bloodhaven at some point or something. I thought we were getting that too, because he ends up saying, you gotta, step it up. There's a hole in the city. You gotta be the thing that fills it.
It needs you because Nightwing is awesome.
Yeah, and I'm like, is that what
next
it
up
means?
in the next issue of Nightwing, Tony Zuko's back. I'm like, okay.
The return of Tony Zuko. Now, again, we got to move things on. You can't just keep parading stuff in. Are we going to
talk about Tony Zuko's time in Chicago?
Yeah, are we going to talk about that? And also his, half-sisters raised by Theo. And there's a lot of things that will tie into that. So that's pretty cool. And
was there another Tony Zuko arc that I'm not thinking about right now?
No, not like in this book or
like overall? I'm saying like after the Chicago stuff. Did we bring
I
Tony
think it's
Zuko
just
back
the Chicago
again?
When he ended. Okay. No, because the book ended and then we go.
Because you had Sonia Zuko over there as well.
Yep, yeah. So you get a lot of stuff here, but I liked mostly all of it. I liked the fan service, I thought, and even little things. I, as an idiot, at one point I said, when they have the wedding, do you think that old Haley will be the flower dog? And you're like, no, it'll be the ring bearer.
How does a flower dog work?
She's the ring bearer. I don't know. You said that then. I'm like, I don't know why I thought she'd be the flower dog. But yeah, you have the ring bearer, and it's so cute, and even Barbara points it out. So it's really neat. And even Batman, while it's just like, it doesn't mean anything, but I got a triple homicide, I got to go. It's so Batman. But yeah, we'll see. And it's a weird play that a lot of people thought I did, that issue number 100 would be a wedding. And now at 98, you get kind of a in and out dupe. I don't know that maybe 100, because they say it's not the time yet. Yeah? And you have that fun play too.
Well, so that's the thing, is that will they, won't they? They're still doing it here where Nightwing says it's not the time yet, and Barbara's like concerned when she hears yet, like, oh my God, he's thinking about it.
And it is funny where you even have, and I like the way that Nightmite, he is a little like, he's not exactly the, most innocent, because he's like, they're always saying, will they, won't they? Well, obviously you have. And a lot of the things just seem like maybe Tom Taylor was even, playing it up and poking fun at himself for some of the fan service stuff too. So I thought it was really well done. And that Bitewing stuff with Haley, I thought was just great. I loved it. And just, nobody would have known because I really let you talk then. I got choked up again.
Oh my God.
Just saying that the dog ends up being able to say thank you. I mean, I was abused. You ended up saving me. And you're there for, I thought that was really great. That's the kind of fan service that I really do like.
Dog abuse.
It's very quick. I mean, this goes really, yeah, that part. I wasn't talking about that part of it. I'm talking
the part I really like about fan service. We talk about hurting dogs and they have an ability to tell me thank you, you egomaniac.
When everybody gets blinked in, boy, Damien is pissed. He's ready to kick ass. He's ready to hit somebody. So that was pretty fun. The most chill, besides Batman, is Jason Todd. He's just there, and he's like, all right.
And also, he's in the proper uniform that I like, and not the newer one they have.
Isn't that good? He's back there, and you're like, and you can even go with the idea that Nightmite made sure of that. And when he blinked him, and he's like, I want him to look good. So what would you give this?
Thing is, I like the art, even though it's a cartoonier style than I like for this book, but it works with the story they're telling. Overall, there's not much to this. I'm telling you, have a tie into Underworld Unleashed, which I love. I don't know if there's ever going to be any ramification to this. Olivia, she may never come back. She's a prop, essentially, throughout this whole thing to tell us how awesome Nightwing is. But I swear, every issue of that's the purpose of every issue, because that's mostly what we get. This is a fun little romp, though. I'm going to give it 7.8 out of 10.
Yeah,
it's
I'm a
not
9.
great, but it's serviceable.
I love it. It's very fan serviceable, Aaron. I really liked it. For some deal, I was really worried about the Rick Grayson stuff.
I'm upset about the imps because we have so many. We have Mixelplick showing up in DC DCeased later on. We had like a Wonder Mite show up in Wonder Woman, even though it should have been Wonder Tot. We had, Mixelplick Jr. and stuff like that. We have so many fifth dimensional imp bullshit going on. I'm tired of this, but I actually like this one because it's an even saner version of Batmite, and I like that for Dick Grayson.
It's like a better, I don't know, it just ended up where...
Well, that's Fanatic fan.
And yeah, it is a less Fanatic fan who is there to, instead of the almost like over the top, oh my God, you're obsessed. It's more of the, hey, you're so great and I like you and let's have some fun together. It felt more in tune with that, and even that idea where Tom Taylor stepped it up at the end, that they ended up introducing themselves, and you end up having that, like, Dick Grayson's kind of embarrassed throughout, but he doesn't seem by the end. He's like, okay, hey, Dixel.
I know it's a great name too. And at least here we have a fifth dimensional imp who, wants to have fun about the old versions, the 90s versions of Nightwing, and not call him a piece of shit.
It's not there to be asshole-y about it. It's there to really celebrate the character and give some things there, and actually end up where, by the end, actually is there to save a little girl, too. This wasn't just, hey, we're going to play some fun things.
We got demons doing shit, Nightwing. We got to go bounce.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. So, all in all, I really did like it. Like I said, I'll give it a 9, but I need to get back to the mode of let's get a story going. We've got to get something heartless. What is he doing? And then you get to
Tony Zuko, Jim. We don't got heartless.
And that's the big play of this. This almost feels like what I say about a Batman book. You have a bunch of... The minute Joker shows up, he even did it in the World's Finest. We have the key. Well, the key is going to get pushed aside for the Joker. You end up with the Heartless behind the scenes doing his thing. Tony Zuko shows up. It's Tony Zuko. This is the big thing. And I don't know. I guess people like the book, though. I keep being told
including
by people
you.
that, I like this one. But it is, and I said earlier today on the show, where people were saying I just started getting into comics and this is a great book. I really like it. It is more of that sort of thing. If you have never read a Nightwing book, I think that you are probably still enjoying it. But if you've seen and know that Dick Grayson is a great guy, we need some stories. So that said and done, a little reprieve from all that nonsense. We'll go off to the next book, which, again, I really like.
The Flash, number 788, written by Jeremy Adams, with art by Fernando Pastor and Matt Ryan, Matt Herms, and Rob Lee. And in this one, we finally pick up post-Dark Crisis, because all that stuff that we had before with all the Dark Crisis tie-ins, and before all that, we had the Flash Annual, where we found out that Linda Park was pregnant, and that was probably the reason that she had Speed Force powers. All of that was put on hold to do the Dark Crisis. Now we're post-Dark Crisis in this timeline. We can move forward. Warden Wolf is now Mayor Wolf. Linda Park is pregnant and is probably the reason that she has Speed Force powers, and we can move on. This is the direction I've been looking forward to, and it all starts here. And not only that, because you had Jeremy Adams co-writing with Tim Sheridan and Jeff Johns on that Flashpoint Beyond, you have a reference to Flashpoint Beyond in the post-Dark Crisis world, where Mr. Terrific was on a talk show with Dr. Baxter, Bonnie Baxter, talking about hyper time, and now Mr. Terrific wants to get in on this hyper time nonsense. And I'm like, there's a lot of cool stuff going on here, on top of reintroducing the Rogues as a threat.
And and here's the thing. At the end of the Young Justice review, I gave Megan Fitzmartin a little, not credit, but I gave her a little reprieve, saying she isn't really a comic book writer. She's here. She has to be helped. Either somebody's really, really helping, Jeremy Adams, or he's doing the legwork, because, boy, he's getting things right. He is getting, and it's not just like the idea that you go back and look up a Wikipedia or Wiki fandom, you can get some stats. Like we use them when, I don't know that character's name, but that doesn't make up for reading a book with the context and getting the gist of the characters and how they work, because Jeremy Adams...
Well, talking about the idea of a Bible for characters, for DC Comics in general, for knowing the continuity stuff, I don't think it was anything better than him working with Jeff Johns, who worked on this character for so long and, was a big Flash guy for a better part of a decade.
I bet he picked his brain about a lot of things. He did. And it really shows. This plays out a lot of it. Now, again, if you don't like Jeff Johns as a writer, then just, plug your ears here. But this is starting to feel a lot Jeff Johns-esque. And I said, I gave Tim Sheridan and Jeremy Adams a lot of credit. If they were the ones writing the script for Flashpoint Beyond, they were really doing a good job because it wasn't obvious who was doing it beside all those three. So I think he might have been picking his brain because this feels very classic. It feels very cool. And even the things I was worried about it because me and you usually don't end up reading some of these books until the day of the podcast today. And we had heard some things about this. Warden Wolf has powers. The idea that, the rogues.
Does seem like new powers this time.
Yeah. And then he ends up, and that's what I said. It must be something new. And when he says it in this, that's what it seems like. He's hush, hush. I did something. But also some people were talking, and I kind of got this idea. Are you going to go from Flashpoint Beyond, and then you're going to go into this and almost have a Citizen Cold feel? The idea of a Flashpoint deal going, and it didn't feel like that either.
No,
I thought that this was really cool.
Just even the idea where Warden Wolf was a guy who kept people in costume, was all about corporal punishment to punish these super villains in Central City and stuff like that. And now he is using them, with money and power, and also his biokinesis, which seems to be expanded upon at this point in time to do anything with the body because he can cure Heatwave's cancer. To get him on board with the idea that, hey, rogues, y'all been a thorn in my side for way too damn long. I'm not really doing the whole warden thing much. I'm a warden / mayor. I care about the mayoral stuff more. I need you back out on the streets to be my secret police. Not so secret police, because you're even going to get fancy-ass badges. Just go out there and keep the peace and be the rogues. I'm like, that's a bold move for you. But
it is a very bold move, right?
The weirdest part was, though, it seemed like, what we saw previously where, Blacksmith was sending Girder out to do stuff like we're taking out individual people at Iron Heights and sending them off to get money for, Warden Wolf's campaign, which was kind of just bypassed, and now he's just the warden now. I mean, the mayor. So we're just moving past all that, but it seemed like Girder, when we saw him before he was turned into a giant ball of iron, he was robbing things. He was doing it was a side piece. But now it seems to be all this weird stuff where it's investments and loans from gangsters and mobs.
More loans from gangsters. I think Girder might have been doing his side thing as well,
I think Girder did say that before, that he was going to go off. He didn't want anything involved, but it seemed weird to go off and do these with these different Flash villains and trying to keep a low profile as well.
Yeah, and it's weird because you end up where you talk through this issue of how to get the money, and that kind of ties in. It ties in enough for me. But when you start this out and you have him talking, and he's like, hey, they're Blacksmith, I'm not going to pay those people back. Like, you thought that people. I was. He's like, screw him. And that's what I like. I like the idea that... The best part is, at
this point in time, not is he Warden Wolf with biokinesis that's out the ass for some reason, but let's say the monsters do come to try to collect their money that Warden Wolf and Mayor Wolf
sure they will.
Has loaned. He's got the rogues. He's got Blacksmith. He has any Flash villain he wants under his thumb at this point in time. Fuck him.
This reminds me of almost what I yell about my kids and Tanya and stuff like that. This guy has come out on the better end of a lot of shit that he's done. I mean, this guy should have never have again been warden, and they gave
He was acquitted.
He doesn't think that he has any repercussions on anything, and when he gets that thing, he's like, screw them. I got the money. They're nothing to me. And yeah, like you said, when they come back or they come to collect this money, he's going to send villains after.
Seriously.
And so he doesn't care, but...
Hey, double down. Go be gross to them over there.
Exactly. Go throw pieces of your skin at them. That's nonsense. No,
anybody you have that. Eyes on Tar Pit? He's pretty gross.
Oh, yeah, all these things. And that's kind of what he has behind him. It's almost like he's, the even more sus Amanda Waller. He has his own bunch of things. That
he is kind of a low-rent Amanda Waller because it is just kind of flash shows, but you know what? It works.
It works. And it works for an idea of he's there in Central City. Yeah, the roads.
Out of nowhere. I'm not nowhere, but, out of nowhere for the longest time. Warden Wolf or Mayor Wolf now is coming out looking like the Lex Luthor of Central City.
Yeah, and that's the fun play is that Central City, a lot of times, you talk, hey, what city would you live in? I live in Central City. Yeah. And now he's stepping in here, especially with a Wally, a fun-loving Wally who finds out he's going to be a dad again. And all of a sudden, he's there like, this is right for the picking here. And he's doing this. And I'll tell you, you talked about the whole Nightwing issue and how you wanted that wedding scene. Holy crap. When I turn that page and you have the rogues there, that might be one of my favorite spread pages that we've had in a long time.
It is a great spread. There are so many things to like about this issue. Just the idea, Wally is so flabbergasted, the idea of being a father again until it all dawns on him like, oh my God, I'm a father again. And he's happy as hell because he is just lummoxed here. He has no idea what to say. He's not hearing what anybody's saying around him. And then he realized, oh shit, we're having a baby. Happy as hell about that. You have the Warden Wolf stuff where you just have that great display of the rogues. Like, holy shit, all of the rogues are here in gigantic glory. But then when you go off in this whole thing where Wally and Linda are talking about what it's like to be parents, like at least to a baby, what it's like, so much poop, so much screaming, all this different stuff. And he sees Captain Cold, what he believes holding up a jewelry store. And he's going to I got to do Flash stuff. Finding out that Captain Cold is there to stop two kids from robbing a jewelry store. And Flash lets them go. And he holds up the badge. And then it feels like, I'm telling you, I'm probably exaggerating. It feels like 2 pages of Wally laughing at his face because the funniest, and I'm laughing as Wally's laughing and Leonard's getting so annoyed.
And I'm telling you, it almost plays, it's not the same play, but it almost feels like when Lex ends up in the body of Flash. I'm going to see who this is. I don't know who that is. It's such a great thing where he looks at that badge and stares
the squint
at it.
of the badge, looking at this thing,
so
and then breaking out laughter, and he has to.
Oh my God!
Even do it.
Here's the best play. This could have been something, and I think some writers would end up just ha 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 ha. It's great because Wally at points. He's starting to try to talk, and then has to put up his finger. 1 minute, and he laughs again, and he's trying to talk. Woo, let me stop a minute. And he's laughing so hard, and it's just getting Captain Cold more and more pissed because it's legit. And the only thing that I found a little odd with this entire issue was the idea that the rogues being police officers and going around, it was not actually news that people were like, holy crap. News at 6, the rogues. That should have been something.
This is along the lines.
You want to play that joke.
This is along the lines of the City of Bane where we had Batman's rogues gallery going around as the police officers are harassing people on the streets.
There'd be something going on, and there would have been
the more blue collar version of that, where it's still kind of okay and respectable. And people, for some reason, I guess they all voted for Mayor Wolf, and they're like, whatever he says goes. Hey, the rogues, even when they're bad, they ain't that bad.
Yeah,
whatever.
And we always say that. They at least have honor among thieves for the most part. But I did maybe you could have played the idea because this is a big thing with Linda and Wally, the baby. And maybe in the back screen, you have the news report, but they had turned it down. So that it is being, hey, what the hell's going on? But they aren't aware because of the big news of the baby and things like that. But I do like that where he's like, oh my God, Captain Cold, this is so, in the past. You're doing this again. He's like, no, I'm the cop. And then turns it to the next step of, you're under arrest. You ended up just coming in here. You're a vigilante.
We don't deal with vigilantes here. We're funded.
I like that idea because a lot of times when you get this play of a villain kind of in this role, yeah, you have them. Oh my God, I can't believe that they're the police. But Jeremy Adams goes the next step of not only are we but we're legit. You aren't. You're in trouble. We're arresting you. And yeah, he has to run away. And I'm glad they don't really mire down with that, get real dark or whatever, because Linda saves Wally, ends up grabbing him and go, but they're not going to chase him to his house.
It's kind of funny to me, too, when you have the explanation about how we're government funded, stuff like that. You're a vigilante, and you have Miramis. He's right. We can't have costume vigilantes running around without government oversight. Now, can we? That would be un-American. You're not American, Scudder.
It is fun. I'd love if you had the accent going and all that. It would be so funny. But yeah, you have all this stuff going on. The only thing that's the worst is their boomerangs off going, what the hell, mates?
Nobody's trusting Boomerang with a badge.
I know.
Batches. We don't need no stinking batches.
Boomerang. But I even like the idea that they want to end up trapping Wally. And what they do, again, Dick Grayson, great guy. Wally's a great guy. And so even with Wally wanting to know what's up, and he goes to Mick, he is also going and worrying about him as well. It's not just a pure and apologizes because he was supposed to go check up on him. We know that he's been busy. You have all the stuff, Dark Crisis, all that stuff going down. So he ends up, but he does apologize.
Also, he was whisked away by Amanda Waller to go do Swamp Thing stuff.
Yeah, and he said, I came and you were gone. I didn't know. I wish that maybe, and it's a weird play. I like that he has a baguette or a big thing of French bread or something in there, right? The bread. I wish that there was something where you did have,
savage.
You end up having Mick hey, the Suicide Squad. And Wally, remember when he was in jail, And we even thought at one point he almost was on the Suicide Squad. That was a rumor and stuff like that. I actually thought that maybe...
I like the idea that we're like, oh yeah, and he was almost on the Suicide Squad. By the way, that was a rumor. So we're not really sure, but that was a rumor, on the street.
But supposedly it was going to be the word on the street that that's what was going to happen. But I wish that you kind of made that play that Wally opens up. Like, I was in jail too. Like, I know how hard that is. I'm really sorry.
I feel like everybody's forgetting that aspect and everything that happened. We don't deal with him breaking out of prison either.
Yeah, they retroactively say it really wasn't his fault. So really, that prison time, that's null and void now. But yeah, he was there.
Time served.
Getting a flash forward, they came and broke his ass out.
They still have wanted posters all over that area. We're looking for that Tempest Fugitive.
Looking for that Tempest Fugitive. They ain't finding him. The Fuge. So
we might find pieces
I love
of them.
this idea. If you're going to grab Wally, if you're going to get the Flash here, you know how you get him? You get him because you know that he's a good guy. He has a heart, and he's going to go to Mick, and that's what they do. They take advantage of it.
And Heatwave's going to betray him, and all the rest of the rogues are going to be there waiting. And even the idea, though, when you have this, because you have essentially a set of rogues who are the good guys. It's crazy to think, but you have that. But when you have the good guys here, when James Jesse, the Trickster's like, I'm just going to cut his Achilles tendon. I'm like, holy shit.
You know that's the worst thing. That and cutting the back of somebody's knee are the things that weird me out all around. When he said that, I'm like, oh, yeah, you are a piece of crap. Oh, my God. What are you doing,
everything is going to be A-okay because we have the Pied Piper back. Old Hartley's coming on to town to hopefully continue being a good guy because he's been a good guy for a long time now. I'm hoping that continues here. And maybe we could have hey, where's Barry? But he hasn't been the job, and my boyfriend's pissed. His boss.
I got to go talk to Singh. He has no idea where this Barry guy is. And I actually thought it'd be cool if you continue this a little. They get done with the Dark Eye, and Barry can kind of come back and they can go because this is more Barry's thing as well. So when you end up having all that, there's still a couple other things where you do have Warden Wolf. He had powers. These seem to be different. They seem to be upped. They seem to be a deal, and you do have Blacksmith in a cool way, and that's why I think that, these are new. He's done some deal. He's done something because you do end up having him do something to Blacksmith. He ends up, going all out on her.
And Blacksmith seems shocked.
And she seems shocked. And then he says, you don't have to worry about that.
He could do stuff, but not affect her as bad as he did right there. Almost like a lightning,
Yeah, it was like a lightning. I thought it was like Palpatine. You end up lightning her ass, and then she's like,
so
what the fuck?
Blacksmith.
And your problem is your faith in your friends. You end up where...
Your problem is your faith in your rogues.
Exactly. And so that's when she's like, whoa, this is bullshit. We have to pay these people back. This is my deal. And he shocks her. Shocks her more ways than one. And then she seems, surprised. She seems shocked.
Oh, I got you.
And then you end up where you have Mick who says, hey, listen, I'm doing this. And it's one of those things where Mick was a sympathetic character when Wally ended up helping him earlier, and I like that callback.
Kind of, he was still burning hospitals though with people inside.
He was, but they weren't children's. They might have been children's hospitals. Mick will be Mick. Hey, your heat wave. You only have one thing. You got to stick with your brand. But it was because he was going out. We did question the idea. Why are you going out like that, Mick? But once his cancer's cured, Wally didn't check in on him, so he's kind of pissed. But get over that, there, Mick. But he ends up having his cancer cured and says, my loyalty's there. I have a new lease on life. You wish that he'd kind of go on the up and up. I think that there's still going to be that play that at a point, maybe they will say, take care of him. And I think Mick will end up being okay by the end. Not a good guy, but I think that he won't go full out bad at a point where he might have in the past because of how Wally did help him. And
how about the really weird, low key as hell call out the idea that, yeah, you arrested me. You're going to look in on me. And then Amanda Waller grabbed me. I was doing Suicide Squad stuff until she left and I was put back into Iron Heights. Amanda Waller is still on Earth 3 with her Justice Squad. I'm like, I really thought that was going to be a big deal of Dark Crisis or something. And it's just Amanda Waller's gone with her weird ragtag group of Suicide Squad members.
She's off doing whatever. We don't know. It didn't seem to play out. Maybe it will play out later. I'm sure at some point. Because it's mentioned here. And again, I give Jeremy Adams full credit. Now, there's the other play here, too. There's a lot of fun in this. I said I had a ton of fun with Nightwing, but that was more in your face. I'm telling you, when Mr. Terrific and Wally are walking around the lab.
Terrific Tech and all the different crazy nonsense.
It reminds me
of... It looks like Q's freaking lab in James Bond, all the weird shit going in the background.
It reminds me of The Simpsons, where you end up where...
With Scorpio?
Where Homer just goes in to get freaking, sugar. and all shit's going on, and he doesn't even realize. He's just, I came for sugar.
But it's exciting as hell while you have the fun stuff in the background, knowing that he's trying to experiment with hyper time and what that could hold in the future of the Flash and Wally West in general.
At one point, they go by, and the whole place is on fire. The next deal, there is I don't know, a dimensional freaking blob monster that's attacking. Could even be like a weird parasite there looking at that. But yeah, then it looks like Doc Ock's got one guy. Then you got
Terrific Tech looks like Terrifier Tech.
Yeah, it does. It looks so crazy, but it's so funny that that's just in the background. And this is just Tuesday for them that, oh yeah, this crazy stuff. Let's talk about it. But it's, talking about everything that's going on with Warden Wolf. How did this happen? Mr. Terrific's there to say, yeah, it is weird. We'll have to look into it.
Bonnie Baxter, she was talking some shit.
So are we going to use hyper time to just grab like different versions of characters? Or are we going to end up having a team set
Is
up?
there going to be something going on with the 1 minute war? I don't know.
Yeah, or that. So it is very exciting with all that. And then, at the end, when they
it's hyper time. You can do whatever the fuck you want. And
I even like the smart little, it's kind of like not a caper, but it kind of is the Ocean's 11 plan to take down Wally, where he gets blown out the window, then he's through a mirror, then he's there, and they have him at the end. And then when you see Pied Piper, I just pray, and I even said it in the Slack, I want him to be the good guy. It seems what he's saying it is.
He's great.
Hey, Flash, looks like you could use my help.
Even using that musical note to stun everybody, so like they're frozen in time, essentially.
It's so cool. He's got the pan flute. That's my flute sound. Did you like it? I gotta find that.
What's that guy's name?
Zamfir, the king of the pan flute. Oh, Zamfir, there he is. I ended up remember back at the jazz flute that I used to have, and I lost that thing. I need the jazz flute again.
No, you don't.
Next issue, I promise that somehow I will get that jazz flute, and I will give you all of my play of all the songs. Every song on that episode, I will do with the flute. So we'll do that. But
I said you're just going to grab sound bites of Willy Wonka with this little flute calling Oompa Loompas.
Yeah, that'd be good too. I just was going to get Zamfir and pretend it's me. There used to be the commercial if people were old enough to be he's the king of the pan flute. You'd have him there and he'd be doing the stupid flute shit with all the wacky backgrounds going. Nowadays it would be like a coyote in the moon. The flute used to be a great thing. I'm like, look at this fucking guy. Zamfir. I love him and Heino. You don't really know Heino.
I don't know
that
Heino,
much.
no.
That's a German singer that it really looks like Andy Warhol and just sings very
great look.
That's Heino. But yeah, by the end there, I'm excited. And that whole deal with Pipe looks great. I mean, the character points to that looks so good. Looks really, really good. What would you give this?
Ultimately, I had a great time with this issue. We're introducing so many exciting and interesting things into the series that I can't wait to see pan out. You brought the Rogues back. You had something new with Mayor Wolf going on. Can't wait to see how that plays out. You brought Pied Piper back. You talked about Linda's pregnancy. I mean, it feels like I've been waiting forever for this whole thing. And even with that, you have time for them to go home and see Irie going off the freaking couch with a pillow off the top rope. She yells to hit Kid Flash Wallace West, who's babysitting them, but not really babysitting this watch because he's not a babysitter. Just little moments like this. And it feels like so much was crammed in this issue, but none of it felt like it wasn't supposed to be there or was shoved in, and it was a bloated issue. Everything felt great, and it felt like a full issue that it feels like it's your goddamn money's worth, because everything looks great as well. 8.5 out of 10.
Eric, I'm going 9.6. I liked it so much. Even like you even brought up, I was actually a little lower, but the idea, you didn't get the one play I thought you were going to get. Usually in this, with a kid with that spacing in this sort of issue, you'd have the idea where Linda and Wally are finally, we got the kids to this age, we can relax, we can have a movie night, then you find out you're pregnant again. That's
and
the
we
classic
also
deal.
have to worry with another side conflict where the idea is they don't know where her speed powers are coming from. And if
No,
women use
that's-
it could
I like
affect the
that.
pregnancy. I'm like, that's another little freaking problem we have to deal with in the background. And she's still there with her speed force powers to save Wally at one point. I'm like, we just told you not to do that. I know it's going to be addictive, but come on.
And they say, the problems he had with twins, but I even like the play where and you get, like I said, usually you'll have that play of, oh man, let's have movie night. We haven't had that in years. Oh, the kids are finally old enough. It's easy street now. Oh, I'm pregnant. Oh no. But you have that almost with Wallace, who's there like, I'm not babysitting anymore, but there's a baby coming. And that's the funny play of the pay deal. That's right on my front street. But I like the idea where, oh, by the way, we're having a baby. And that gives you that And then Wallace is excited. And I like that. But I also like that Irie is so excited. Jay's upset. You get this back and forth where it really felt real. It felt natural the way it was played out.
Even the way it's said as an aside to Mr. Terrific. It's not like, playing over the top, but like, we're having fun stuff going on, talking about this while we're introducing Hyper Time.
Yeah. I mean, everything just felt
The
good.
pacing's magnificent. I'm going to throw 9. You're right. This is good.
I had such a good time with this, and I even had a great time with Nightwing, but this really felt like you get it.
All the fan service was here, and it was not over the top, and everything felt like it deserved
fan
to be
service
here.
actually pushed the story forward. This is how you do it right, and I commend it. I think this was a great issue, and there's points where we've always been a fan of this run, but there are times where we have said, that part of that issue wasn't that great. Hey, we like this, but this all came together. And I really do think that you nailed it, and I didn't even think. If I had the hot take sound there right now, say, no, if I had it, I would have hit it, because I think you're right. I think working with Jeff Johns with characters that Jeff Johns did so well, I think that he ended up using that time to help out himself.
I said a better part of a decade, but he was on the run for like 5 years. So is that the better part of a decade?
Yeah, it's a half a decade.
It's a good part of a decade.
But people look back at that and say how great it is. So I'm sure that they have talked about it and kind of went with things. So that's a really cool deal. We're going to move on to the next book, which I'm actually interested to see what you think. Catwoman number 49. It's written by Tini Howard, art by Nico Leon, Veronica Gandini, and Lucas Gattoni. And
I blame editorial. This story was cut off at the knees, and nothing makes sense anymore. And they just went into another direction for
Every
Punchline.
issue. Yeah, what we need this book to basically, it got cut at the knees before. Now at the point, it almost feels like this soon in a run that you got to reset.
I don't know what the focus of this book is. Like, we had so many loose threads that they're trying to do stuff, but nothing feels like it comes together at all. We had Dario in the trunk for issues now. Somehow we got Catwoman and Belmont back to Gotham from Tuscany.
How long has he been in that trunk?
Forever.
Really?
And what should have happened, this entire issue should have been Aiko in the Catwoman suit doing Catwoman stuff.
She does it too late. They go back and Aiko's like, hey, cool thing that I was being Catwoman. Well, no, you weren't.
No.
It would have been so easy to do that. Then we would have had, oh my God.
We just have Selena back. She saves Dario, and it really means nothing. And all the plot, I don't know, like, I tell you, it even feels like Tom King's run where Batman went off with Selena during the City of Bane for no reason whatsoever, except for Clayman, I guess, wanted to draw Magnum P.I. Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
I don't know why Selena had to go to Europe. I know we have a subplot of taking down, the extended family of the mob, but it doesn't go anywhere, especially when you have Dario kidnapped. Yeah,
Dario's kidnapped, and and are relying on Aiko to be Catwoman in Alleytown, Gotham, and yet didn't get a hold of her to do anything. She really would have been easily the person who would have tried to stop this, and it could have gotten her in hot water. And so instead, first off, you have Punchline on the cover. That's a dupe. That is almost like a insert. All this is to set up maybe Aiko to be the villain again in the Punchline book, but it's not doing any favors here. You end up having just weird plays where it's almost like Teeny Howard's grabbing, oh, I know this happened in the Strays. That felt weird. Even at one point, I think Selena started singing Running with the Devil by Van Halen. It made me laugh so much. When we get to that, I'll point that out. But even the idea where Dario's like, man, what took you so long in that European vacation? No. This was something you knew about and made them go somewhere else. And the timing makes no sense.
No.
And I'm telling you, this is where I ended up, Vendetta versus the Thing. It's starting to feel like every other book by her that I end up not understanding the progression. It gets wonky, and then I don't care.
I like a lot of aspects to this, and I completely blame editorial for this because there was a story taking place that I had enjoyed. It felt weird going to Europe, but at least in that we got to see it was an expansion on the original plot of taking down these mobsters to their European families, the extended families, and the bosses over there. It was working out. But as soon as you have Dario, he was that ticking time on. We got to save Dario. How are we going to do that? Now it's just, all right, we don't have time for any of that. Aiko Catwoman would have been great, but we don't have time for that. Just bring Selena back because we have to introduce Punchline, the Royal Flush Gang, and that's it. And for some reason, by the end of this, you still have Black Mask and the rest of the mob boss. I'm like, why are you freaking throwing back to that?
When can we start saying it's editorial versus Teeny Howard versus, because what you just said was exactly what we said in the fourth issue of this run when we ended up starting really smart Genevieve Valentine things just to then introduce Harley.
Yeah, I agree.
It feels weird.
And that felt like editorial as well to me, because even when you bring Batman into this, so you have that love triangle of the sexual tension between Valmont, Catwoman, and Batman and stuff like that. How is that going to play out? Especially when, I like that we're tying into the Punchline book because it feels like an expanded universe of things going on at the same time in Gotham that feels like it makes it bigger, more important. The way we're handling it here is goddamn awful, though.
Yeah, it's awful. I don't. The thing is, if Teenie Howard is doing this book, she has to be writing some of this. And in this issue, like you said, I think that maybe both her and editorial, they felt like they got desperate very early. They didn't give it enough time. They ended up where it seemed to be selling, but a lot of people told me there was a lot of variant covers, and they thought that. But it felt like we had a slow burn smart story. I always love, my whole thing is I always say I like when Selina's the smartest one in the room. I think that it plays out, and it was doing that. She's duping things, and then all of a sudden, boom, we just end it. The wacky stuff with the end with Black Mask, and then we kind of push that aside to get to Harley. Harley's there for goofy issues. Then we get back to okay, we're back. And then boom again. I mean, like you said, you never get to a point where you can fully say, oh, this isn't working or it is working. It has potential and then changes. It just gets
when I see stuff
off.
like this, I always go back to Steve Orlando's run on Wonder Woman. We're out of nowhere. Phantom Stranger had to show up. It made no sense. And we found out later on it was editorial that forced that to be in there because
the guy saw a variant cover with Phantom Stranger, didn't even know the character.
Exactly.
And said that character
So when I
looks
see
cool.
stuff like this that feels so out of place, so out of nowhere, I have to say, I tell you, I want to give the writer the benefit of the doubt because this is their profession. Editors just come in and say, I demand this, and they have to do it. So I have to say it's an editor problem.
The whole play of all this, there's a lot of books that I've read of Teenie Howard. They are a little bit like, it didn't have this fit, but even the stuff, I stopped reading the X-Men stuff because of Teenie Howard. That was just because I was bored. Things didn't make sense. You had these wacky things. It just is odd. Also, it is pointed out, and this was pointed out to me today, that you will never get through a Mariko Tamaki issue of anything or a Teenie Howard issue of anything without somebody eating something. And there you go. Yeah, I'm like, really? There's Torio's eating spaghetti. But like, why is that? And
He's hungry,
like,
Jim.
Has this been something all
He's been in a trunk for a while. Leave the boy
alone. The
alone.
weird play is, this reminds me a lot of, and Teenie Howard's going off to do the Harley book then at a point. This reminds me a lot of Stephanie Phillips' Harley as well, where I like the characters. I think that there's things that you can go. I think Dario's really good. At the end, he's there doing the seamstress stuff. I think he's making himself that costume he wants.
He's making a costume.
That's fine. I like him. I think it's a cool play. But the overall story just always seems to be a mess. And this issue makes this whole book a convoluted mess. I mean, it's like everything that we liked is kind of pushed aside at points, and then you throw everything else in this goulash of things. And it just really threw me off. Yeah, goulash. And even when you get again, it's almost like hey, look, the Strays. Come on, everybody, read it. You liked the Strays before. Come on.
Well, even
but
that
it's not
feels like
done
such a strange
well.
call-out because now we're just going back to Alleytown, which we got away from. It was Gotham proper that we're doing this Catwoman book, and now we're back to Alleytown because Punchline's there. That's what the Punchline book's doing because of the Hasegawa warehouse that she wants to use to create the XO. And we have the Royal Flush Gang, just, kids freaking. It pretty much is the Foot Soldier clan, in the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie, where it's just kids being brought in and they're being putting on uniforms. And that's what happens to one of the Strays, Billy, here. And when you have the little talk, you can't do this. I know, Selena, I didn't mean to do this. I'm a victim of circumstance. All right, well, I understand, Billy. Make sure you say hi to skid marks and fucking shoes. I'm like, are we ever getting back to Leanne Harper and what she's doing? Because that's really just a dangling thread that this reminded me of.
But even that conversation, it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel like the end.
But it's because it's Alleytown, we have to have it.
Yeah, and that's just to get there. The whole deal, we did have Punchline say, hey, I'm going to go and do that whole warehouse of Emiko. Then you have to throw in that was Ace Chemicals, Ico. I mean, and so you end up where this is going. This is just a little aside, because I am a Catwoman fan. The idea that this really feels like the weird play that here's Punchline to elevate the cat. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you have Punchline show up on the cover to elevate it? But
Catwoman's not elevating Punchline's book?
But it might be the idea, but I would have rather, it just felt like the idea.
Especially because Punchline's not here. It's a bait and switch.
Yeah, and it's on the cover as if you need to get people to buy the Catwoman book. So Punchline, I'm like, you better stop it, you jerks. Like, you really think that? I like the idea. I'd love for the idea of Aiko and Catwoman to elevate the punchline book. We like the first issue enough, and that seems interesting. But this book isn't the one that you need to stop and have punchline just show up just so you can have things going on. It felt very odd, but it is that connected deal, same writer. And so, it's nice enough, but this story, what is it doing? What is going on in this overall story?
It's trying to wrap up everything it did in one single issue, whether it makes sense or not, so we can move on to the idea of punchlines coming to town, and we have to get Batman involved. And oh my God, does Batman know about Valmont? But it doesn't really matter because Valmont's a now thing, but Bruce, he's more of the future kind of thing, so we don't got to worry about it right now. But this is one of those things, too, where the idea that Catwoman is coming to, take control of everything, asking Bruce whether or not he can follow her role and stuff, because Punchline's entire plan is based on the idea this is Alleytown, and if Catwoman's doing Alleytown stuff, she's going to make sure that Batman doesn't step on her toes.
I like the idea, and I didn't mind the idea, like, listen, Batman, you let me do this, this, and this, and then you could do that. And he's like, no, how about I do that, and that? And all right. But there was the point where I think that they are, and me and you talked about this at one point, I don't think they were making sweet love. Yes, they were. No, they weren't. And then they I think that they were testing the grounds of it, because even in this, it's almost like they're like, well, they kind of do this, but then they don't, but they do. Like, let's see what people say about this. And it just felt weird. A lot of the things, but I do like seeing Valmont without the mask. I'm like, look at that guy. Look at them tattoos. But this is where Selina says, where she's talking about her life. And she goes, everything I have, I had to steal. I'm like, this is dearly robbed. That's straight up from running. And I thought they play with it. Like,
what are you talking about? She stole the night, Jim.
Yeah, she did. She also stole the silverware. But yeah, and that's the whole play. Oh my God, what's Batman going to say about it? Because he is just like watching everything through those binoculars. Like, look at you horn dog. But
the world's greatest voyeur.
It felt like a lot of these things, like whether or not you love the Ram V stuff, but yeah, the Strays, that felt like you're grabbing stuff from him. You end up having the Batcat stuff from Tom King. You have all this, and yet
you have the Genevieve Valentine stuff to start out with.
The Genevieve Valentine thing to start out with. This book, as it doesn't have an identity yet, and we're already getting to the point where we should be going forward with something of, that like later on, you would love to have it where like a Genevieve Valentine or even a Renby, like, oh man, yeah, they're going back to that. But what would you say later on? Because everything that Tina Howard's doing, she's grabbing from somebody else. It doesn't seem like its own run yet. And then you muck around and do these weird things, the Strays. And then the Ico stuff. Yeah, she has Valmont. That would be the deal. But even that felt like it was just the own Ghostmaker or something, Dario. And Dario looks like he's making the thing. But even then, Batman's like, hey, listen, you got your own friends, and you got all this.
You said that Tina Howard's going to be on Harley Quinn going forward at some point?
Yeah.
Okay, at least this tells me, though, that she'll be, if she continues on with where we stepped off with Stephanie Phillips, it's Phillips, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That she'll be able to write, now I can't even think of his name. I'm fucking Joe. Who is the big goof of a man that hangs out?
Kevin. Yeah, Kevin's just as Dario. I mean, it would be good.
I had a brain fart for a second, but the idea for how Dario is here, I think that if we continue on with the Harley that we know right now with a new writer, she'll be able to handle Kevin, no problem.
Yeah. One of my favorite parts of this entire issue, though, is when Selina starts talking, and she's talking to Aiko and like, hey, did you hear that Punchline is in town? And I swear to God, it's almost the idea. You mean Alexis Kay, the newer girlfriend of the Joker that had a big part in Fear State and then went off in the back of a Joker and
Joker
then walked
War.
free? Yeah, Joker War. And then walked free of the trial of the century and now has a solo book by T.D. Howard. You mean that Alexis Kay Punchline? Yes, that's the one. It's such a weird, over the top deal of, oh, now I know. Yeah, I heard that she's in one of my warehouses. I'm like, what are you doing? But overall, it was a disappointment, especially after what we had just,
it's a jumbled mess to try to get everything that was left on the table thrown out real quick so we could start our new thing. And it just left so many dangling threads. And I'm like, you had so much to work with. And I don't know if it was editorial. I'm personally going to blame it because I'm going to give the writer the benefit of the doubt.
You could go with editorial because it does
becomes
seem like
a mess
that.
to move on to something new. And it's a Punchline new. Like all of a sudden, Punchline book came out. We have to do some tie-ins with that because we need some synergy going on, and that is the direction you need to go right now, no matter what you're working on.
Yeah, exactly. Now again, that's she's writing Punchline as well, so it makes a little more sense. But these things that happen, especially the Harley before, this seems like it'd be weird for a writer to go in and say, "Hey, editorial, that story I'm doing now, I'm gonna end up really screwing it up by adding a guest star." because that's usually something you have to go through channels to even ask if you can even have that character in your book. And that seems like a lot of hoops to jump through. I think that you're right. The other way is, hey, whatever you're doing now, make it so Harley's in there. Whatever you're doing now, let's get this punchline because we have more of a potential for that book to elevate a bit. And even that felt like it might be a little past. But we like, again, people, I think we had it on the Patreon spotlight. We liked that first issue enough. We thought that there is a potential for that book to be pretty cool. And I actually went into it thinking, okay, what are we going to get here?
How does Alexis K elevate herself from the Joker's girlfriend to the queen of the Royal Flush Gang?
Yeah, and is that, I mean, you have it here. You mentioned Royal Flush Gang. You see them. Hey, you doing the drugs?
You see scumbags in freaking jackets with a freaking spade on them.
And that my whole play then is, does that really get you inspired? Like what you get here with Punchline, does that get you inspired to go read the Punchline book? Or are they trying to get Punchline fans to read Catwoman? I'll tell you, how dare you again.
How dare you?
I just know that when Clown Hunter comes out and seals his Royal Flush stuff, he just might change his name to Card Hunter.
Damn right. I told you, he should end up where at that one point where Ghostmaker, what, do you want to go back to God? Yeah, I hear there's shit going down with some clowns and shit. I'm going over there. And Punchline and all that. But, that's what you get. Dario still I like. And I don't know. Maybe the next phase of the story. It's one of those, I'm going to end up like World's Finest in the New 52. You kept telling me, I'm done. One more issue. Maybe it'll have it this time.
Look, the World's Finest with Power Girl and Huntress, there's no reason that book should have failed. And it did each and every issue, and I kept waiting for it to get good.
This, and I don't know the exact, issue number deal, but it does feel like you end up getting 2 good issues, and then one starts getting wonky, and then you get that weird, okay, I'm just ending this, and I'm going to convolute it at the end. And it seems like we're getting that progression each time. Let's hope it doesn't keep happening, because there are some cool characters. I think Selena and Dario could be really good. Like you said, Harley and Kevin kind of play.
There's some interesting things going on here. It's just not, it doesn't come across very well on the page. The pacing's all over the place and things are just thrown away to move on to the new hotness, which is Punchline. And because of that, I like the art, but it's a 5.5 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I think I'm a 5.5 as well. And it's a shame because, like you said, there are some things maybe she just doesn't realize, what is hitting and not hitting. Somebody's telling her something I don't know, or it's just editorial and they keep mucking it up. And that's very possible. What I heard about Teenie Howard is she's a very nice woman and she really is not any trouble. If they say to do something, she'll do it. If they say not to, she won't. And she's always on time. That is something that is, valuable at a point where a lot of people have left or got fired over at DC. They don't have, as big a staff as they have. And, we end up not really thinking about that, but that is something of a plus for them that she just does the deal and, puts it out there. Just, I wish that this was more coherent and made more sense overall. And there were some things that we really liked that have kind of got pushed aside, but we'll see. Valmont, he ends up looking like a little bit of like Machine Gun Kelly. You with me? Machine Gun Kelly. Also, I think might have hepatitis.
That, but I really don't know what Machine Gun Kelly looks like.
And if you made the hair blonde and maybe it's shorter, but it really, I don't know. He looks like he has hepatitis. So that's what I say. Either that or gonorrhea.
Or Selena.
I know. Yeah, I'm saying. Well, there you go. And did they make Sweet Love on the rooftops or did they fall asleep?
Well, not only did they make Sweet Love on the rooftop, they made Sweet Love on the tarmac underneath a parachute last issue.
It was weird that they were going to end up in this, and he's like, well, sorry, he fell asleep after? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's why any dude will do that. But I thought in that, like, that's a little too much. That's your Batman thing. And I'm like, nope, it's just a Selena thing now.
Sacred.
It's just a Selena thing now. And there's Batman looking, oh my goodness. Go the other way. Like, really wants Selena out of the picture. Let me see more of that Belmont. Oh, my. But, yeah. We didn't even talk. I mean, the idea of this car, it just didn't even play out.
No, we saved Dario.
Dario's never driven in his life, and now he's going through a high-speed chase in a car that ends up veering around. No way.
It's like me when I first started driving.
Yeah, exactly. So, trial by fire. Yeah. But
how you do it?
5.5. I don't know that driving is like throwing a kid in the pool. I mean, you kind of could hurt a lot of other people. The kid drowns,
Why do you think I don't drive anymore?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's a shame. But we're going to go off to a little break, and then we'll be back to finish up the podcast with a bunch of books.
You've heard his hauntingly beautiful music in movies, on radio and TV. He's sold over 20 million records round the world. His name is Zamfir, master of the pan flute, that magical instrument with the unforgettable sound. Now in his magnificent all-new collection, Zamfir plays the world's most beautiful melodies.
He got his first real comic, got it at a 5 and dime. Read it till his fingers bled. Been reading comics most of his life. Him and some guys from school, they had a book and they tried real hard. Jake quit, Knuckles got married. Giannis was never gonna get far. When he looks back now, did he ever father ever? And now that he has a choice, he told Jesse he would marry her never. Eric's read comics most of his life.
Eric has read comics most of his life, and some people listening have as well. Welcome.
You never
all.
will. Most of your life is over already,
most
old man.
Most of my life is almost over. Since I looked into the future, I have a week left, I think.
Oh, no.
I did end up going to the
Pretty
doctors.
weak.
I went to the doctors this week for my, checkup.
Oh,
It's
yeah?
my medicine checkup, it was.
Oh, you need your sweet, sweet drugs. I got you. That's why you went.
It's more of my heart stuff and my blood pressure stuff.
What's the lesser part of that?
No, well, there's the Adderall involved,
Okay,
but
all right.
I don't think I'm getting it. I ended up talking to him, and he's like,
We don't give it to users.
And no, what he's doing is he's using it as the carrot to try to get my blood pressure down.
Yeah, he knows how to deal with junkies.
I should have said to him at this point, what you're doing right now is raising my blood pressure, you son of a gun.
Give me my sweet, sweet pills.
Yeah, so the funny play, though, is, and you'll know right away, some people may not know why this is going to be so funny to Eric right away, but you'll get it. I go and they tell me to get on the scale.
Is that the funny part? Because I
No,
think it is.
actually, they also measure your height at the same time. So
It
they
just
do
keeps
that, right?
getting better and better.
So all this goes, and then he's typing out his paper.
5'6" and a half.
No, 5'5". What is going on? I sat there. I legitimately, my appointment was over. I was leaving. They handed me the papers.
Hey there, short stuff. Guess what we found out about you?
They handed me the papers, and it just says, like, okay, here are things to get your blood
Says
pressure
you're
down.
unhealthy, Tiny. It's a weird thing to put on a paper,
It said
but whatever.
about the whole deal. So then I'm looking, and I'm like, I actually demanded a recount. I wanted to there's no way. I go out in the
Yes,
car.
there
I
is a way.
messaged Tanya. I said, what's going on? I'm
Gravity.
5'7.5".
You're an old man who lives in a world with gravity.
5'5". I ended because Tanya legitimately has
I
gotten
don't even know if
shorter
you're,
than me.
I don't know if you're tall enough to ride all the rides anymore.
I'm not 5'5". I got home. I said, Logan, where's that tape measure? I had him measure me.
This doctor went to medical
5'7
school.
and
I
a
trust
half.
this doctor.
It wasn't him. It was a nurse. And that was the other thing
How
that
dare
really
you
screwed me.
belittle a nurse in their jobs? They're the
that
real
screwed
heroes.
me here. And I don't even know if they're really nurses. Most of the people
does
who
that
are
mean?
doing that, they're more of
Look at them. They're ladies. I don't buy that. Jim Winter's 5'7.5".
It's a doctor's office with one doctor in there, and there's like what I consider the nurses, but there's like 7 of them. I don't think they're really. I think that they're more organizational deals. Because they
What does that
take the
even mean?
calls, they set up the appointment, and
Staff?
they'll do that stuff. Yeah, the staff. I did want to say secretary because I'll get canceled, but
Just
they're
say
not
staff.
even. But they're it's just the staff.
Assistants.
But they could be nurse. I don't know, but
Okay.
they always mess things up. They always do. And when I get my blood, I go in, right? And they weigh me. They get my height. And it's said to be continued, Eric. I don't know what was going on. And so they started groaning. Get this thing off me. I ended up they take my blood pressure, which I don't know why.
So everybody does.
No, the doctor does it anyway. When I go, he goes, well, let's really see. He goes, let's really see what your blood pressure is.
Okay, he's a chauvinist. I get you.
Well, I told you before,
Well, you feel at
if
home
you
with him.
remember back, and it was funny because Reggie ended up saying that with my blood pressure, I was certainly going to die, is what he told me. But I ended
Reggie,
up getting it. Yeah,
you watch
I ended
yourself.
up getting it down a little. I think the karma hit him. But you end up where I got my blood pressure taken back then, and legitimately it was like 240 over 170. So it was so bad.
Yeah, you're going to die soon.
That Reggie thought that it was like, there's no way. They must. Yeah. I said, no, that's it. Because then afterwards, I thought that. And I went to the Walmart and did their machine there. And the thing really should have gotten
Trust these machines way more than women.
It should have become a transformer and taken me right to the hospital. But I've gotten it down. I actually have gotten it down. And I thought because I've been somewhat exercising now that it would have been even more. But they ended up, she takes it and says, oh, do you realize that your top number is real elevated? And I'm like, here we go again. What is it? And she goes, it's 135. I'm like, baby,
that's all right.
That is low for me.
Good.
And it was 135 over 70.
Perfect.
So I'm like, that's pretty good. At one point, I actually had it down to 124 over 80. And I said, I'd like, for some reason, 120 over 80 sounds like the perfect generic score that you would. I was almost there, but so then I go and the doctor says, oh, let me check again. And it ended up being 128 over 70. I'm like, all right, now I'm going to talk to him about this old medicine. Like, hey, and he says, no, I really want to get it.
I'm here, Doc.
He goes, I really want to get that top number under 125. I'm like, really?
Good for you, Doc. Stick to your guns.
That's what you're doing? I think he just doesn't want to give it to me. He already saw us all riled up.
He saw this short kid guy who, I'm telling you, he obviously, he looks at you. Obviously, you're a child, but you look real haggard. Obviously, you're a drug user. He's not
I was going to say, are you saying I'm a youthful looking man?
No.
Thank
a
you.
real short child who's really haggard. Obviously, a drug user.
A child. You end up where if he saw me in the car looking at that height, he never will prescribe that medicine. I was fired up. I was fired up. I mean, I sat there and really, it took me like 5 minutes to get all of those books underneath me to get in the car. And then I had to attach those blocks.
Heavy.
I had the blocks on my feet so I could
my little
down.
self out. Someone's going to need a nap today.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I was so upset.
This is the best day ever.
It really upset. And I thought to myself, I'm not going to tell Eric about this because he's going to laugh because you're going to say, that's what it really is. Though I did end up seeing something this week that I was going to send you to.
Wasn't too high for you to look at?
No. It was some NBA players. Was it on the top shelf? It was NBA players, and they were talking about players that are like 6'6" and 6'7" and calling them shorty. And I wanted you to just realize there are people that are
Jim,
way taller.
You know, I used to be 6'5". I used to be taller than my younger brother, and now somehow he's 6'5", but he's taller than me. So obviously gravity's a bitch.
It's weird.
I'm never going to be 5'5" because, you know, I'm out of middle school, but whatever.
Exactly. Well, 5'5". What beats down on you more, gravity or some of these books, Eric, that seem to want to get fifth-dimensional imps involved or Elseworld stories? Now, as we're talking, there were a bunch of books.
I got weak ankles, Jim. It's always going to be at gravity.
Exactly. That is true. That's a problem with a lot of tall fellas.
Yeah.
We have a section here that the theme of it, besides you laughing at me for being short, is the Elseworlds thing. And that's something that you usually don't really
I want a theme
enjoy.
for that now.
Yeah, I know. I thought today that I should have done it, and then I kind of lost. The only thing I could think of is Devo's Beautiful World.
All hope in my future.
No, once
life.
you said that, and then I'm like, I'm too short. I can't even reach the mic. So I was going to do, but the time, it was short, Eric. No, I was going to do Devo's Beautiful World, and I'm like,
snot it a little bit.
I don't think people know Devo's Beautiful World enough for that to be a really good deal. Oh, okay. Well, I'll do it. But yeah, it's an Elseworlds deal, something that you don't typically love.
Depends.
And so we were talking.
It's a chance to do something new and exciting, but usually it's just humdrum stuff that slightly different from things you know while playing the same base and stuff you know to make it readable and enjoyable on that fan servicey kind of level.
And so, just as an aside, before we got on, we were talking about a lot of those new books that were announced, creative teams and things like that coming up after the Lazarus Planet, even before, during all that, all those books. And we were trying to figure out, are these going to be in continuity? Are they going to be Elseworlds? Are they going to be kind of between? Is this a story over continuity type deal? I think that my play with the Elseworlds, which there's a lot of classic Elseworld stories, right? You end up having, say, Gotham by Gaslight. You have Red Sun, Superman.
Dark Knight Returns.
Dark Knight Returns. You know what's different, though? Is those kind of came every bunch of years, right? And now in this, you're just getting a lot at one time. And I don't know that that's the way that it should be done. These are starting to be less and less special to me, in my mind. Just,
especially because we have an Elseworlds section.
And so when you get it, it used to be the thing of like, oh, man, I can't wait to see what this crazy Batman's going to do, or this and that. I mean, these things aren't even all of the Elseworlds books that we're dealing with. You have Dark Knights of Steel, things like that. It's just there's so many going on right now that it might be a little overkill on it. Really, it loses the flavor.
I want to call them that because everything matters, Jim, but really a lot of these could just be solid out of continuity books that are just there that will never have their own, or we could even call it hyper time because it doesn't really matter. Like our final book in this section, the idea is like, here's the Titans United. It's kind of like that HBO Titans, but even removed from that. So what's the point?
Was also just, we have a section here, like you said, but isn't that One Bad Day kind of that as well that we ended up doing on
Until
the
people
Spotlight?
like it enough and it becomes canon.
That's the thing. I was going to say that. I'm glad you led me into this, Eric.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. The idea where...
By the hand I led you, you small child.
I need somebody. This is not my dad. Erica ends up where I will say at some point, well, you know, this Titans United Blood Pact, it's not in continuity. And you'll come back all the time now with, well, neither was Killing Joke until it was. These aren't that big.
No.
You know, Titans United Blood Pact, it's a nice little
Kevin
story.
Scott, well, people might be fans of him, but he's no Alan Moore, that's for sure.
No, yeah, exactly. And so neither is Alex Packnadal, where you even get the Vampires All-Out War deal. That's just a side book to an Elseworlds that may be looked at more favorable down the line. I think that if and when that is, I don't think so either, but people are saying, classic there. But if somebody ends up later on down the line saying, oh, that DCeased versus Vampires, that was really cool, I don't think they're going to think about All-Out War. I don't think that that's going to be on the tip of their tongue. They will
all about
avoid
hunters
that.
and killers for me.
And I think that maybe when all is said and done with DCeased, I think that there might be that play of, hey, listen, it started out really strong.
I think DCeased has way more legs than DC versus Vampires.
Yeah, but it does. Oh, it does. It already has. You have a bunch of these books. But I think that when it's all said and done, people will be more. It's almost like Injustice. When people end up talking about Tom Taylor's Injustice, a lot of it is talking about
Ground Zero.
No, they're talking about year 1 and 2 for the most part, and then you start even getting, then Tom Taylor leaves, and then Brian Bucciolata, and then it all hits the skids. And yeah, even when you get even further than that, so when eventually that Injustice came back with Tom, nobody cared anymore, and people have actually revolted against that series anyway, which I do like.
I'm done with evil Supermans. We see it all the time. Like, do we? Really? This was kind of like the big time. Yeah, you'll have a few here and there, but this is just kind of our generation's evil Superman. You know why? Because it had a cartoon, it had a bunch of comics, and it had a video game. It's kind of fun because it's its own thing here, and we don't have to worry about it for the most part unless you really want to.
Yeah, just as an aside with Injustice, I have argued with people about it where, okay, you say that, but back then, it wasn't that crazy then. I mean, it's not that far removed, but this is years ago that came out, now almost 10 years.
Obviously, if it's not Nazi Superman, it's not for me.
Yeah, really, I know. I should have Simon Steele. Where is he? Also, you always have to remember, I think people forget, that Injustice, that was a tie-in to a video game. Because it was so good and got so big, people end up thinking different things about it. But yeah, it was just a prequel to a video game.
And anybody who really cares about it should know that timeline and world was destroyed in Convergence.
It was in Convergence. And didn't they decide not to play along and they just got wiped out? That was hilarious. It's that world that decides. They show us what you got. Hey, we're not going to get involved. Done. But just as the last Injustice deal, if you haven't read it and only went by the idea of people saying, oh, it's just bad. The thing is, you see what brings Superman to being bad. This isn't just, boom, snap your fingers, he's bad. There are parts in that first year of that where it's so easy that he could end up just saying, I'm not going to be bad anymore. And then something happens. Wonder Woman's the worst. She's whispering in his ear the whole time. She's the main villain.
The only reason any of this happens is because of Wonder Woman.
Yeah. I mean, so many times, all he has to do, and then you end up where he kind of breaks free of that, whispering of Wonder Woman, but Bruce won't concede anything to him. This is all what leads everything. And it's really, I mean, seriously.
Just like Superman versus the Guardians of the Universe.
That is Superman One Bad Day. That's what you see. One thing that would make him snap to go with all of that, and it works out. I really
Still
like it.
Still way better One Bad Day than the rest of the One Bad Days.
I know, but it is. I mean, that's the thing, and then he blames that. But
it's a better tie into the Killing Joke than any of the One Bad Days.
Exactly. But here we go. And you said it, DCeased, that's the big one. that's the one that will continue. That'll be the one that people will read years from now and probably, enjoy it.
I like to read DCeased in Marvel vs. Zombies during the spooky season.
Here. I read it every year in the spooky season. That is April. DCeased War of the Undead Gods, number 4 is what we'll start with, Eric, after that crazy prelude. Written by Tom Taylor, art by Trevor Harrison, Neil Edwards, Andy Lanning, Rain Barreto, and Seda Temofonte. So we're going to continue this whole idea, and it does seem like the story, to me, it's being stretched out a bit. We don't really have a full out, they're still planning on what to do with this continuing idea of a universe destroying now deal with the new gods going. But I think that Tom Taylor really wants to keep in mind that he wants to have those personal moments. He ends up wanting to have that because he does get applauded for those.
Death is spreading across the universe.
So is love.
You gotta remember,
is that what
Jim,
you're going to say?
So is life. Life is still there.
So is love. Now, it's funny because...
And when life is there, time moves forward.
I think of this as, obviously, post-apocalyptic things, even if you end up going to an Earth. And so usually...
we're on Earth 2 now. Not to be confused with the previous Earth 2, just another planet.
Exactly. It does get a little crazy. Now, in that post-apocalyptic world, you really want to repopulate. You really want to get going. And I'm like, I don't need these 2 old people. They ain't going to do nothing. Like, that's my whole play. It's like, there's no way that either of them are producing kids. I think Leslie Tompkins is like 900 years old.
She's just like you, Jim. She's just a haggard drug user.
Exactly. So is Alfred, maybe. I don't know. But you end up...
But Jim, procreation or not, you're telling them not to live, laugh,
they can live, laugh, and love. It felt to me like this is the fan service that Tom Taylor will put in every book, but it used to be different. There's something different. We talked about Injustice, where it had a ton of fan service, but it was better than this. It didn't feel like it was just, hey, let's show this scene so people will be happy and commend me. It really feels like
I just don't imagine we're going to be spending a lot of time here on Earth 2 in the regular, humdrum day-to-day life that exists on this version of Earth, because our heroes are going off to fight the undead gods that are going from planet to planet and destroying it and turning everybody into more anti-life zombies. So it is nice to take a break from that, especially when our heroes are going off to see that life still goes on here and love finds a way, even with somebody who is broken as Alfred Pennyworth, who just desperately wants to fight back his demons, whether it's in the arms of his lovely Dr. Leslie Tompkins love or on the battlefield to die with his, son, Damian Wayne, because he's murdered the rest of his sons who became anti-life zombies.
And there's some of the Tom Taylor classic lines. Hey, you're just like your father. Thank you. Hey, you're just like my dad. Thank you. Right. In that, I'm waiting to see. I'm like, where's Alfred? I thought he said he could go. Oh, he's not going.
No.
I don't mind it. I said to you that this kind of annoyed me. The only thing that annoyed me, it's not the scene, it's the 11 pages that it took from a book.
No, it goes on a long time because you have to deal with a nightmare that's showing you what happened with Alfred killing, the Bat family, all the people he did with Tim and Dick and Bruce and stuff like that. Just reliving that just so you can wake up, oh my God, what a terrible dream. What have I done? Don't worry, Alfred. It's all over now. We can live, laugh, and love together. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you.
It's not just about anti-life. It's also about life. And by the end, I didn't mind it. I just sat there. I'm like,
no, it went on a little long. You're right.
But it went on a little too long. And in a book that I think that the biggest problem that most people probably have, along with me, is the pacing of it and want to get to it. And it feels like, okay, you came back with it again. You have to have this huge story, which it does feel huge at points. But then you want to get the humanity of it, but it's too much. And okay, what are we going to do then? And what we really do is go to Hoa to talk about.
Well, even before that, like I'm saying, the Alfred stuff, it goes on a little bit long. I enjoyed it just to see the humanity of it all and the freaking destruction of the universe as we know it. But then when you go to the planet Almerac and you see Princess... Well, you have Princess Maxima, which I think is great, and you have Prima there with her, and the idea of the anti-life gods, the forever people going ham on them, just trying to eat them this way from Sunday, and then you have a Yellow Lantern anti-life dark side, this doom tubing here to take over this entire planet. It's cool to see them, but really it's just more of like, this is, what else is going on in the universe? And just the idea, like we had in the previous issue, the Yellow Lantern anti-life dark side is a little much. I would have liked to see more with us, the idea of the ring coming out here, because I don't know, for some reason, it just feels just kind of silly when you have a Yellow Lantern anti-life dark side.
A lot of these things, we said it before, feel like just the ideas of people coming up with things. Oh, it'd be cool to have an action
Like,
figure.
I really wanted the anti-life to corrupt the AI of the Yellow Lantern ring, and then also infect the rest of the Yellow Lanterns. And even if you want to continue with the idea of the sentient freaking virus that was created by Darkseid with the anti-life equation and Cyborg and stuff like that, and then even have it go, but let's say it even goes to the antimatter universe and infects the Quards and the Quardians. Then we even have another thing where the idea we could continue the story in another spinoff or a sequel, whatever you want to call it, where we have to go to the antimatter universe to save them.
I think that where I'll try to explain a little, because there's going to be some people right now saying, okay, come on, guys, this is just for fun. You end up having Darkseid show up with the yellow ring. That's the wow factor fun. And that's fine. If that's what you want from things. The thing is, we've read these things, we've done this whole dance before, and we want to see smart and clever ways that plays into this universe. And there are times where Tom Taylor 100% does that. There's some times in that Dark Knights of Steel that he really like, oh my God, like that's really clever. That's really neat. But things like this just feel like they are just over the top. Look at this. Oh, my God. And it's one of those where you're in a comic book store. Well, why is it so good? Oh, my God. There's a yellow ring anti-life Darkseid. That might sell issues.
I better not get a fucking mega figure of that from McFarlane.
And I think that's the thing.
I don't even have a proper Wonder Woman yet.
So when you get it, it's one of those where it almost feels like you can see behind the scenes where they're like, well, why would we end up doing that?
Insert cash register sound.
There you go. It's for merchandise. It's for the wow factor. But
I would way rather have an action figure of like a Cassandra Cain, Shazam. That sounds a lot. For some reason, it's just a back girl with a Shazam lightning bolt and a Shazam lightning bolt on her chest.
Yeah. But even then, I mean, you have this and it's the big wow factor. But just to point out, now after this scene, we're like 14 pages through the book and we've had a recap and a nice deal. But then once you have the deal with Darkseid, again, we've seen this, we know this. To me, all this was let's see how people are getting on with their lives here.
We are exactly.
But then let's see the destruction that could happen
later.
But
the love and destruction. We're juxtaposing here as our troops are going off to Oa to meet up with the rest of the heroes to see what we can do to save this universe. And once we actually get to Oa and have the Guardians being all bullshit guardian-y about the whole thing, where it's like, we are invoking lethal force in the pursuit of destroying this anti-life to save the universe. And I like this because you had this previously where it was a big deal when we had this idea going on in the Sinestro Corps War when it was green versus yellow.
Well, that's why it kind of takes me aback. It's that when are they ever going to play that the Guardians are just like, you know what? We have a plan. They're like, you know what? Finally, they got it right. They're always the evil because they don't have emotions, but that's the thing. I agree with them 100%.
We went with this before, and the whole thing, and everybody went with it because you had the Sinestro Corps War. It was an actual war going on. But when you have the other heroes here, a larger-than-life version, a larger-than-life Superman, along with his son, who's also Superman, who's of age now, it's an ethical question. I love the idea. We have a cure. We can save people because that's what we do. We're from Earth and we're superheroes. This is what we goddamn do. And the Guardian's like, no, you shall execute them all. And then we have a standoff between Superman and the Guardians of the Universe while anti-life is going on in the background. I'm like, I'm investing in this and I wish more things would come to this.
Because I know that nothing will. They'll just end up going and doing their things anyway. But what I want is to somebody say, I think the Guardians are right. You look over, it's Damian. He's making a funny noise.
That's because you're a villain, Jim.
No, it's because that's what you do. They are looking at the total universe. Yeah, you have these heroes, but they're only from one Earth. Some of them are from different.
I've seen them go to other universes, Jim, and help those people too.
But again, they also could end up spreading it, and then what happens? You got to stop it. Now, you could quarantine them, maybe put a little construct bubble around them or something. But in the end, where this is going on, I just don't know any other way to stop it. But as we're seeing, I mean, you had to have Tom Taylor remind us right before this scene, hey, look, this is what's happening, Darkseid, because there hasn't been that much of that. Things are changing. We think that the big play is something, but then it's not. I just don't feel invested in the story at all, and I don't even feel like it's really a threat. When you end up having them complaining, they've already stopped this a bunch of times. Now it's up the ante, but I think they're just going to get Brainiac. He's going to collect the infected worlds. Easy peasy, done, and done.
all we had to do was cure some people who are anti-life zombies. Now we got to get close up to cure undead anti-life gods.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard.
No, you got to take them down and send them in the Phantom Zone as well. You got to cure the people on the planets like you already did on the others. Now,
that sounds like a Nazism.
What? That the bed, like Darkseid gets put into the
You wanted the
Phantom
ultimate
Zone?
cure?
Well, you go. They say we have a cure. That's all they need to do. They need to cure the planets and get rid of the new gods that have the anti-life, and then they're done.
No,
I think that
we
you get
shall
this.
murder everyone because
Well, they
it's
want to
way
just make
easier.
it easier. That's what they want to do, but they don't have a cure.
Just the idea where you have a Superman, though, who will stand up because of the ethics of this and not do what the Guardians want. The Guardians of the Universe, who are the most pompous little assholes you'll ever meet. It's their way or the highway. I love that you have a Superman standing up to them to the point where, like, we're going to keep you, locked away now while we do our work because we can't have you interfering. We said this. You got to go with it because that's what the rest of these Green Lantern jerks do. So why aren't you playing ball? And then when you have the Green Lanterns versus our heroes and stuff like that, and also find out that you have the asshole that's Ares, the god of war, who's just kind of bored with everything that's going on because he is just an asshole now who is bored because what's going on with the anti-life is slaughter. We saw this in the previous issue, not war. So it's like, well, it's going to be probably my last chance to do anything kind of cool or fun. So I better just fuck around with these guys a little bit to get that last little suck of war going on.
And then really somebody should say, who invited this guy? Like, he's just hanging there. And they don't, that's what I'm saying, though. They don't even realize that everything's going. So basically.
Well, he promised that he'd be on the up and up, but it turns out he had his fingers crossed.
So Ganthet might be dead because of him. Superman punches him right in the face. Is that even Ganthet?
I'm telling you, I'm looking at these people.
Know.
I can't even tell that they're short at any point. They just look like regular 5'5" looking adults.
5'5". They're tall. I'm 5'7.5". How dare you, Superman? And then here's where
craziest looking Guardians I've ever seen.
My eyes couldn't roll anymore. Please, I just want to throw it out there that the Guy Gardner one punch in any sort of way, it is not even cringy now. It's awful. It's something that really shows you that you are just basic bitch.
When Superman is in a construct bubble and punches through that construct and then punches Ganthet in the face with all one punch, and then there's Guy Gardner. One punch. He knocked out a freaking Guardian with one punch. I'm like, I'm done. I'm done with this joke. I'm telling you, it was so good for 20 years, and then we just dragged it into the ground.
It's every time. I mean, this joke comes up over. It's got to end. You got to end it for now. Let it sit for a while because it's not funny anymore. I'm saying this. People are like, I laughed out loud with that. But it might be that you just haven't read everything recently because this joke just keeps popping up and it's just not good anymore. But in that, you end up having, Superman punch Ganthet right in the deal, maybe kill him. And Ares,
punch.
I just love the idea
Superman didn't kill Ganthet.
I don't like the idea then that it's Ares controlling him because then it does lessen the entire argument they just had.
Just give them a little twinge towards it.
But they don't need the twinge.
Push.
The Guardians doing this, and like you said, you like seeing Superman stuff. That's every Green Lantern story.
Not even just Superman, but you have, Mary Marvel, you have Cassandra Cain Marvel. I actually want to know what her Marvel family name would be.
The Guardians at some point have to call a timeout and go. They have to have chambers, right? We're going to go in our chambers. They have those robes.
Yes, they do have that.
So they go up to the chambers and listen, what's going on, guys? I mean, we're supposed to be the Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, we have some crazy
universe.
We have some crazy, non-emotional ideas and whatnot, but nobody ever agrees with us, and they always do the opposite. We got to because this isn't just the first time that somebody said Hal Jordan made a living out of it.
The thing is, everybody's always agreeing. It's just those goddamn Earthlings.
Yeah, and the Earth Lanterns included. It's what's wrong with that Earth? They never agree with us because that's every story. Anytime. That's why I thought, here we go again. The Guardians want this, but that's going to end up causing. We're not going to take. I've seen this a million times. It's okay. The one punch threw me out. Also, though, I wish that they said to Ares, what the fuck, Ares? Why are you doing this? We're trying to figure out the fate of the universe. And he says, I'm not doing shit. I didn't do this. I want it to be not even pushed. I don't even want a nudge because this is an ethical question that we've seen the Guardians go with many a time. And Superman's going to want to save them. I don't need them to push it forward. I think that's only because there's Tom Taylor who wants to get his cake and eat it too. He wants to have Superman punch Ganthet, something that he would normally not
if I
do.
got this cake, I would obviously want to eat it.
He's doing it because I don't think Superman would normally punch Ganthet. Then you say, oh, Ares nudged him. That's why.
Honestly, I think he would punch the shit out of Ganthet.
I don't know. I mean, that doesn't feel like Superman to me.
They're going to lock him up against his will.
Oh, he may stop him, but I don't think he'd punch him right in the face. But he was nudged.
Punch in the face, Jim.
He was nudged by Ares. And all that, to me, then it does minimize that entire deal. And then everybody's just fighting. They're just going at it.
Until the idea when Batman does realize, Damian Wayne, that Ares is the one that's nudging everybody along with this. You better stop this. And the idea then that Ares is going to fight Batman, but, Mixelplick shows up. Mr. Mixelplick shows up to say, I won't let you hurt Superman. You better do what the Batman says. So you have a fifth dimensional imp. Superman's, I'm going to say fan foe kind of situation going. It's not like a fan like Batman. He likes going around, but he's always just there. I want to know, because the idea of everything stacking, and like the universe is on the brink of disaster. I want to know how a fifth dimensional imp is affected because of how we have the gods being involved. Like, this shit's crazy, right? And then you have the higher beings, the fifth dimensional imps. I want to know how you work this into it. And then like the idea of, the anti-life, what I want affecting the Yellow Lanterns, and then going back to the antimatter universe affecting the Guardians, and then going off and affecting all the antimatter
so
universe.
Much that you want, but I don't think we're going to get it.
A fifth dimensional imp who then goes back to the fifth dimension, and then you have an even more superior godlike race who is fucked up with the anti-life.
The idea that they're going to have to go off here with Mixelplick, they'll have to face him down. He'll have to get turned. I don't think there's enough room for all of that.
It's a problem when you have this stuff, though, whenever we do this, because you have the stacks of the dimensions on top of the multiverse and stuff, because this is an Elseworld. We're dealing with another universe that's not our own. But when you have higher beings like this who should exist outside of time and space as we physically know, like we saw in like the Sphere of the Gods in the Multiversity Guidebook and have the map of the multiverse, there should only be one version of people like this, like Darkseid and stuff like that. But when you have multiple, I'm like, how does that work?
Yeah. And here's Mixie. I wonder if it's just going to be one of those where he says, why don't you just come to the fifth dimension and hang with me, Soup? So I can't do it. Or maybe
I don't know. It reminds me of what we did with the death metal with the sixth dimension then?
Yeah, nonsense. But yeah, it does remind me
of... The World Forger took us to the sixth dimension and told us we could have our lives there outside of the cosmic judges.
Of metal and the idea of Shane, who we thought was the apex predator, and that's
look, there's no reason he shouldn't have been. The only reason that he wasn't an apex predator is because Scott Snyder didn't realize that Kendra Saunders was human.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe we ruined it by telling him, and then he didn't want us to demand money. I don't know. People have no idea what we're talking about, but look up Shane. You end up where Mixelplick. I don't like his look either. He looks like a full-out goblin in there. He doesn't look cute.
He's an imp. There you go. It's an imp kind of thing. Goblin's an imp, so it works for me. You got some pointed ears.
I don't know. It's the same as Ganthet to me.
We've been back and forth with how this art looks. And actually, the idea of whether we like one issue or the other doesn't work for us, doesn't not. This one, for the majority of it, does work for me and stuff like that. And even I'm not a fan of Mr. Mixelplick. I'm not even a fan of trying to say his name because Reggie always told me I did it wrong and I refuse to change. I like it all the way through with this whole thing. Yes, we get a lot of flashbacks and stuff that revisiting the situation. Here we are in the middle of our series. Hey, Alfred did some fucked up stuff. Kind of gave him PTSD. Isn't that crazy? We got anti-life out here doing bullshit things. Isn't that crazy? And now let's move our story forward. And we have a little bit of it. And I like what we did, even though it's more of a let's talk about ethics kind of question instead of moving our story forward. But by the end, we finally do get there with the Mixelplick, which raises my idea of what's going to happen next. Oh my God, you have so much potential. Will you go for it or will you crap out of us? And this, cliffhanger, like in our next book, will mean nothing.
I think that it'll mean nothing. I think that it's just there. He'll just go off or get infected and then you'll have, but I don't think there's enough room for a lot of these things. But my big problem, again, is you have that Tom Taylor deal that we talk about even in Nightwing a lot, which, of course, we have an imp in that now. He's gotten imp crazy. He is. So, but when we end up having that book,
imps are everywhere you want to be.
He gives the big deal of there's Alfred and Leslie. Oh, my God, that's so cool. And then, hey, Damian, don't go off. Just stay here. But that's never a thing that's going to happen anyway. He's trying to pull the heartstrings. And then Damian just goes, no. And then he goes off. And then Alfred goes, I'll go with you. No. And then they go off.
Don't you realize, Jim, the poetic nature of this all? There they were working side by side under Batman's tutelage this entire time. And it took the end of the world for them to finally notice one another.
I could care less. I really could care less about
because you don't know what love is.
And I think that one of the plays that I have, and go back to that Injustice, when I read Injustice, one of my favorite Harleys of all time, especially that first couple years of injustice. And I really liked her and Oliver and Dinah. I thought that was one of my favorite teams in a book.
Oh, yeah, it's the best part of Injustice.
I'm not getting that feel anymore from his Elseworld stuff. It's more that he's going for these big moments. Now he's trying to get the heartstrings, but it doesn't feel fully like I'm invested like I was in some of the other things that he has done, where he makes me. And also, I think that there is a thing, and this is something that we have an Injustice podcast. And I told you, I had the best one going, Eric, and then the power went out and I lost it. One of the things that I think that Tom Taylor writes better, and I think he's gotten away from, he really writes bad guys and gals. He writes villains or scummy, Erica. He writes them better because he gives you
like Cullen Bunn.
He gives you the softer side of the villain, which makes them more sympathetic. But when he writes regular characters like they can't do any wrong. And it just ends up being, oh, here it is, Alfred and Leslie. Oh, great.
Murdered
it doesn't make
his
me
entire family.
Yeah, but it doesn't make me like those characters anymore, and it doesn't get me as connected as he did say with the Creeper in the Unkillables, which I thought,
that's the worst.
Oh my God, look at this guy who everybody hates, and now he's helping the kids and stuff.
What was that catchphrase that he had in that?
I think it's let's do diddle the kids. Wasn't that it?
What?
I can't remember.
You love that
He's
character?
like, I'll take it deep. I'm the creep.
No, they had that whole thing with the what, pizza shrimp or shrimp something.
Yeah, it was something like that. But that was fun. Remember, he had the kids making the branded
I thought it got
shirts.
old fast.
Yeah, I liked that, and I never would like the Creeper, but he made me like the Creeper and actually care when the Creeper died. So in this, though, I don't get that. I just get okay, Alfred's a great guy. Oh yeah, Leslie. Oh, that. I just don't get that investment that he usually has in these, and I don't know. I think he's also. I don't know. It's just big wow moments like we said, the idea of having the dark side, Yellow Lantern ring. It's just there to be there. And it's not really explained. But overall, I still don't mind this. I just thought that this was a real down issue.
Here you go, the Yellow Lantern anti-life dark side, just like we have of our Dark Knights of Steel. Here's the Green Lantern Joker Lex Luthor.
Yeah, and we hate that part of it. But we actually like the Robins being explained in a little different way. Like when he actually delves into the things a little more.
Whenever we amalgamate anything,
clever.
It just takes me back to Metal and Death Metal and how much I hated that. Here's the Batman amalgam of this character
you are
and then
so
this
lucky.
character.
You are so lucky you're not doing the Marvel stuff with me in the past year or so. Everything's an amalgam. But
here's a Venom something.
Yeah, overall, what would you give this?
Ultimately, I think the art's fine in this, and while it is some flashback recap kind of stuff that doesn't move us along as much as I would have liked, I still had fun with this issue overall. Like seeing the downside, not downside, the idea of what happens outside of the war. We have a bunch of war, and then we have the plan going forward. It was decent, even coming with the Mixelplick stuff. It wasn't great, but it was decent, so I'll give it a 7 out of 10.
It's funny. I mean, all this all comes down to how you view things and what you think, because I'm giving it a negative 7 out of 10. I haven't listed on my deal. I feel like I'm saying this. I'm just a little disappointed with some of the things, and I think you got to get a bigger story, and that's one of those things that I put Tom Taylor and his Elseworlds on a pedestal, where some of my favorite stories since we started doing the podcast and the site have been Tom Taylor stuff. And so, yeah, lately it just feels like he's kind of putting story in the backseat and going more with the just fan service that doesn't feel like it's doing anything but being fan service. And I say I'm saying the dark side, Yellow Lantern dark side, and things like that more so.
Just the wow factor.
Or like you can go with
Can you believe it?
And that's what's funny, because I think that the emotional thing was Maxima more, but not many people are invested in Maxima. We like the character.
Justice Leaguer, how dare you?
Yeah, I think she's great. And he spells it out the greatest way, because that's why she's fun. She is Superman without any morality. And that's interesting of what will happen from that. But that seemed to me have more heartstrings, but most people won't think that because they don't know the character as well. So are you really giving a great Alfred deal, or are you relying on what they already knew and just kind of going and making it kind of that generic deal? I don't know, but I'm still a 7. I mean, I don't know how that works out in the whole deal. I thought you were going higher, but I do. At least 7 out of 10.
Score.
Yeah, I think that is the score. I hope that people realize that I'm not trying to be overly negative. I was just kind of.
That's all I've seen from you today. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is true. Before we started talking tonight, I ended up saying to you, you know what? All those books they announced, I love everybody on those. I can't wait. I can't wait to get all these. More Tom King? Bring it here. It's like an all-night buffet. Holy moly.
Num.
Yeah, I didn't say that. DC versus Vampires All Out War number 5. Now,
purveyor of positivity.
I was having problems with the DCeased, right? So, and I said, I'm not that, I just wanted to point some stuff out and why I like Tom Taylor so much. So it's not as good as his best. And I think that you're getting diminishing returns with this DCeased. That's just me. But DC versus Vampires All Out War to me is straight up garbage. So that I just wanted to start with that.
The main book or the spinoff?
No, this All Out War. This book we're talking about now is garbage. And you know what kind of garbage it is? It's red tinted red nonsense. I can't even read this. I sat there the whole time. My tone was very negative. I couldn't even see what was going on in the panel. Why are they doing this? I ended up, I'm sitting there, and Tanya was in the kitchen making her dinner. Nonsense. So I'm there, I'm reading. I said at one point, why are they doing this? She thought I was yelling about the kids and came out.
Obviously.
You have to understand that they're allowed to do. I'm like, really? You're real big on the Alex Pact doll. No, I think she meant that. I thought she meant that. I thought they were yelling or something. And I'm going to be recording this. Those days are gone. I'm in the basement by myself. I can barely breathe down here. We got the heater going. I think I'm getting gassed out. DC versus Vampires All Out War number 5.
Can't get your drugs no more. Better start huffing the gas.
Damn right. That's what I say. Something needs me to forget. I need the forgetting.
You just really threw away your chances to be a really good alcoholic by not drinking.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. You yell about this. I do want to remind people that I don't drink. I don't do any sort of drugs.
He's a teetotaler.
I don't smoke or anything like that. And that's the other thing. Now that you brought it up, the doctor this doctor has been my damn family doctor. Eric, since this
so he knows you. I got
only you'll know this. Since Dr. Shoemaker, Eric, I've had 2 doctors in my life. It's that long. So, and every time.
Shoemaker was around a long time.
How much do you drink? I don't drink at all. And I'm telling you, the look that he looks up from the paper.
Sure, scummy.
And gives me this like, yeah, I don't. And then he's like, well, why are you shrinking?
You're the kind of guy that goes to the dentist and tells him that you floss 3 times a day, though, so come on.
Yeah, the dentist ain't going to believe that. DC versus Vampires All Out War number 5, written by Alex Pact and Matthew Rosenberg. We have talked about this before. I think it's more of that, even where Matthew Rosenberg and James Tynion on the regular one. I think it's more Alex Pact with a story by Matthew Rosenberg, but nobody's ever confirmed this to me because everybody hates my guts. Art by Pasquale Pugliano. Francesco Marturino.
Just nailed it.
Red Tones by Nicola Rihai and Troy Battieri.
These poor people. These poor talented people.
Red Tones. You know what red tones? That's my face turning beet red when I start getting angry.
When you go up the stairs.
Or when they, take my blood pressure. There's the problem right there, Eric. But this DC versus Vampires book, I mean, first off, you're a side book that seems to be telling this weird story that isn't really connecting that much with the regular deal.
That weird story, the weird spin-off story where we have, a Deathstroke / Azrael team going off to get Weather Wizard to make sure that we can clear the skies of all this stuff. That is our story. Where we left off previously, we had got Weather Wizard, but then Azrael had turned heel. And then the idea that he's going to hey, look, now that I'm human again, I appreciate all that stuff because it was pretty cool for a little while. We worked together. We were pals. But it turns out that system's still in my head. The system doesn't like that I used to be a filthy vampire. It's going to take over. So I talked to the vampires, and they told me if I was a vampire again, things would be swell. And I said, okay. So I'm going to freaking turn heel right now, backstab all of you cool guys that I was just palling around with, and now we're going to shut you guys down. That's a hell of a cliffhanger in my mind from the last issue. You jump into this. All of the action of anything we have to deal with, it's already over. We have a flashback to what happened in between just to go, I hate this kind of storytelling. Man, things were sure crazy. Let me show you what happened. You could just show me what happened. And ultimately, the only thing that happened, the idea that our heroes did get away is because Deadman entered Azrael. I think this is going to not get everybody. It's not going to really have a way of letting everybody know who's not been following along very closely that this is what happened. It's just, yeah, for some reason, I swear when Azrael decided he was going to buy us time to get away, swore he had a Brooklyn accent out of nowhere. So it's just that. That's the only clue that you get. The dead man possessed Azrael, fought out the vampires while the rest of our heroes could bust out of here and just go and do inane stuff like, hey, underneath the Flash Museum, there's the one last Lazarus pit. And you know what? even though the Weather Wizard was a vampire and then died, let's just throw his ass in there. Oh my God, he's a Japanese blood demon now for some reason.
Yeah, and
what?
You just said a lot of things. First off, I have to remind people.
Can't trust vampires, Jim.
You can't trust vampires, Jim. And also, there's no Wolfman.
The Wolfman.
But you said a couple things there that I think really play out. The idea that one of the biggest plays here is Dead Man Possessed Azrael, and I guarantee you a bunch of people, and you're not being ridiculous or, you're no dummy if you don't get that, because it really isn't played out as well.
It's one line of dialogue, and not even dialogue, one line of narration telling you about a Brooklyn accent. I don't know what was going on.
And with all that, the art in this with the red tones, it's not helping anything. It's a hindrance, the way this art is. And like I was saying, and like you just said, it's hard to follow exactly what's going on, because some things they'll throw it right out there, but others they're trying to be subtle for some reason. I don't know why that had to be something they thought was like a clever little, well, they might get it because it's kind of a big moment. It might come out to play and maybe they want to have it be more of a twist by the end, but you already revealed it. But in that, you also have the idea when I'm reading this where I just end up reading every time all I think is, I want to read the main story. I don't want this. Why can't you just have us have the main story? Because, yeah, this is just a tie-in, but it's just telling its own thing, and it kind of goes against stuff at points. And even with that play where in the main story, they're desperate to get Supergirl to Australia, you're going to do this. And then in the side book, they're totally different plan, but could save the world as well. I wish it was more in that they had to do something to help out the main book. Just always feels off.
They're on their own, Jim. Them against a vampire world.
Them against a vampire world here. And I don't know. This might get people pissed off. But you also end up having
Suicide
lesser
Squad
characters. I was just going to say, you don't even have. I'd love if Mary Marvel was in the regular book instead of this one, more of the deal, because I think that her play and with Billy, that's kind of a cool deal. But we have one issue left, and we finally get to the Billy stuff. It feels like this has really done nothing for 5
even
issues.
The idea of the Billy stuff, because we're in Central City. Like I said, we have to freaking, bust the dead body of vampire weather wizard. A Flash museum in Central City. Dig up the floorboards, because underneath the Flash museum, obviously, there's the last Lazarus pit with a freaking well around it for some reason. But we go down there. Like I said, he becomes a Japanese blood god because of magic, hoodoo, vampirism. Who fucking knows how any of this actually works? It's just more magical mumbo jumbo that is doing nothing for the story. Marco bites Deathstroke.
Oh, I thought we were playing the game.
We bite Deathstroke. We have Mary turn on the Sword of Sin, kill Marco, and then use the Sword of Sin to cauterize the wounds. Who knows if that's going to turn him into a vampire or not? But it doesn't matter.
That's the thing I was thinking, and they don't tell. There's weird things they don't tell you, right?
We don't have time to worry about things today.
I know.
We got to walk around Central City and talk about, it's snowing, but it's not the real snow. What's this about? Oh my God, Captain Cold killed himself with his cold gun and made himself into an eternal statue of ice, and it's also snowing because of that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's cool, all right? It's almost frozen.
Didn't we do enough cold guns during one big day?
Yeah, we did during the spotlight. So you're going in, and just little asides for storytelling things, like that thing you said with Dead Man. Yeah, you get that with, oh man, he had a Brooklyn accent. You gotta have to have a little more where maybe you see a little apparition of Dead Man there to really
like
solidify
we have previously?
that. Yeah, like you always do. But I'm telling you, when you go into this, there are things where, say, Weather Wizard. I know that it's Weather Wizard, right? They're going, I don't think they ever say his name. And it's just something just tiny. But the way that you set these things up and progress from one chapter to the next, you kind of have to at least say, hey, throw Weather Wizard in there. They never seem to help. It is kind of
weird. Because, again, I don't know off the top of my head whether they actually call out Weather Wizard's name, but even at one point we're at the Flash Museum and we see the display of rogues, and like, isn't this one the one we have without saying his name, the statue of Weather Wizard?
Why aren't you saying his name?
Like, it's weird little coy stuff that we're playing.
You know what?
Dealing with the idea that, because, Weather Wizard has a brother who is also Weather Wizard in this universe where we'd have two Weather Wizards and we can still save the day.
Here's the problem. Is I'm reading this and I'm like, okay, and when they say that, and that's actually the point. I'm glad you brought that up. The idea that they don't say his name, I thought to myself, there's a twist. There must be something that, and it doesn't seem like there is. And so when you do that, why aren't you actually, I don't need holding hands. Like, I'd like to hold your hand, but you got to at least write an issue like a lot
Walk
of
you
times.
across the street, little guy?
Yes, a lot of times when you have things, I don't need every issue to have somebody come into a room and go, "Hey there, Eric Shea, are you like?" That's bullcrap.
Hi.
But
that's how I like to be announced.
like, oh my God, look, they even have a statue of Weather Wizard. Well, we're gonna dump his. Like, you gotta at least let us know. And when you don't like that, it does feel like you're setting up a twist. But there's no twist, and the art, as I said, is so confusing at points that I'm sitting there like, well, is it? Can I tell that it is or isn't? He does look like the Dracula's a little because he's the vampire version, but they just throw him in and then he becomes this, like you said, a Japanese crazy god of destruction. I don't even get the whole deal. So you have that going on. They say, like, this is our last chance. I love the fact that before the other Lazarus Pit was definitely the last chance. Now they have another. We'll throw him in. We don't know what a vampire in this does. Well, it powers them up into something else. They're like, oh, we done messed up. When you have the wow factor of Mary Marvel bringing out these sort of sins, I didn't even know she was holding a sword. You have the other play where we have to have every panel with lightning all over the damn place because you're going to play up the deal. And when she drew the sword, I didn't know that she had a sword until it was said the next page. A lot of the things end up making me go back like, what? Oh, yeah, I see it. Once it's spelled out, I do see it, but it's not well presented to get the wow factor when it should be the wow factor. When you have to go back and look, it's no longer a wow factor.
Well, at that point, Jim, we have totally shot the shit out of our plot now. We had the last cliffhanger just kind of thrown away. It doesn't matter anymore. Immediately in a flashback said, we further the idea of what we're actually trying to do with this plot. Oh, it goes nowhere. We have to zap, the Oni weather wizard monster, and now he's gone. Now just the idea, now we're going to walk around Central City, talk about the snow. But when you actually get to the next big part of this book, and for some reason there's a big part, when you have Billy Bats and Shazam show up, like, oh, you should have come with me, sister. Baron Cinder, Superman. He's actually he would have given you the world if you would have, played with us. I don't know, joined us. But it's such a weird take because there's two kinds of people in my mind who write, Captain Marvel, Shazam, and how they write them. Either the idea that you have Billy, when he says Shazam, be the world's
totally
mightiest Marvel.
Guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have the idea where he just is in a grown-up body, which I personally like. The idea of what a kid would do with his pure heart with all these powers. Or you have him say Shazam, and he becomes the embodiment of this, but it's a different personality completely. I hate that version of it.
I don't like it either.
When Billy is just in a grown-ass body because it has that great 80s, body swap kind of movie feel. It has the
body swap. It also makes it so that there's a little bit more ramifications of the things that he does.
And just the fun stuff, even because this is things like that I love. It's why I loved He-Man growing up, Prince Adam. He would say the magic phrase, I have the power. All of a sudden, he'd be the strongest man in the universe and stuff like that. Very similar kind of characters. I love them both. Here we're playing it in the way that I don't like it. Where when Mary Marvel... or Mary Bromfield, when she is just normal little Mary Bromfield, she is a vampire. She says Shazam, she becomes the mightiest maiden, Mary Marvel. She's not a vampire anymore. She is a champion of Shazam. In this, it seems that Shazam, Billy Batson, he was turned while he was powered up. So now Shazam, Captain Marvel himself, is a vampire. And when Mary is able to fight off her brother here in this great epic battle, gets him to be hit by the lightning bolt of Shazam, he turns back into a little boy. Mary, what's going on? And then you have Mary, who's also a little girl at this point in time, because they're both turned back into mortals. Or they're always mortals, but, just human. You just have the big thing. It's the coolest part of the book, actually. I just don't like the way we get there. It's not the way I like to play the Shazam family. But then you just have Mary attack her brother as a vampire to get him off the playing field because we have to kill Captain Marvel / Shazam to get him off, be one of the heavy hitters of Baron Cinder here. Even though I don't know why it matters because it seems like we're not doing Baron Cinder stuff anymore because our plan went to pot.
Yeah, and so you end up where they had a Lady Hawk situation going, Eric, both of them, and in reverse. But you end up doing that. I just want to point out that when you look at the pages, if you are reading this, and you see of the mind, Mary, Billy, with that black background, suddenly you realize, you know what, I can see what's going on here. And you realize that the other parts really are so crazy. Mind? I don't know. But that's, like you said, that's the best part. The idea that they're so concerned that it's snowing in a planet that is not allowing the sun. This place should have been a freaking ice age from day one. And it really wouldn't have been anything that you'd bat an eye. But this is weird. It's real snow. And it's coming from there, snow. And it's that. And it just, who cares to just go to Captain Cold? I want to point out that this whole series right now, besides some of these little things that we do, like the Billy stuff and Mary in this, but
even though I don't like the way they're portraying the characters, because it's not my personal like the way I enjoy it.
Other than that, though, this whole series is based on this concept for the most part. We have to go get Weather Wizard. They get him, he gets killed. Oh no, let's now take his body and resurrect him. Oh no, both times and then they kill him. I mean, this is what this all has been about, and they've killed him. He's died twice. He's become this. That's all we get.
3 times if you consider the vampire.
Yeah, really,
part.
the vampire. But every time they go on this mission to, okay, we'll do this to get what, it doesn't work because we're going to end this with Supergirl probably doing in the main book what they want her to do for the main thing. You can't have Weather Wizard stealing her thunder. You can't have that. You get Billy and Mary with the thunder and the lightning, but you end up where you can't have that work that way. It's not going to go. So you end up going through a long time to get to him. Azrael kills him. Oh, we'll get the body thrown in the Lazarus pit. Oh, now we have to kill him because he came out. It's just nonsense. It really is not anything happening now at the end. Oh, now we have Captain Cold who allowed himself to be frozen this way. Look at him. He's in repose. Damn it. I'm like,
all the Captain Cold background don't need stuff with Bailey and Mary.
That's
great.
Okay.
Even when we come out of the battle and there's just little Mary Bromfield covered in blood and goes to her, fellow comrades here. I've done something real bad and I need you to do something for me. I need you to kill me because she does not want to be this evil little monster. And I'm like, I feel for you, Mary, but hopefully, like in DCeased, we can come up with a cure, hopefully out of Harley's blood.
Yeah, it's just weird, though, when you play this deal. Like you said, I don't know the rules of turning and things like that. So, as far as we know, Deathstroke could be turning as we're speaking now.
I want to say that his healing factor is going to be
I guess.
okay
I don't think it's ever going to be mentioned. We have one more issue, and they already went by it. It already should have been something like, hey, are you okay from that bite?
We got the sin out of it.
You cauterized. That should have been played up more. The idea, but I looked at that panel then when she's like, oh my God, she has the sort of sense you can't tell that she has anything. It's just all a mess on that panel. If she didn't say anything, I would have not even known. Where I realized too that the art's not helping me, at least when I go through it, is characters suddenly appear. It seems that like, oh, there's Booster. Like, where was he? It's like things just end up, they just end up like, oh, I didn't think he was still there, but there he is. And it's not like he was around the corner. He was always there. It just all blends in. Then we have a backup.
I'm telling you, everything that I was complaining about with this issue, it is 100% the bee's knees when you get to that back. There's nothing very interesting, unless maybe you're reading all this DC versus vampire stuff and said, where's all the Wildstorm characters
Where's
at? Because
Jack Hawksmoor? Nobody asked that question.
If you've been yelling for Jenny Sparks and Jack Hawksmoor, then this backup's for you. The sad part is, like, we didn't do Wildcats last week because it seemed like a weird situation to do because, yes, it is in DC continuity, but I don't know any of those characters really besides for, Grifter looking pretty cool and what we've seen recently in Batman, like, Urban Legends and stuff like that with whatever, Grifter's up to.
Yeah, we like Grifter enough, but yeah.
Everybody likes Grifter enough. You don't need to know much about him, but
he's their breakout character for people, so yeah.
He's always this. Even when you had the Wildcats cartoon show, he was just the guy that looked cool and you wanted to freaking like gravitate towards him because he looked cool. You don't have that for this, and it's just Jack Hawksmoor, Jenny Sparks, a name mentioned for IO and things I recognize as buzzwords for the Wildstorm stuff, but it means nothing to me because I don't know these characters.
It's written by Danny Lore with art by Haining and Troy Battieri. And yeah, you have Jack Hawksmoor with Jenny Sparks and realize there's a
Jack
kid.
Hawksmoor. He was in Swamp Thing recently. He's a breakout star.
Yeah, really. And there's mumbo jumbo going on. Danny Lore, not my favorite writer, and really does no help here to explain things either. It's like right in the middle of something, and I'm not so sure that they even get what's good. It makes little sense, except for the idea of maybe they have a spark at the end. You got the Jenny Sparks, but the spark at the end might be the idea that a baby might be able to I'm like, I don't know. This is a different thing than just, we got to rebuild the world with Jenny Sparks' baby there. There's
Vampire
more things
Jenny
that
Sparks took a human baby, hid it away, didn't want to show it to the Vampire King Dick Grayson, and even though Jack Hawksmoor went and killed Jenny Sparks at the end, he could kiss her because she had a baby that is possibly important, but I don't see it from the story that's been written here, unless it's more Wildstorm stuff that I don't understand.
Well, we have one issue of this, and we haven't seen any real backups really going full out being part of the deal. There was some, little things to fill in, prequels and stuff
for that,
but that's Origins. I'm saying this. I don't know at the end, Jack Hawksmoor and Jenny Sparks' baby is going to end up being the be-all, end-all.
Not
we only have
their baby.
Well, we only have a couple issues left of the regular series as well. So I just think this is, hey, we ran out of characters. Just do Jack Hawksmoor. Hey, Danny Lore, you got some time. Just do this, and off we go. And Danny Lore, who did that multiversity team, we're not big fans of. Everything is convoluted, hard to understand. But that might not be just Danny Lore here. It might be the idea. It's also Jack Hawksmoor, Jenny Sparks. The art isn't helping, though. The art's a little better.
To burn some people as be the freaking savior of this little backup for whatever reason.
Apollo shows up, and it makes me think that he should just be flying around, shining his light on everybody. Like, that could work.
Powers of the light of mine. Yeah. I'm going to let it shine.
Yeah, he's going to let it shine. What would you give this?
Ultimately, the backup does nothing for a story that struggles, especially with the art department, because the red tone's like, it bothers you because you can't see it properly. It just bothers me because it looks like an uncompleted book. And I don't know why we just couldn't have a book in full bloody color, especially when we're dealing with vampire stuff. I don't know. I'm telling you, until we get to the Billy and Mary stuff at the end, I was not interested because it felt like, oh shit, we don't have enough time to tell a story. Well, let's just do a quick flashback and make that last issue's cliffhanger mean nothing ultimately. And for the majority of this book, have it mean nothing. Hey, look at the snow. I'm giving this a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I think I'm giving it a 3. And the thing about the Billy stuff, that is the best part of the book, and especially the repercussions of what Mary had to do now that she's done it. And it's almost a deal, not even just a bad thing. It's, I had to do what I never would do, an unspeakable thing. I did my deal. I made my hero's choice. Now I want to die. Just get rid of me. I need to go. That's pretty cool. But overall, even that, though, we had the Baron Cinder stuff that seemed really big, and he had Billy with him, and then that kind of now is like, that's not a thing anymore either. So let's just get out of this and go read the ending to the regular book. And so overall, I didn't think that this side story did anything for.
Wait till next issue.
Maybe. I mean, I keep waiting. I keep seeing
it's all going to come together.
I think that maybe they'll hire somebody to do blue tones or something like that.
People will tell you it's the journey, not the destination. But when it comes to all-out war, it's about the destination.
Yeah, I guess. And also, I hope you're not colorblind. So we go into that, though I don't know what that would mean, like how this would look if you were. Maybe it would work out better.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it might work out better, but I'm a dummy. I don't know what colorblind really does or if you have hepatitis or not.
I think it's made up.
Those are the two things. You do. Now, my old boss, Bud, he claimed he was colorblind, but he always used to only bring it up when he ran a red light. I'm like, it doesn't matter. There's still a positioning.
That's just an old man piece of shit joke.
There's still a position, but he was colorblind. He claimed. I don't.
You don't know that. He just liked running red lights and joking about it.
Yeah, I think he had like a card that he had to have, or it was on his license. I still don't believe him. But what's the next and a last book for the night?
Titans United, Blood Pact. More blood to go with the vampires than the Elseworlds. Number 3, written by Kevin Scott with art by Lucas Meyer, Tony Avina, and Carlos M. Mangual. And if you remember the last issue, we are in a world made up by Brother Blood and Raven. Everybody's mind has been... You know what? Have you read House of M at Marvel? Right? Because essentially we have a House of M situation. For some reason, not explained, Tim Drake in this new Raven-esque kind of like world, he's the only one that remembers anything, and he has to get through to his friends. And essentially we just use Simon to psychically zap Dick Grayson, who then remembers the past. But the problem is, we have a bunch of Titans who are just the rogues who are out there trying to fight against Raven's Church of Blood with Brother Blood and stuff like that to try to win the world back from this evil. And we're just going to go and psychically, at least is what I thought. We were just going to go and psychically make everybody who's our friend remember what really goes on so we can go back and fight against Raven and get the world back to what it needs to be. Now, last issue was completely through and through House of M. I was really upset about that because it seemed like a really it's a really simple way to tell a story, stealing. And in this one, I wish that we would have continued with that really simple way of stealing House of M.
Because you don't like the new convoluted way that it goes.
Because they decided that, you know what, this is too much like House of M. So you know what we need to do? We need to change things up. So while Simon was psychically probing Dick Grayson's mind because he saw who Tim Drake really was and was able to show him what the truth of this world really is, now we're just going to do the stupid thing that DC versus Vampires did and have a magical Tamaranian kiss to it.
Yeah, and because that's how she learned the language originally, so you can read things.
If we kiss again, she can understand the world that used to be and around her. Obviously, that's how it works.
Yeah, so
Tony, in DC versus Vampires, Dick Grayson was using Tamaranian blood because it allowed the vampires not have to be affected by sunlight and holy water. Now we just have look, you're in a whole new, brand new, made-up universe by magical means. I just gotta kiss you and you're gonna remember our entire life together because, that's how you learn language.
Yeah, and I just don't, I don't know.
Let's go back to House of M.
I have to thank you because that House of M got me blocked by Kevin Scott. He ended up saying this thing, he blocked us, but here you go, and you might be right, but you're continuing the story, and I think that when you get that kiss, it's supposed to be this fan service deal, and when you got it, I actually, like you, just like, really? Like, this is what we're playing? Like, it really, to me, and I don't want this to sound horrible, but it really dumbed down everything. The idea where you're going into this, and okay, let's play along, let's see how you... you kissed Corey. And I even like how do you know my name? Okay, we're getting oh, no, you just kissed her. And so what are we going to do? I mean, does it keep ramping it up? I mean, I don't want to see it at issue 5 where they're trying to bring other people back. There might be a straight up orgy, Eric, but the whole play here, I don't even like the idea at the end. I wanted it to be Raven being the best. I know that the whole deal with Brother Blood, but I'm also getting real sick of Brother Blood. We're talking about
he's dead in real life, Jim. You calm down.
Seriously, though, but every story we get, if they can figure out a way, if we're multiverse, Elseworlds, look, they can't get away from Brother Blood with the Titans.
We're just dealing with Elseworlds, and he's one of the big bads. You don't want to deal with Deathstroke. You're dealing with Trigon and Brother Blood.
They always go either now Deathstroke or Brother Blood. Yeah, but you need to do something more if you're going to continue these stories. Why are you doing this? This is almost the idea.
We have the Fearsome Five as well.
Yeah, but they were in this, and they got taken down because of that whole deal. They were actually fighting for the good side, Eric. But you have the play here where, again, there's Brother Blood. He's okay. I just, that right away.
Yes, Brother Blood is the real one in charge. Raven's magic is the one that's being the conduit for the soul. She's more like, along the lines of being held against the world.
It's just like Corey and all these that are doing their things.
Yeah, but she knows the truth, it seems like, with Raven and stuff like that and how the world works, because she's the one who offered herself to Brother Blood to spare the rest of the Titans, even though she was just, she wasn't there during the fight until everybody's taken out. I'm here, you know what? I'm going to take your hand. We're going to restart the world, reboot the timeline. Here's the Ravenverse. And we just have everybody, all hail Queen Raven, the friggin' prophet of the season. I don't even know what I'm going with this whole thing.
The season.
The prophet of the season. But even with the idea, like, I don't even know we're dealing with the Church of Blood anymore. Because you got Brother Blood, you got Mother Mayhem. I think you have Uncle Ulcer and Anemic. I don't know. Like, you just have a bunch of lieutenants now with their bullshit with their Church of Blood names. But it's just Raven. She's sitting on a throne of blood. It seems like she is the head bitch in charge. But really, Brother Blood is like, look, you can't talk back to me, bitch. I made this world. And you know what? I'm going to bring your father about because I'm doing stuff. But ultimately, it is like anything that I hate in DC Comics or just a short storytelling in general when it comes to miniseries. It's a scavenger hunt. And it's not even a well-prepared scavenger hunt because, at least before we had a second connection that made you think House of M. Now you just got magical kisses. And now that Simon's dead, I don't even know how we're going to get through the freaking, Superboy who's been made to stop the Raven, who's locked up by the Church of Blood and stuff like that. I don't know how we get the Titans back together now unless Dick Grayson starts smooching everybody.
Does it matter? I mean, it's 3 issues in and I'm already bored
I'm still sitting here like, why is Tim the only one that remembered anything?
Nah, I don't know. Some people like this. The art's great. There's some panels and pages that it's incredible. But overall, like when you go and see Raven there, you're like, holy crap, look at that. Really cool. Overall, though, this whole idea, once it gets back to, I'm Brother Blood, and this is what I do. Shut up, Mother Ma'am. Get out of here. I'm kind of out now. I really don't need another Brother Blood story where he's done nonsense and get on with it. Like I said, if you're going to end up wanting me invested in this, do something a little different. It's always the same thing. And if it's not this, it's Deathstroke. You just only have those two.
You got Trigon, the Church of Blood, and Deathstroke, the beginning, and the Fearsome Five, and we have them along the ride as well.
And you say Trigon. Trigon is always just there because of Raven anyway. So but again, and the Fearsome Five are always there to just kind of get knocked off to get to Brother Blood or Death. This doesn't feel like it's worth telling. It really feels like they just came back with this because, the last one sold okay. It really didn't seem to sell.
Series, The Titans.
Check that out, and like you say, and now Gabe stole from you that it's the best Titans book out there. But yeah, I don't even know what to even talk about here. I mean, I guess we're done. There's really nothing
well, I have
about
to imagine
the story.
that Raven, while she is an unwilling participant, even though she is the all-seeing mother of the Church of Blood that everybody praises, it does look like she has Beast Boy in the form of a Raven by her side. So who knows, using her magic, whether or not Beast Boy is there as an undercover agent or not.
Yeah, maybe he is, but I mean, what is he going to report back? Hey, Raven's doing crazy stuff, but she not... Maybe they'll give directions to get to. Maybe he's like not even undercover. He's just himself. Kind of maybe remember. I don't know. Like I'm trying to figure out what you could do, but we have 3 issues left, and I'm really not invested in this.
But we have Tim Drake, we have Jinx, and we have Dick Grayson. All with them. Well, Jinx doesn't really have her memory back. She just kind of goes along and believes what's going on. Tim Drake and Dick Grayson. Maybe she does or not, but I forget whether or not Simon pierced her mind with it. But
no, I don't think that she. I play that she doesn't, because if she did, she would be a little more lenient, even with Coriander being real bad.
And Starfire. We have this crew together for our Titans team to go forward and try to free the others and get the world back to the way it should be.
Yeah, and even in this, you have this play when Starfire does remember. You keep going back and forth where Jinx is like, yeah, why are you hugging that murderer? She's not a murderer. Yes, I am. I was. I should. And
that wasn't
it just
you.
keeps
You were
going
under the
on
influence of Adderall.
And so they're playing that back and forth. Yeah. And that seems to be the gist of this. So when Raven ends up, are they going to accept her back? Are they going to end up saying, well, you knew too much, you let this go? Because
I'm
she did seem to do it.
In the first issue, what was up with Raven and why she wasn't with the team, what the problem was to begin with to get us here where we are now.
Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah. So we'll
and why does Tim Drake, the only one that remembers?
I do like the Raven-esque branded Titans Tower. It looks real creepy.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. So pretty cool way to put up your pants. Raven looks great when they go to her. The art's great. But the story, it's just, again, it's not horrible. It's just that basic. If you really like these characters, then this would be something, okay, it is the best Titans book out there, like you said. But if you're not really that invested in what ends up being almost an Elseworlds deal, because anyway, and I'm saying within the book where they're in this made up world as well, if you're not interested in that, I don't think that there's really any way that I'd be able to convince you anyway, plus or minus of it. It's just something that if you like the characters and want some because you don't have a book, go at it. I'm not really as invested as you are in the Titans characters. And even then, you play the game where they're in this other world, so it really does nothing for me.
When we go back to the Batcave and Nightwing's all like, it's time to get back to the way we were. And, instead of having the Batman suit that he was wearing, he puts on a Nightwing suit and says, here, Tim, how does it feel to be back in the red and green? And he hands him a costume. Why would you have a costume that fits Tim Drake? Because in this world, he was never a Robin. And it does have a Damian Wayne symbol of the R on there.
He might be called Nightwing, but he's more of seamstress. He went off and made the costume. It was weird. I mean, even then, you're like, really? Like, let's do what we're supposed to be. And like, was he Nightwing at any point? I don't know.
I'm telling you, this is a Damian Wayne Robin R on there. So I'm like, whose costume was this?
Well, he only had one to go. And he's like, Tim, you're a little guy. You're 5'5". Here you go. Where Damian's, right?
Again, is there a Damian in this universe? I don't think there is.
But again,
this is more of an HBO thing, even though it has nothing really similar to it.
Yeah, the idea of all this is that you just throw things out there and they're usually not explained. That's the problem with some of these stories. And I say it at points, this does feel like a digital first, digital only story. It just ends up being printed. It doesn't feel like it's that well done. Except the art. The art, I say that's going to affect my
the art's
score.
Amazing.
But
it's the best part about the book overall, and that's why I'd give it a 5.8 out of 10, because the story, telling you, I was more invested when it was a House of M ripoff, and now that we're getting away from that, it's not as interesting anymore.
Like I said, if I ended up saying, hey, get this, Brother Blood, he done gone crazy, and he made this new world, and he said, you kind of get it really quick.
Tell me more.
And that's the problem. I'm waiting for Kevin Scott to tell me more, maybe, that I'd be interested in. It seems very basic, very generic. Some people like it, though, and people can like what they want. But yeah, overall, I'm a 5.1. But what would be your book of the week?
My book of the week is The Flash, number 788.
Yep, mine is too. It's an easy pick.
Sure is.
The book of the week. It was so good. And if you aren't reading it, that is a book that is very easy to recommend, and I think anybody could get involved with it and, put it around like a belt for your pants.
There's a lot of books to pick from that were pretty good this week as well, but that was the cream of the crop, definitely.
Actually, it kind of points out that deal with DC right now. I do think that they have some really, really good books now, but they also have some really, really stinkers. It's like one or the other, feast or famine a lot of times when we go through it, but there are some good ones, a lot more than we've had in past years. So get on board, people. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to be positive at the back end of things after that section of nonsense, Eric, of all bullcrap. But
purveyor of positivity.
Here's what we're going to have next a week. And remember, 2 of these books will be picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh
I know,
crew.
you keep telling me this.
They're going to be picked. That sounded like the Wolfman a little, didn't it? Did it sound like a little?
It looked like something.
2 of these books will be on our Patreon spotlight. You have to go over to patreon.com/weirdscience to get involved with that. And Eric, I don't know if you know this as well, that the week after next, we will be Patreon only. The whole show will be
pretty low, Jim.
And that pretty low deal will involve such books as the new JSA #1, which I can't wait for. So, and there's some annuals, things like that, obviously, because it's annuals week. So keep that in mind. Just to go over there and check out that patreon.com/weirdscience.
What was the last book? I throughout this whole thing, I kept saying the JSA book. What was that one shot we just had? What was that called?
I don't remember. What do you mean? The
JSA book, to lead into the JSA series. What was that called?
The New Golden Age.
Oh, the New Golden Age.
That's what you're talking about, the New Golden Age.
I kept talking about that, but calling it the new JSA book for some reason, even though it was just a one-shot. But yes, I just couldn't remember what the hell that was called.
I don't know why. I thought that I thought I needed a new song for this week, and I was trying desperately to come up with something of Stargirl. That wasn't really working.
There's a Stargirl.
Actually, that really works. At one point, I actually was going to do it, but it was a golden age, and I'm like, why am I doing that? But it was to turn
you
the
could talk
page
about her
by
stepdad
Bob
and how he
Seger
does stuff.
Metallic. Turn the page, golden age.
No, I love that song, yeah.
Yeah, I do too. But then I was kind of like coming up with lyrics and coming to like, there's a lot of like real slow, it's a slower song. So you get between that golden age deal.
It's funny too,
long.
you bring up that song, Turn the Page, because I listen to a lot of like paranormal podcasts and stuff like that, different like, people calling in, telling their stories and different things. And there's a one of the phrase where it always comes up the idea when somebody says, well, I was on the highway, and I always have to say, east of Omaha.
East of Omaha. See, it would work, Eric. I'm there with Courtney Whitmore. She's just... What else can we go with that? Yeah, it might work, actually, but maybe I'll do that for
I love that song.
Deal. Stargirl, though, to Starman. Yeah, who would have thunk that?
Right now.
You know for a fact, and this might piss some people off, but David Bowie's not my favorite, even though I already have a parody of Suffragette City. I love Starman. I think that song is so wacky that it's so wacky good that I dig it. So maybe I'll check that out. Now, you say this. I got to edit this podcast when we're done, and I know I'm going to go off and do both of those, or at least try, in a basement that really smells like diesel fuel and is killing me. Action Comics. Number 1049. That is true. Well, it's kind of, getting that smell out of there. That smell's still here. You just can't go with it.
It's overpowering.
Action Comics number 1049. I don't know if you realize that. That's one issue before 1050.
What are you talking about, Jim? This is the Return of Kal-El Part 5, I think?
Oh, really? So, we'll see.
Yeah, Part 5.
We're coming up, if people don't realize, a little bit of news deal. Once we get to 1050 and beyond, you're going to end up having Action Comics turned into an anthology book that will start out with stories by Philip Kennedy Johnson, Dan Jurgens, and Leah Williams. And I did start thinking with the thing, and I didn't look at it, I didn't see, but the Dan Jurgens stuff's only 6 issues. The Leah Williams is a 3-issue story. So we're going to end up like an Urban Legends deal, but a little cheaper. We also end up having Dark Crisis, the Dark Army number 1. I'm going to tell everybody on the Patreon. Me and Eric are talking this week like, this is the last
I'll be on this podcast.
It was the Batman.
No, it was the Patreon, you're right.
It was the Worlds Without a Justice League, where we're like, this is the last of those tie-ins, right? Yeah, we'll pretend that we meant the Worlds Without the Justice League when we were talking about that. We weren't, but that's the deal.
Because we still have 3 more tie-ins,
This and 2
next
more.
Week, the Dark Army number 1. Damian Wayne versus the Darkness. If you didn't have enough Bat books, here's some more.
You mean the band, the Darkness? That'd be kind of funny, too. Do that.
Does Damien believe in a thing called love?
Yeah, that would be great. That song was good. You end up in Justin Hawkins, the lead singer of the day. He has a podcast, one of the best. Actually, it's a video vlog, whatever you call YouTube channel. I love it. I love it so much. I watch that guy all the time. Dark Crisis, Dark Army, I'm looking forward to. After that, you have The Big Bang. Mark Waid doing it, trying to give us a little peek at the new multiverse, the infinite Earths and things like that. That's kind of a cool deal. Huh? Yeah, we'll see. You might even have an Earth for the mech. I don't know. That'd be crazy, right? You have DC versus Vampires number 11. Penultimate. And yeah, I'm
on the cover.
It's
Green Arrow versus Vampire Hawkman, and I can't wait.
That's the part I want. I don't
Green
want
Arrow's
this
the shit. I
all-out
love him so
war
much.
to my eyes. Deathstroke Inc. number 15. Kind of forgot about that book.
Year
Eric.
1,
I
Chapter
have to admit,
6, Jim.
I believe this is the end. I
believe
this
it
is
is
the
as well.
finale of not just the story, but the book itself. So we'll end up having that. Detective Comics number 1066. Who's taking bets on how little Batman's going to be in that? Are you there, Eric? Are you going with me? I actually heard some people talking today as well that were giving me a lot of shit about Ram V and the whole detective and hey, he doesn't like to do the main thing. And they're getting on the trolley, Eric. I heard them talking. They were hemming and hawing, trying to say.
I know, from the way you make it sounds like you spend most of your day trying to fend off people attacking you for one reason or another.
No, I end up watching videos and listening to podcasts. They weren't attacking me. This was more of a video, and it was just, I talked to some people. I talk to people, they yell at me, and then people yell more at me. Harley Quinn number 24. Some places say it's coming out. Some places say it isn't.
No, the thing is, it is definitely coming out. For some reason, it's not on DC Comics' main website.
Okay. But yeah, we'll be doing that. So we
it's
get
definitely
Harley.
Coming out, though.
We'll see who killed Harley, maybe, the whole play. Hopefully we get some
definitely
Kevin
not
in
Phantasm.
There. Yeah, really. Punchline the Gotham game, number 2.
Ooh.
That's there. Is it the crying game?
What's Alexis K up to, Jim?
No, we'll see. You mean Alexis K, that person?
Down
I love
Alley
that.
Town we go.
I go to just go through that whole rigmarole of everything that's going on. And we also have Tim Drake Robin, number 3.
Does it feel like 3 months this has been out? It feels like this keeps coming out like every other week.
Yeah, it does. It seems like it's been out like a month and a half. We have 3 issues. It really does. But we'll see. Maybe, I don't know. I want to say maybe it'll get better. I doubt it, but it might. Every issue is another chance.
I want it to get better so bad.
It's just so bad.
It's all I want. Tim Drake Robin book. It's all I want. But I also want it to be good.
Here's the problem. Me and you both, and we laughed at the point where we actually started liking Riley Rossmo's art on Harley.
It made sense
It fit the book. It made sense. I don't think it's ever going to make sense on the Tim Drake book. So I'm
even looking at the cover and it just looks awful.
Even if the story got better, and if you do like Riley Rossmo, go get your eyes checked first off. But you could like what you want, still get your eyes checked. I'm
legally blind, and I can't bear to look at this.
Yeah, exactly. I said my eyes throw up when I see it, and everybody's got long necks.
Call that
everybody's
crying.
doing all this. It's crazy. Is that what they call it? I almost had my eyes throw up then during that Nightwing. It got me really choked up. Oh my God, it's throwing up water. It is saline. But yeah, 2 of these books will be on the Patreon Spotlight.
Made my eyes rain.
I would guess that in that we'll have the Dark Army will probably be one of the books picked, and Punchline is
Not
what
Tim
I
Drake
think will
Robin?
be the 2. Maybe. Punchline, Tim Drake Robin seems like that. That seems like actually like they're made to be. Not that either or better or worse or whatnot. They seem to go well together. Just give them a little
Gotham?
tip. Maybe. I'm just giving
Harley's
them a
there
tip.
too.
Just telling people there.
Stop trying to give me a tip.
I'm trying to get badasses. They only want the tip, Eric. I'm sorry.
They can't take the
I tried
rest.
to give more. Yes. But yeah, 2 of those books. We'll see which ones, but the others will be on the regular show. So if you want to listen to that Spotlight and a lot of other podcasts, as we said, go to patreon.com/Weird Science. There's links in the shows. Another thing that you would get if you go to the Patreon for as little as $1, actually. $1 make you holler.
Actually.
This episode. Actually, you'll get this episode and all of our episodes early, a day early. You get them
a few hours
because
early.
I go out. Well, I go off and I start editing it now, and sometimes it takes until 5 in the morning, but it does go up. But I do end up, if it comes out at 5 in the morning, I try to make sure that at least 12 hours go. You get it at 5 at night on the regular feed, but it's something you can go and listen to then Sunday, if that's your thing. But get a lot of other things as well. So that is all we have for this week. I want to give a little shout out to Luis. He did have an email that was Thanksgiving based. We'll get to it. I know it might be a little late, but we will get to it. It's just my computer has had some problems. I ended up having my computer get fried.
It's about Thanksgiving and Thanksgiving food, but I feel like we just talked about that on another podcast.
Yeah, we were. Well, no, it's because I yelled at you. That was what was funny about it. I said, all I need is turkey, corn, and mashed potatoes.
Was the mic on at that point in time where we were recording?
Yeah, I think it was. I think
so
that was
Listen
the
to that
spotlight.
podcast,
No, I think it
be.
was the Patreon spotlight. So I started yelling about it.
I feel
That's
like it was
all I
last
need.
week.
Yeah, it was somewhere along the lines we do too much. But I ended up, that's my thing, Eric. It might have been last week, maybe. But Yeah, we will still do that, even if it is the weekend after Thanksgiving. And maybe that'll give us a little more of a perspective on it. I can tell, and we can actually tell everybody what we did have then, which I probably won't have much.
I'm going to Jess's parents' house for Thanksgiving dinner. It's going to be a nice
food,
time.
Though, right?
I love the food. The problem is every time we go and do stuff, somebody always has COVID, and I'm always worried I'm going to get COVID. And sometimes get COVID. So it's always a problem for me to go over there. And all I want to do next week, Dead by Daylight has a new map and 2 DLC characters that are releasing on Tuesday. And all I want to do all next week is play that. That's all I want to do.
That's all you want to do.
I got to go away.
It's all you want to do is have some fun, just like Sheryl Crow sang back in the day. Was it Sweet Child of Mine? Comes up. Her cover that you couldn't stand because it was in...
It was in Big Daddy at the ending. And when that movie came out, I was working at Regal Theaters and as an usher, cleaning the theater. So all the time, I would just be in there after the Big Daddy during the credits with Sheryl Crow's Sweet Child of Mine playing, and it drove me nuts eventually.
Oh, my God. I actually heard that the other day, and I'm like, oh, this is the song I think that Erica ended up driving him crazy. So I was right. But yeah, thanks, everybody. Thanks for listening. Again, Luis, we'll get to your deal. Sorry about that. I'm going to hope that this computer just doesn't keep shutting down. This is nonsense, Eric, and I'm pissed off. But with all that said and done, what do we say at the end of the podcast?
Everybody have a great week. Keep it weird. We'll see you in 7.
See you in 7.
Go read comics.
You are all weirdos.
Weird science
is the revolution.
Weird science
is the revolution.
Weird science
is the revolution.